It was a stormy night in London when two cries pierced the quiet of number 4 Privet Drive. Not one, but two infants, twins, had been left on the Dursleys' doorstep, wrapped in a single blanket embroidered with a golden P. One had messy black hair and a faint lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. The other had a head full of chestnut curls and wide, intelligent eyes that seemed too aware for a baby. A note pinned to the blanket simply read, "Their names are Harry and Hermione. They are siblings. Keep them safe. A friend." Petunia Dursley had stared at the letter in disbelief. Vernon was already fuming. "Freaks," he muttered, but he took them in grudgingly, not wanting to provoke any more strange happenings. Growing up, the siblings were inseparable. Hermione was always reading, speaking early and often correcting Harry's grammar, which annoyed him until he realized she was usually right. Harry, meanwhile, was the dreamer, the explorer, the one always climbing trees and peering into holes in fences. Though they were different, they balanced each other. The cupboard under the stairs was small, but they made it their world. Hermione drawing maps of imaginary kingdoms, and Harry making up stories of brave adventurers and cunning queens. Life wasn't easy with the Dursleys. Dudley never liked sharing attention, and with two magical children under the same roof, odd things happened often. Once, when Dudley tried to push Harry off the swing, Hermione's hair sparked with static, and Dudley's own shoes turned to lead. Another time, when Petunia tried to throw away Hermione's beloved library books from the charity shop, every faucet in the house started spraying boiling water. The Dursleys grew more resentful with each passing year, but the twins had each other, and that made all the difference. Then came the letters. They started appearing when Harry and Hermione turned 11. Dozens of them, pouring through every crevice in the house, all addressed to Harry and Hermione Potter. Vernon tried everything, nailing shut the mail slot, fleeing to a lighthouse, but nothing could stop them. Finally, on a windswept night, Hagrid burst through the door with a thunderous crash and told them the truth. "You're a wizard, Harry. And you too, Hermione," he added, ruffling her curls gently. "A clever witch, no doubt about it." The twins stared at him, mouths open. "But we're not just ordinary kids," Harry asked. "Far from it," Hagrid said, handing over their acceptance letters to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The next day, everything changed. Diagon Alley was like a dream brought to life. Wands, owls, cauldrons. Hermione had questions about everything. Harry was more interested in the Quidditch gear, but he stuck close to his sister, sensing her discomfort in the bustling crowds. When they arrived at Ollivanders, they were given wands from the same phoenix. "Very rare," the wand maker said, raising an eyebrow. "Siblings with twin wands. Fate is watching you too." The train ride to Hogwarts was filled with excitement. They found a compartment together, and soon were joined by a nervous red-haired boy named Ron and a kind, soft-spoken boy named Neville. Hermione and Ron immediately clashed over wand theory, while Harry and Neville bonded over chocolate frogs. It was clear from the start that life at Hogwarts was going to be very different from the Dursleys. At the sorting ceremony, Professor McGonagall looked between the two siblings. "Would you like to be sorted together or separately?" she asked, which caught them both by surprise. They looked at each other, and Hermione gave a slight nod. "Together," they said. The sorting hat took its time, deliberating between Ravenclaw and Gryffindor. But in the end, the hat shouted, "Gryffindor," and the table erupted in cheers. The castle was a wonder to them both. Moving staircases, talking portraits, and ghosts who told tales of the past. Hermione soaked up every detail, while Harry felt, for the first time, like he belonged somewhere. They studied together, walked to classes side by side, and even helped Neville find his lost toad more than once. But it wasn't all easy. Draco Malfoy, a sneering boy from Slytherin, took immediate issue with their closeness. "Potter and Potter? How cute," he sneered. "Or is one of you adopted?" The jab stung, but Hermione's sharp retort, "Better to be adopted than a troll in silk robes," left Malfoy red-faced. As weeks passed, the mystery of the third-floor corridor intrigued them. Hermione was suspicious of a large, three-headed dog she glimpsed on a late-night walk back from the library. Harry had dreams, strange ones about a glowing stone and green light. When they combined their thoughts, something clicked. "There's something being hidden at Hogwarts," Hermione whispered one night in the common room. Harry nodded. And I think we're meant to find out what it is. They didn't know it yet, but the year ahead would test their bond, their courage, and everything they thought they knew about their past. Because secrets were buried deep, not just in the castle, but in their blood. October settled over Hogwarts with a chill that crept into the stone corridors and left a permanent fog on the windows. Despite the cold, Harry and Hermione walked briskly to class, wrapped in their matching Gryffindor scarves. The uneasiness from that strange first week never truly left them. Ever since Hermione spotted the massive, three-headed dog on the forbidden third-floor corridor, something had shifted between their innocent curiosity and an uncomfortable sense that they were being drawn into something larger than themselves. "We should tell someone," Hermione whispered one evening as they sat by the fireplace in the common room. "That dog, it's guarding something. And why would anyone need a three-headed monster to guard a broom cupboard?" Harry leaned forward. "And how do we even explain how we know about it? We weren't exactly supposed to be wandering the halls after dark." They shared a look. Neither of them liked breaking rules, but even Hermione, rule-abider to her core, had to admit that something wasn't right. What started as a whisper of mystery was now beginning to form a web, each thread pulling tighter the more they learned. The classes were getting more difficult too. Professor Snape was particularly cold toward Harry, often sneering at him across the room. But when Hermione answered questions flawlessly, even in potions, Snape would act as though she hadn't spoken at all. It drove her mad. "I'm not invisible," she hissed to Harry after one class. "I'm top of the class, and he won't even look at me." "I think he just hates anyone named Potter," Harry muttered. Despite the tension, the siblings found solace in their new friends. Ron, though sometimes tactless, stuck around like a third wheel that somehow completed the ride. Neville, shy but loyal, confided in Hermione often, especially about his struggles with spells. Together, they helped him with practice sessions under the guidance of Professor Flitwick, who praised Hermione's natural grasp of charms. It was during one of these late evenings in the library that Harry stumbled upon a book about Nicholas Flamel. Hermione had been quietly flipping through a thick tome when Harry nudged her. "Hermione, listen to this." He pointed to a small paragraph buried near the bottom of the page. "Nicholas Flamel, known alchemist and creator of the only known philosopher's stone, which grants immortality and produces the elixir of life." Hermione's eyes widened. "Harry, what if that's what the dog is guarding?" They both sat in stunned silence. "But why would Dumbledore let something so powerful be kept here?" Hermione whispered. "In a school full of children?" "I don't know," Harry said slowly. "But I think it's connected to that dream I had. The one with the green light and—" Hermione stiffened. She hated those dreams. Ever since they had come to Hogwarts, Harry had been having nightmares. Not just about Voldemort, the dark figure from the stories Hagrid had told them, but about shadows, broken mirrors, and a screaming woman's voice. Hermione had even taken to sleeping near Harry's bed in the dormitory common room on nights when the dreams became unbearable. It was the only time Professor McGonagall allowed it, sensing that something deeper tied the siblings' trauma together. "We have to be careful," Hermione said firmly. "This isn't just about magic and school anymore. There's something hidden here. Something dangerous." Their suspicions deepened after Halloween. The feast was grand, floating pumpkins, dancing skeletons, and a sky charmed to show stars beyond the enchanted ceiling. Everyone was cheerful, and even Ron managed to be pleasant. But everything changed when Professor Quirrell burst into the great hall, his turban askew and face pale as parchment. "Troll, in the dungeon," he cried. "Thought you ought to know." And then he fainted. In the chaos that followed, Harry and Hermione were separated. Ron was swept along by a flood of students, while Hermione, determined to return a book she had borrowed from the restricted section without being noticed, had slipped away unnoticed before the announcement. Harry realized it just in time. "She doesn't know," he gasped, breaking away from the Gryffindor crowd. "Wait, where are you going?" Ron called after him, but Harry had already bolted through the corridor, wand in hand, heart hammering. He found Hermione in the girls' bathroom, clutching the book to her chest. "What are you doing here?" she asked, startled. "There's a troll loose," he gasped. "Come on." But it was too late. The door behind them creaked open with a heavy groan, and in loped the mountain-sized troll, its club dragging behind it and nostrils flaring. Harry didn't hesitate. He stood in front of Hermione, wand raised, trying to remember anything from class that could help. Hermione, for once, looked unsure, her wand trembling. Together, they ducked and dodged as the troll swung clumsily, smashing sinks and mirrors. Then, in a moment of brilliant coordination, Hermione screamed, "Wingardium Leviosa!" just as Harry aimed at the troll's club. The club lifted into the air and dropped directly on the troll's head. The creature gave a low groan and collapsed with a thud. Moments later, Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell burst in. McGonagall's face paled. "What in Merlin's name?" "It was going to kill her," Harry said breathlessly, standing protectively in front of Hermione. "We had to stop it." To their surprise, Snape didn't look angry. He looked suspicious. His eyes flicked between the unconscious troll, the club, and the siblings. "That was extremely foolish," McGonagall snapped, though her tone held a strange warmth. 5 points from Gryffindor for disobedience, but 10 points to each of you for bravery and quick thinking. That night, as they sat in the common room, wrapped in blankets and nursing hot cocoa, Hermione leaned her head on Harry's shoulder. "You're not just my brother," she whispered. "You're my best friend." Harry smiled. "Same here." But outside, in the shadows beyond the castle walls, something was watching. Waiting. The troll had been a distraction. The real danger had only just begun. The days following the troll incident passed in a whirlwind. Whispers trailed behind Harry and Hermione like autumn leaves caught in the wind. Everyone now knew they had faced down a mountain troll and lived. Some students looked at them with awe, others with suspicion, but the bond between the twins only grew stronger. They had saved each other, and nothing could sever that thread. Still, the sense that something was off at Hogwarts only deepened. Hermione couldn't stop thinking about the way Professor Snape had looked at them that night. His eyes weren't filled with anger or concern. They were calculating, as if fitting them into a puzzle no one else could see. She brought it up one evening as they walked along the courtyard path, cloaks pulled tight against the biting wind. "He was limping," Hermione said suddenly. "Who?" Harry asked, skipping a stone across the Black Lake. "Snape. The night of the troll, he was limping when he came into the bathroom." Harry looked thoughtful. "And the three-headed dog's paw had blood on it when we saw it. You think he tried to get past it?" "I don't think," Hermione lowered her voice. "I know something's going on with him." Harry wasn't sure. Snape was awful, no doubt about it, but was he a thief? Or worse? Back in the common room, Hermione pulled out a heavy tome on magical security enchantments. "The kind of protection around that stone, it's not ordinary. And if it's what we think it is, the Philosopher's Stone could make someone immortal. Why wouldn't Voldemort want it?" The name still sent chills down Harry's spine. Hermione had started saying it, slowly at first, as if testing the air. Harry tried, but it felt like thorns in his mouth. "But Voldemort's dead," he said, almost too quickly. Hermione raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure?" "He wasn't." "Not really." The dreams, the pain in his scar, the sudden way shadows moved out of the corners of his eyes. They all suggested otherwise. He didn't know how to explain it, even to her. Sometimes, when he was alone, he felt like something was brushing against his thoughts, as if someone else was watching through his eyes. And then there was the mirror. It happened near Christmas. The castle had emptied, the halls quieter than usual. Harry and Hermione had stayed, not wanting to return to Privet Drive. Ron had stayed too, and the three of them spent the first few snow-covered days enjoying the lack of homework and the ability to roam freely. One night, Harry had wandered off alone, following a strange hum he couldn't explain. It led him to an unused classroom where a massive mirror stood, shrouded in dust and moonlight. When he looked in, he gasped. Standing behind him in the glass were his parents, James and Lily Potter, smiling alive, their hands resting on his shoulders. But it wasn't just them. A woman with chestnut hair, the same curls Hermione had, stood beside Lily. She looked younger, gentler, her eyes filled with warmth. And then, Hermione appeared beside him in the reflection too. Only she looked older, stronger, a powerful witch. She wore robes of gold and silver, her hand resting over a book that glowed. Harry reached out, but the glass was cold. The next night, he brought Hermione. She stood beside him and stared silently at the reflection. "I see us," she whispered. "Older. Together. Strong. Do you see them?" Harry asked. She nodded. Mum. And Dad. And someone else. It's like we're seeing pieces of ourselves that haven't happened yet. It's called the Mirror of Erised, came a voice behind them. They both spun around to find Dumbledore standing in the doorway, his half-moon glasses glinting. This mirror shows the deepest desires of our hearts, he explained, walking forward slowly. What we want more than anything. Hermione looked up at him. Is it real? Will that ever happen? Dumbledore didn't answer immediately. Perhaps. But dwelling on dreams and forgetting to live can be dangerous. He studied the two of them. You are both remarkable. Born under the same stars, tied by blood, but it is your choices that will define you, not your birthright. Then, with a wave of his wand, the mirror vanished. Harry lay awake that night, unable to sleep. The faces in the mirror haunted him. Not just his parents, but the version of Hermione he'd seen. She had looked so sure, so unshakable. He wondered if he could ever be that strong. The days grew shorter, and with them came an increase in strange occurrences. Someone had tried to break into the library's restricted section. Hermione was furious when she found her favorite study nook torn apart. Someone's looking for something, she muttered. Harry agreed. But who? The answer came in pieces. They began to follow Snape, not overtly, just enough to know where he was heading. On several nights, he was seen going toward the dungeons with Quirrell, whose stutter had grown worse, and whose skin looked paler than ever. Once, they overheard fragments of conversation. You don't know what you're doing, Snape hissed. I'm just following orders, Quirrell stammered. Then stop. You'll get us all killed. The pieces were falling into place, and none of it made sense. Why would Snape be protecting something? And who was ordering Quirrell around? Hermione pieced it together late one night in the common room, her finger tracing a paragraph in a book on dark possession. Harry, she whispered. What if someone isn't just working with Voldemort? What if Voldemort is here, somehow? Controlling someone? Harry's stomach dropped. The dreams. The strange pain in his scar. The whisper that wasn't his voice but still lived in his thoughts. He had felt it. Hermione grabbed his hand. We need to figure out how to get to the stone before they do. Harry nodded slowly. And we'll do it together. They didn't see it, but across the room, Crookshanks, Hermione's orange cat, lifted his head and hissed at the shadows in the fireplace. Because in the dark, something had heard them. And it was waiting. Winter snow began to melt from the towers of Hogwarts, but an icy sense of danger still lingered. Harry and Hermione had never felt more alive, or more frightened. Every shadow seemed deeper, every creaking floorboard louder. Something was building, a storm no one else seemed to notice. Classes continued as if everything was normal. Students gossiped about Quidditch and homework, but Harry couldn't stop thinking about the Philosopher's Stone and the idea that someone, maybe even Voldemort himself, was trying to steal it. Hermione had doubled her time in the library, scouring texts on magical enchantments, protective spells, and forbidden magic. She kept her findings in a small, leather-bound notebook she always carried in her robes. Harry, meanwhile, began spending more time outside, watching Quirrell from a distance, trying to understand why a man who once trembled at his own shadow now seemed hollow. Empty. One evening, as they studied by the fire, Hermione finally spoke. I think I've figured out what's guarding the stone. Harry sat up straighter. There are enchantments, layers of them. Hagrid let slip that he provided the three-headed dog, Fluffy. But other professors must have contributed too. Spells, riddles, traps. It's not just locked away. It's protected. Harry nodded slowly. So if someone is trying to steal it, they'd have to get through all of them. Exactly, Hermione said. And we have to stop them. Their chance came sooner than they expected. A week before exams, Harry was on his way to return a borrowed book to Madame Pants when he saw Quirrell, alone, slipping into the forbidden corridor. His hands were shaking, but he didn't look afraid. He looked determined. Harry ran back to the common room, breathless. He's going for it. Tonight. Hermione didn't hesitate. Then so are we. They found Ron in the dormitory and explained everything. He was reluctant at first, but eventually agreed. If someone's going to face you-know-who, you're not doing it alone. Hermione had already planned the route. We go through the trapdoor. Past Fluffy. We figure out the enchantments and stop whoever's after the stone. That night, beneath the invisibility cloak Harry had received for Christmas, the three of them snuck through the halls. The cloak barely fit over all three of them, and Hermione kept whispering reminders to stay quiet. They reached the third-floor corridor, heartbeats pounding in unison. Fluffy was asleep, a harp beside him playing a soft, lulling tune. Harry stepped forward cautiously, opened the trapdoor, and one by one, they dropped into darkness. They landed in a thick net of vines. "Devil's snare!" Hermione cried immediately. "Stay still, it tightens if you struggle." Ron thrashed uselessly, already being wrapped. "Hermione, do something." Hermione took a deep breath. Lumos Solum. A bright white light burst from her wand, and the plant recoiled instantly, freeing them. They tumbled onto cold stone. "Brilliant," Harry muttered. "And we've only just begun." Next came a room filled with hundreds of flying keys, each glittering in the torchlight. "They match the door," Hermione pointed out. "We have to catch the right one." Harry saw the broom leaning against the wall and mounted it in a flash, soaring into the air. The enchanted keys buzzed like bees, dodging and darting. It took minutes, but finally he spotted a silver key with a bent wing, the only one that looked used. He chased it, diving and weaving, before grabbing it with a triumphant yell. They moved to the next chamber. A giant chessboard. Hermione's breath caught in her throat. "We'll have to play." Ron looked up, wide-eyed. "You mean be the pieces?" It was one of the hardest challenges yet. Ron directed their movements, calling out strategy with a seriousness Harry had never seen before. One by one, the siblings moved across the board, dodging strikes, sacrificing pieces. In the end, Ron stepped into the path of a knight. "I have to let it take me. You'll checkmate the king after that." "Ron, no." Hermione gasped. "Do it," Ron said, steady. The knight struck. Ron fell. Harry and Hermione rushed to his side, but he was only unconscious. "He'll be okay," Harry said, eyes hardening. "We go on." The next room tested Hermione. A series of bottles sat before a wall of flame. One led forward, one led back, the others were deadly. A riddle lay beside them. Hermione read it once, twice, and smiled. "It's logic. Most witches and wizards hate logic puzzles." She pointed to the smallest bottle. "This one moves us forward." Harry drank, shivering as the icy liquid slid down his throat. The flames parted, and he turned to her. "I'll go. You stay with Ron." "No," Hermione said firmly. "I'm going with you." "Hermione, if something happens, you're the one who has to explain everything. You're smarter. You know the spells. And I need to do this alone." Hermione stared at him for a moment, then hugged him tightly. "Be careful." He stepped through the flames. The final chamber was nearly empty. A stone pedestal at the center held nothing. Quirrell stood near it, hands trembling, eyes sunken. Harry froze. "You." Quirrell turned slowly. "I wondered if you'd come." "You're after the stone," Harry said. "Yes," Quirrell whispered. "But I've failed. It's not here. Only a boy." Harry stepped forward, wand out. Then the voice came. "Let me speak to him." Quirrell reached up and unwrapped his turban. Harry's breath stopped. On the back of Quirrell's head was a face, pale, snake-like, eyes burning red. "Harry Potter," it hissed. "You've grown." Harry stared in horror. "You see what I've become. A shadow. But with the stone I will return. Fully. And nothing, not even you and your precious sister, will stop me." "I won't let you have it," Harry said, shaking but standing tall. "You cannot stop me. Join me, and I might spare her." Harry didn't hesitate. "Never." Quirrell lunged. But the moment his hands touched Harry, he screamed. His skin burned where it met Harry's. Smoke rose. Quirrell tried again and again, but each time, the pain grew worse. Harry pressed forward, forcing him back. The last thing he heard was the scream, fading into darkness. Then everything went black. When Harry awoke, the first thing he felt was warmth. A soft bed, sunlight spilling through stained glass, and the scent of peppermint. The second thing he felt was a dull ache in his head, and a sharp panic in his chest. "Hermione!" He sat up abruptly, nearly tearing out the four-like magical cord glowing faintly against his arm. But he didn't have to wait long. The door burst open, and Hermione rushed in, eyes puffy, curls frizzed from sleepless nights. She didn't speak, just launched herself at him, wrapping him in a hug that said everything. "You're okay," she whispered, breath shaky. You're actually okay. I think so, Harry muttered, letting out a sigh. What happened? Where's Ron? The stone. Easy, came another voice, gentle and grave. Professor Dumbledore stepped into the room, robes a blend of purple and gold, his eyes twinkling behind half-moon glasses. He sat on the edge of Harry's bed as Madame Pomfrey huffed nearby, warning him not to overexcite the patient. You've been asleep for 3 days, Harry, Dumbledore said. But you're recovering well. Hermione and Ron are both fine. A few bruises. Miss Granger hasn't left this wing since you arrived. Hermione crossed her arms. I told you I wasn't leaving until he woke up. Dumbledore smiled. And it was your loyalty, your bravery, and your combined brilliance that saved Hogwarts. Harry leaned back slowly. The stone, did Quirrell get it? Dumbledore shook his head. No. You stopped him. The stone has been destroyed. Harry blinked. Destroyed. Nicholas Flamel agreed that it was too dangerous to keep. His time is ending, but he accepted it with grace. Sometimes the hardest choice is the right one. There was a silence that stretched into the corners of the room. Then Harry asked very quietly, Why did Quirrell burn when he touched me? Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment, then said, Your mother, Harry and Hermione's. Lily Potter died protecting you. Her love, her sacrifice, left a mark. Not a scar, but something deeper. It's ancient magic, buried and powerful. That protection lives in your very skin. Harry looked down at his hands. So, Voldemort couldn't touch me? Not without pain. And when he tried, well, he's gone. For now. Hermione had been quiet, listening. But now she looked up, eyes sharp. You said Hermione's mother. You mean she died too? Dumbledore sighed. The truth is complicated. Hermione's origins have always been concealed for her safety. Harry stared at him. You know who her parents are? I do, Dumbledore admitted. But some truths must wait. What matters now is that you both share more than blood. You share a bond built on love, courage, and choice. That is what makes you strong. Harry's thoughts whirled. Questions pressed against his chest like stone weights. Who were their parents really? Why had they been left at the Dursleys together? Why did they both have such powerful magical abilities? But Hermione took his hand, grounding him. We'll figure it out together. That evening, they were released from the hospital wing. Ron met them at the bottom of the stairs with a grin and 2 chocolate frogs. Reckon they'll name a spell after you, mate, he joked, handing one to Harry. I'd rather have a nap, Harry muttered. Exams were over before they knew it. Thanks to Madame Pomfrey's letters and McGonagall's insistence, Hermione and Harry were excused from the written portions, though Hermione begged to take them anyway. McGonagall flatly refused. I think saving the school earns you a bit of leniency, she said with the faintest smirk. At the end of your feast, Dumbledore stood and raised his goblet. Before we crown the House Cup winner, I have a few last-minute points to award. The Great Hall quieted. To Ronald Weasley, for the best-played game of Wizard's chess Hogwarts has seen in decades, 50 points. Cheers erupted from the Gryffindor table. To Hermione Granger, for the use of logic and intellect under pressure, 50 points. More applause. Hermione blushed crimson. And to Harry Potter, for courage and self-sacrifice in the face of true evil, 60 points. The Great Hall roared. The banners above their heads shimmered red and gold. Gryffindor had won the House Cup. Later that night, as the common room filled with music and laughter, Harry and Hermione sat by the fire, shoulders touching, a soft calm resting between them. I don't want to go back, Harry said suddenly. To the Dursleys? Hermione asked. Me neither. But the truth was, they didn't have a choice. Not yet. Until they understood who they really were, what powers they truly possessed, and why they had been left with such secrecy around them, they were still tied to that Muggle world, at least for now. Hermione reached into her bag and handed him the small notebook she'd filled all year. I started tracking everything we've learned about the stone, about Voldemort, about us. There are gaps. Things that don't add up. Harry flipped through it slowly, seeing inked maps, timelines, even theories on bloodlines and magical inheritance. We'll figure it out next year, he said. Hermione smiled. Promise me one thing? Anything. No matter what happens, we face it together. Harry squeezed her hand. Always. Outside the castle walls, the lake shimmered beneath the moon. Somewhere in the distance, A shadow passed through the forbidden forest. The immediate danger was gone, but the war was far from over. Because Voldemort was not truly gone. And the Potter siblings' true story had only just begun. The summer at Privet Drive was almost unbearable. Harry and Hermione had barely stepped foot through the front door before Uncle Vernon began muttering about more freakishness under my roof, and Aunt Petunia laid out a strict set of rules. Dudley was worse than ever, constantly bragging about his new video games and deliberately interrupting Hermione while she tried to read. But the siblings had a silent understanding now, a kind of unshakable calm. What they had faced at Hogwarts had changed them. The cupboard under the stairs no longer held fear. The Dursleys' insults no longer stung. They were just waiting, counting down the days until they could return to the place they truly belonged. They spent hours whispering about what they'd learned, about Voldemort, about the Philosopher's Stone, about their mirrored reflections and Dumbledore's cryptic words. Hermione kept expanding her notebook, now filled with theories about blood protection spells, ancient magical wards, and something she had started calling ancestral legacies. But there was one thing they hadn't expected. No letters. Not from Ron. Not from Hagrid. Not even from Hogwarts. They grew anxious as the weeks passed. Then, on the night of Harry's 12th birthday, something strange happened. It started with a creak in the hallway. Then a loud thud. When they crept from their room, they found Dobby the house elf sitting cross-legged on Harry's bed, looking like a nervous wreck with tennis ball-sized eyes. "Harry Potter and Miss Hermione, such brave, noble children," he squeaked. Hermione blinked. "You know me too?" "Of course." Dobby nodded so hard his ears flapped. "Everyone in the magical world knows of the Potter siblings." Harry stared. "What do you want?" Dobby wrung his hands. "Dobby came to warn you. You must not go back to Hogwarts this year. It is dangerous. Very dangerous." Hermione crossed her arms. "Why? What's happening?" Dobby hesitated. "There are whispers. Of an old chamber. Of something awakening. Hogwarts will not be safe for you." Harry frowned. "But what is it? What chamber?" Dobby's eyes widened. "I cannot say more. I've said too much already." Before they could question further, the elf snapped his fingers, and chaos broke loose. A floating cake crashed down on Aunt Petunia's guests. Dudley started choking on pudding. Glass shattered. Dobby vanished. The Dursleys blamed Harry and Hermione instantly and locked them in their room, deadbolting the door and installing bars on the window. For days they were trapped, until one morning a loud crash shook the walls. A flying car hovered outside their window, and Ron Weasley leaned out the door, grinning. "Need a lift?" Hermione didn't hesitate. "Pack everything." The journey to the burrow was bumpy and illegal, but brilliant. The moment they arrived, Mrs. Weasley pulled Hermione into a hug, scolding her like one of her own. Mr. Weasley was fascinated by her knowledge of magical law. "You're really sharp," he said. "Like someone from one of the old families." Hermione blinked. "I'm Muggle-born, right?" He hesitated for a fraction of a second. "Of course." The rest of the summer passed in the warmth of the burrow. Quidditch in the orchard, meals filled with laughter, and late-night talks in Ron's room about everything from exploding Snap to the possibility of time travel. When September arrived, they made their way to King's Cross, but the barrier to platform 9 3/4 refused to let Harry and Hermione through. They tried again. And again. No use. "What now?" Harry asked. Hermione's eyes narrowed. "Someone doesn't want us to get back." They took the only option left, the flying car. The journey to Hogwarts was long, chaotic, and ended with them crashing into the Whomping Willow. Ron's wand snapped. The car threw them out and drove off into the Forbidden Forest. By the time they limped into the castle, covered in leaves and bruises, Professor McGonagall was waiting with a disapproving look. "You are both lucky not to be expelled," she said, lips pursed. Snape, however, looked furious. "Reckless. Arrogant. Just like you're." He cut off, eyes flicking to Hermione, and said nothing more. Despite the rough start, classes began quickly. Lockhart, the new defense against the dark arts professor, was more obsessed with himself than teaching. Hermione adored him at first, but even she began to roll her eyes after the third pop quiz about his favorite color. Then the whispers began. It started in the walls, soft hissing sounds only Harry could hear. Hermione noticed it one day as they walked back from potions. You heard that again, didn't you? Harry nodded slowly. It's not English. But I understand it. She looked at him, concerned. That's Parseltongue, Harry. The language of snakes. It's incredibly rare. And very connected to dark magic. Soon after, the first attack happened. Mrs. Norris Filch's cat was found petrified outside a corridor wall, alongside a message written in blood. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. Chaos followed. Rumors spread like wildfire. That Salazar Slytherin had built a secret chamber. That it housed a monster. That only his heir could open it. Harry and Hermione investigated together, scouring every book in the library. Hermione began compiling names of past Slytherins, trying to find connections. But the school turned colder. Students began suspecting Harry. After all, he could speak Parseltongue. Even Ron looked unsure at times. Only Hermione never doubted him. I don't care what they say, she told him firmly. You're not the heir of Slytherin, and we're going to prove it. But someone else was hunting, too. One night, Hermione vanished into the library alone. She never returned. Harry found her hours later, frozen like stone, eyes wide with horror, clutching a torn page in her hand. No, Harry whispered. No, no, no. He knelt beside her, heart splitting. His twin. His anchor. Now cold and silent. He gently pried the page from her fingers. It read, "The creature in the chamber is a basilisk, a giant serpent. Killed by direct eye contact. Petrified if seen indirectly." Below it, scrawled in Hermione's handwriting. Pipes. It travels through the plumbing. Harry clenched the note in his fist. Whoever had done this, whatever monster lay in the chamber, it had taken Hermione from him. And he would stop it, even if it meant going down there alone. The silence without Hermione was suffocating. The castle seemed darker, colder, and emptier. Even the Gryffindor common room had lost its warmth. Harry sat by the fireplace night after night, Hermione's notebook clutched in his hands, rereading the same pages she had scrawled with neat handwriting and clever theories. She had known. She had figured out the truth. And now she was lying frozen in the hospital wing, her eyes wide with terror, her fingers stiff around that final clue. Ron sat beside Harry, fidgeting nervously. We'll get her back, mate. We will. But Harry couldn't answer. Without Hermione, he felt like a wand without a core, missing the part that made him whole. Days passed, and more students were attacked. Colin Creevey. Justin Finch-Fletchley. Even nearly headless Nick had been petrified, and the pressure on the school was mounting. Parents demanded their children be withdrawn. Dumbledore was removed. Hagrid was arrested. And Harry, already under suspicion for being a Parselmouth, was now a pariah among most students. Only Ron remained by his side, loyal and determined. They studied Hermione's last clue again and again. Pipes. It travels through the plumbing. It was Ron who made the connection. Myrtle. Moaning Myrtle. She's always complaining about what's in the pipes. What if she saw something? They hurried to the girls' bathroom, the one perpetually avoided by everyone except Hermione. Myrtle hovered sulkily above the sinks, muttering to herself. What do you want? She moaned as they entered. Did you see anything? Harry asked. Before the attack started? In the pipes. She blinked. I saw great big yellow eyes over there by that sink, and then I died. Ron pointed at the sink. Look, there's a snake engraving. Harry stepped forward and hissed in Parseltongue. Open. The sink shuddered and spiraled open, revealing a dark chute descending deep into the castle's foundations. Ron looked queasy. Please tell me we're not going down there. Harry gave him a tight smile. We're going down there. They slid into the tunnel, landing in a chamber filled with bones and stale air. It felt ancient, cursed. They crept forward, wands drawn, hearts thudding. Then suddenly, Ginny Weasley. She lay sprawled on the stone floor of a massive, echoing chamber, pale and lifeless. A shadow shifted behind her. Tom Riddle. Harry stepped forward slowly. Who are you? Riddle smiled. My name is Tom Riddle. Or, as you know me, Voldemort. Harry's blood ran cold. But you're not quite alive, no, Riddle said. But not dead either. A memory, preserved in this diary, feeding off Ginny's soul. And now yours. Ron rushed forward, but was thrown back by an invisible force. You've been quite the problem, Potter. You and your sister both. So clever. So annoyingly persistent. She almost ruined everything with her books and logic. His voice twisted with venom. But she was just like your mother. Meddlesome. Brilliant. And expendable. Harry's fury boiled. You'll pay for what you did to her. He raised his wand, too late. The basilisk erupted from the darkness, its body thundering against the stone walls, jaws wide, fangs glinting. Harry barely dove aside in time. Don't look at its eyes, he shouted to Ron. From above, something streaked through the shadows, a flash of red and gold. Fawkes, Dumbledore's phoenix, swooped down, blinding the basilisk with a screech and clawing at its face. He dropped something at Harry's feet. A gleaming, ancient sword, the sword of Godric Gryffindor. Harry didn't question it. He ran, dodged, rolled beneath the monster's snapping jaws. And then, with a leap of raw instinct, he plunged the blade into the basilisk's open mouth. It shrieked, thrashed, then fell. Dead. But not before a venomous fang sank into Harry's arm. He collapsed beside Ginny, vision darkening. Tom Riddle laughed. Poetic. Killed by the very beast you sought to destroy. But as Harry drifted toward unconsciousness, Fawkes flew to his side. The phoenix wept, tears glowing with healing magic, and where they fell, the poison faded. Harry gasped, clutching the sword. He turned to the diary, and drove the fang through its heart. Riddle screamed, dissolved into smoke, and vanished. The chamber was still. Ginny stirred. Ron dragged her to her feet. Harry stood slowly, sword dripping with ink and blood. We did it, he breathed. They climbed back to the surface, battered but alive. Dumbledore was waiting. The school will reopen, he said. Your names will be cleared. But Harry only asked one thing. Can we unpetrify Hermione? Dumbledore nodded. Mandric draft is ready. When Hermione returned, running into Harry's arms with tears streaking her face, the weight on his chest finally lifted. I knew you'd come, she whispered. You told me how, he replied. You saved us. Even frozen. Ron, awkward and grinning, gave them both a pat on the back before muttering. Next time, let's try a quiet year, yeah? But they all knew better. In the aftermath, Dumbledore pulled the siblings aside. There are still questions, Harry said. About Hermione's family. About the magic we share. Dumbledore nodded solemnly. And answers will come. But they require time and trust. Hermione glanced at her notebook. We'll find the truth ourselves if we have to. Dumbledore smiled. That is exactly what I hoped you'd say. Outside, summer began to bloom again. And beneath the foundations of Hogwarts, where stone and secrets slept, something else stirred, watching the Potter siblings with eyes that had not blinked in centuries. The Hogwarts Express hissed into motion, its carriages rattling gently as it carried students north once more. But as the scarlet train pushed through the countryside, the sky seemed darker than usual, gray clouds rolling across the horizon like an omen. Harry and Hermione sat quietly in their compartment, the hum of the train muffled by their thoughts. Ron was sprawled out beside them, dozing with a half-eaten chocolate frog in his lap. Hedwig hooted softly in her cage, and Crookshanks sat curled by Hermione's feet, tail twitching. A stack of daily prophets lay between them, all stamped with the same alarming headline. Sirius Black escapes Azkaban. Hermione folded her arms, brow furrowed. The Ministry's acting like he's the first prisoner to ever escape Azkaban. He is, Harry said, eyes locked on the grainy moving photo of a wild-eyed, ragged man. And they say he was one of Voldemort's most loyal followers. Hermione's lips thinned. Then why is he after you? Harry didn't answer. The thought had haunted him all summer. Dementors boarded the train just past noon. The lights flickered. The temperature dropped. A darkness thicker than shadow seeped in through the door. Harry collapsed with a gasp, fainting to the sound of a woman screaming. When he came to, Hermione was holding his hand, her eyes wide with worry. You're all right, she whispered. It's gone. Professor Lupin chased it off. Lupin, their new defense against the dark arts teacher, offered him chocolate and a kind, tired smile. But there was something in the man's eyes, an old sadness, that Harry recognized instantly. A pain that never quite healed. The train pulled into Hogsmeade late that night. As they crossed the carriages under the watchful eyes of the Dementors patrolling the grounds, Harry and Hermione leaned closer to each other than usual. Neither said it out loud, but they both felt it. This year would be different. The first few weeks passed quietly enough. Lupin turned out to be the best data teacher they'd ever had. He taught them practical defense, encouraged Harry to master the Patronus charm, and even gave Hermione special reading material on magical bloodlines. "I think he knows something," she told Harry one night in the library. "He's being careful around us. Not out of fear, but like he recognizes something." Harry nodded. He looked at me funny when I mentioned our parents. But other things were unraveling fast. Ron's pet rat, Scabbers, had started acting skittish. Crookshanks kept trying to catch him. And in divination, Professor Trelawney predicted Harry's death at least once a week. Yet nothing was as strange as what Hermione discovered one late October night. "I went back into the restricted section," she said, eyes gleaming. "With a pass from McGonagall. I told her I was researching magical ancestry." Harry leaned in. "And I found a record. A sealed family tree, obscured, hidden behind enchantments. But I recognized a name." She flipped open her notebook and pointed. "Lysandra Rosier." Harry frowned. "That sounds familiar." "She was a powerful witch," Hermione said, voice dropping. "Dark. From one of the sacred 28 pureblood families. But she disappeared during the First Wizarding War. Went into hiding. And guess what? She had a daughter." Harry's breath caught. "Hermione. I think it's me, Harry. I think I'm her daughter. Or her descendant. And the Ministry erased it. Hid it. Probably to protect me after the war." Harry stared at her, stunned. "You're not Muggle-born?" "I don't know," Hermione said quietly. "Maybe I was adopted. Maybe my memories were tampered with. But it would explain so much, the way my magic works, how I could understand runes instinctively, the protection spells I've always felt humming through me." Harry tried to wrap his head around it. "But why keep it secret? Why send you to live with Muggles? Maybe because of Voldemort. Maybe because my family was in danger. Or maybe Dumbledore did it. He knew all along." They sat in silence, Hermione's notebook between them like a ticking clock. The answers were starting to surface. But danger was surfacing too. In the shadows of the castle, Sirius Black had broken in. Not once, but twice. Portraits were slashed, corridors sealed. Students whispered his name like a ghost story. Ron woke one morning screaming that Black had stood over his bed with a knife. And the most disturbing part? Hermione couldn't shake the feeling that Sirius wasn't after Harry. He was watching both of them. She found a torn piece of an old prophet in the library archives. An article dated to just after Voldemort's fall. It showed a blurry photo of James and Lily Potter standing beside another couple. The caption read, "Order of the Phoenix members, James and Lily Potter, with lifelong friends Sirius Black and..." The rest was missing. Torn away. Hermione's voice trembled. "Why was this hidden?" "Because there's more to the story," Harry said quietly. "And we're in the middle of it." It wasn't long before the next attack. In the middle of a stormy night, the fat lady's portrait was found shredded. Filch screamed that a ghost with glowing eyes had passed through the dungeons. And Lupin missed a full day of classes, gone without explanation. Then, on the full moon, the truth snapped into place. Sirius Black was not a murderer. Peter Pettigrew, Ron's rat, was the traitor. An animagus. A coward hiding in plain sight. Hermione had pieced it together through records in the Ministry archives. She and Harry had used the Marauder's map to track Pettigrew's name. And when Sirius finally confronted them in the Shrieking Shack, the entire web of lies unraveled. "I didn't betray your parents," Sirius growled, eyes burning. "I was their secret keeper, but we switched at the last moment to Pettigrew. He framed me." Hermione stepped forward. "You've been watching us." "I was trying to protect you," Sirius said. "Not from Voldemort, but from the people who still serve him. People who want Hermione back." Harry froze. "Back?" Sirius nodded slowly. "You weren't just hidden from Voldemort, Hermione. You were taken from people who believed in blood power, who would have used you to bring him back." "Rosier," Hermione whispered. "That's why they sealed my name." "You're not a danger," Sirius said. "But others think you are. And they'll come for you." Outside, a howl echoed through the night. Lupin, transformed under the full moon. And just like that, chaos erupted. The moon's light filtered weakly through the broken windows of the Shrieking Shack. Dust swirled in the air, and for a moment, the only sound was Lupin's guttural, inhuman howl echoing outside. Sirius, battered and gaunt but burning with urgency, stood with his wand poised, his eyes flicking between Harry and Hermione. "He's dangerous like this," Sirius warned. "We need to get out now." But Hermione didn't move. Her mind spun faster than ever. In the span of an hour, her entire identity had been cracked open. Rosier bloodline, hidden ancestry, and a war she hadn't even known she'd been born into. She wasn't a Muggle-born. She wasn't just Hermione Granger. She was a descendant of dark legacy and forgotten power. And someone wanted her back. Harry grabbed her hand tightly. "We're not going to let that happen." Sirius nodded, urgency tightening in his voice. "Come on, if Lupin sees us like this, he might not recognize us. I can lead him away. You two head back to the castle." "No," Harry said firmly. "We go together." They burst into the stormy night, rain slamming down like needles. The trees of the forbidden forest swayed violently in the wind, and thunder cracked above their heads. Lupin, now fully transformed, stood on a ridge, for bristling, yellow eyes wild. For a terrifying moment, he stared straight at them. Then Fawkes appeared again, bursting through the clouds like a comet, blinding and bright. His screech pierced the air, and the werewolf recoiled long enough for Sirius to draw its attention. Harry and Hermione ran, panting, through the trees. They collapsed just outside the Whomping Willow's reach, gasping for breath. Hermione looked at Harry, trembling. "I don't understand why they want me. If I'm from a dark family, why hide me in a Muggle home? Why erase my past?" Harry stared at her, soaked and breathless. "Because you're not like them. They knew you'd make different choices. You're not bound by blood." That night, Dumbledore called them to his office. Fawkes rested quietly on his perch, his feathers dulled from the effort of saving them again. The Sorting Hat sat silent on its shelf. A new glimmering object, an ancient, rune-covered mirror, hovered behind the headmaster's desk. "You've uncovered truths few would dare seek," Dumbledore said gently. "And you've faced horrors no 12-year-olds should." Harry's jaw clenched. No more half-truths. No more riddles. Dumbledore gave a slow nod, folding his hands. "Very well," he began to explain. Lysandra Rosier had indeed been a member of a powerful pureblood family. But she had turned her back on the Death Eaters when she discovered she was pregnant. Her child, Hermione, had been marked as a threat to Voldemort's vision. A child born of darkness, who might choose light. A child whose magical core, tied to ancient bloodlines and instinctive intellect, could rival even the Dark Lords. The Order of the Phoenix had hidden Hermione as a last act of defiance. Her name had been magically altered, and she was placed in the Muggle world for protection. "You were meant to be safe, far from all this," Dumbledore said softly. "But your destiny has always had a way of catching up." Hermione sat still, absorbing every word. Her hands trembled. "My parents, the ones who raised me, do they know?" "They were never told the full truth," Dumbledore admitted. "To them, you were a miracle child. They loved you fiercely, and that love shaped who you are. But someone still wants her," Harry said. "We don't know who, but Sirius said they're after her." "They are," Dumbledore said gravely. "Not just Voldemort's remnants, but others. Quiet remnants of the Rosier family, buried deep within wizarding society. Some believe reclaiming Hermione will resurrect their legacy." Harry took Hermione's hand again. "They'll have to go through me first." "And me," came a voice from the door. It was Sirius. Cleaned up now, dressed in fresh robes, but the fire in his eyes burned the same. "You're not alone anymore," he said, walking in. "I made a promise to your parents, both of them. I'll keep it, whatever it takes." Dumbledore looked between them. "There's one more truth you must understand." He gestured toward the floating mirror. "This is the mirror of resonance. It shows the thread of magical lineage, power, blood, and choice. Stand before it, Miss Granger." Hermione hesitated, then stepped forward. Her reflection blurred, and figures emerged around her, faint ghost-like echoes. Lysandra Rosier, a younger man with matching eyes. A line of faces, some stern, others sorrowful. But standing among them, bright and radiant, was Lily Potter. Hermione's breath caught. "I don't understand," she whispered. "Why is she in the reflection?" "Because," Dumbledore said softly, "there is more than one kind of sisterhood. Lily Potter and Lysandra Rosier were cousins. And their magic, entwined, found itself in both of you. By blood, You are bound through generations. You are not twins by accident, Harry and Hermione. You are Potter and Rosier, light and shadow entwined. The room fell silent. Finally, Hermione whispered, "So I'm both?" "More than both," Dumbledore replied. "You are yourself. That is your greatest power." That night, back in the common room, Harry and Hermione sat before the fire once more. Their hands rested over the notebook she'd carried since their first year. Hermione wrote a new page at the front. "We are more than blood. We are choice." She handed the quill to Harry, and he added beneath it, "And we face what's coming together." Outside the castle walls, winter crept over the forbidden forest. And far, far away, in a room lit by green flame and poisoned whispers, a hooded figure looked into a cracked mirror and smiled. "The girl is waking up." Snow blanketed the grounds of Hogwarts, frosting the towers and spires in sheets of white. Inside the castle, warmth spilled from fireplaces and the scent of spiced pumpkin filled the great hall. Students bundled in scarves and mittens laughed and threw enchanted snowballs, but Harry and Hermione remained distant, watching from behind frosted windows. The truth still hung heavy between them. Hermione had not spoken of the Mirror of Resonance since that night in Dumbledore's office. She avoided the subject of her lineage, despite Harry's gentle questions. Every time she opened her notebook, she would pause before that newest entry. "We are more than blood. We are choice," as if unsure whether she still believed it. Harry noticed. He always did. "I'm still me, right?" she asked one evening in the library, her voice trembling just above a whisper. Harry looked up from his book. "Of course you are. But what if I start changing?" Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. "What if the rosier blood starts, pulling me in some direction I don't want to go?" Harry set his book aside and reached for her hand. "Then we pull back harder. Together." Hermione nodded slowly, but something in her had already begun shifting. Her dreams were changing, dark corridors whispered Latin, faces from the mirror standing beside her. She never remembered the words, only the feeling. A feeling like being watched from inside her own skin. Meanwhile, Sirius had returned to hiding. Though cleared of most suspicion, he remained a fugitive in the eyes of the Ministry. He stayed close to Hogsmeade, often sending messages to Harry and Hermione through enchanted parchment that burned after reading. But it was another parchment that changed everything. One snowy morning, Professor McGonagall summoned them both to her office. On her desk sat a sealed scroll, ancient, brittle, and stamped with the crest of the Department of Mysteries. "We found this in the Hall of Prophecies," she said without preamble. "Hidden. Buried under a false name." She handed it to Hermione. Her hands trembled as she broke the seal and unrolled the scroll. 2 names were written at the top. Potter. Rosier. Below them, in inky gold script, was a prophecy. Underscore born of light and shadow, united by fate. One with the power to open the gate. Bound not by birth, but by blood undone. The heir of silence, the sister of the sun. When secrets rise and stars align. The fallen shall rise and time unwind. Underscore. Hermione stared, her throat dry. "What does it mean?" Harry asked. "It refers to both of you," McGonagall said grimly. "The gate could mean the veil in the Department of Mysteries. Or something older." Hermione pointed to the second line. "Blood undone. That must be about me. About hiding my ancestry." "And sister of the sun," Harry murmured. "Then who's the heir of silence?" McGonagall gave them a look filled with quiet dread. "We don't know. Yet." Later that night, Hermione copied the prophecy into her notebook and circled every phrase. They stayed up late deciphering it, cross-referencing myths, ancient magical texts, anything that hinted at gates or veils. But as they pored over the words, Hermione paused. "I know what the gate is," she whispered. Harry leaned in. "What?" "It's not just a doorway. It's an intersection between life and death. Thought and time. A point where ancient magic crosses into the world again." She looked up, haunted. I think I'm meant to open it." Harry's expression darkened. "If that's true, we'll find another way. No prophecy controls us." But something inside Hermione resonated with the scroll, like it had been written for her. Or by her. And each night after, she began waking from dreams of a crumbling archway, glowing with runes, whispering her name in a dozen voices. By Christmas, another problem emerged. Students began falling ill, strange, comatose sicknesses without explanation. Their magical cores fluctuated, spells flickering out mid-cast. Madame Pomfrey had no answers. Flitwick theorized a magical imbalance. But Hermione knew better. "This is connected to the gate," she said. "It's waking something up." Desperate for answers, she returned to the mirror of resonance. Alone. There, she whispered her name aloud, not the name she'd grown up with, but the one from the sealed records. Hermione Lysandra Rosier. The mirror reacted instantly. The reflection darkened. Her ancestors began speaking, soft, layered voices. "You were born to awaken the gate. You carry the memory of magic long forgotten. We are your legacy. You are our return." She backed away, shaken. When she returned to the common room, Harry was waiting. "Where were you?" She hesitated. "Nowhere important." He didn't believe her. That night, Hermione sat alone by the window, looking out at the stars. She wrote a single line in her notebook. "What if I was never meant to choose?" And for the first time since their first year, she didn't tell Harry. Winter thickened around Hogwarts like an enchantment. Icicles gleamed from every ledge, and the lake froze over in an unbroken mirror of white. Inside, the students clung to warmth and routine. But for Harry and Hermione, nothing felt normal anymore. There were no more quiet nights by the fire. No more laughter over half-finished homework. Only cold distance, sharpened by secrecy. Hermione hadn't told Harry about the mirror, or about the way her magic had started to change. She could feel it, humming under her skin like an engine running too hot. Spells she barely whispered now cracked with raw force. She had shattered 2 quills by accident. Melted a brass inkwell in class. Flitwick had blinked nervously when she cast a simple levitation charm and sent a desk crashing into the ceiling. "I'm fine," she kept insisting. "Just tired." But the truth twisted inside her. Because she wasn't fine. Something was building inside her, around her, through her. And the worst part, it felt good. The power. The clarity. The control. Hermione Granger, once the rule-following, logic-bound girl who color-coded her homework, now woke up in cold sweats with rosier sigils scorched into her dreams. Meanwhile, Harry was unraveling his own threads. After weeks of questioning Dumbledore, he had secretly obtained a collection of lost records from the Order. Old letters, redacted mission logs, and a fragment of Lily's journal. He read the entries under his bed at night with his wand barely lit. "Lysandra is running. She won't say where. The child is close. I fear what that blood might carry, but I trust she'll make the right choice." It confirmed it. Hermione wasn't just related to Lily. She was known to her. Protected by her. And if Hermione had seen this too, she wasn't saying. They were drifting apart, and both could feel it. The breaking point came during a defense against the dark arts lesson. Lupin was teaching nonverbal magic, and Hermione had already outpaced the entire class. When asked to demonstrate a silent, disarming charm, her wand shot red lightning without so much as a gesture. It sent Neville flying across the room. Gasps. Chaos. Lupin had to intervene. "I didn't mean to," Hermione shouted, voice shaking. But even as she said it, her fingers buzzed with adrenaline. She had meant it. Somewhere deep inside. Harry caught up to her afterward in the corridor. "Hermione, you've got to talk to me. I know something's wrong." She turned slowly. "I'm handling it." "No, you're not. You're lying to me." She flinched. "And you're spying on me. I'm trying to protect you." "I don't need protection," she snapped. "I'm not a child. I'm not your responsibility. You're my sister." The words echoed too loud, too sharp. Several younger students nearby stopped and stared. Hermione stared back at him, her face pale but set. "Are you?" she said quietly. "Are we really? Because every day I feel like I'm turning into something you wouldn't recognize." Harry's voice dropped. "I don't care what you're turning into. I care that you don't trust me." Hermione looked away, unable to meet his eyes. "It's not that I don't trust you, Harry. It's that I'm afraid. I might not be able to come back." She turned and walked away, her cloak billowing behind her. That night, the dormitory door slammed open and startled Harry awake. It was Ron, out of breath. "Come quick, something's wrong with Hermione." They raced through the corridors to the astronomy tower. Snow blew in from the open windows, But Hermione stood barefoot in the cold, unmoved, her eyes unfocused and glowing faintly silver. She stood inside a perfect ring of fire. Except it wasn't fire. It was magic, pure and ancient, blazing from the stone like a forgotten ritual. "Hermione!" Harry shouted, pushing forward. The fire flared upward in response. "She can't hear you," Ron said, wide-eyed. "It's like she's sleepwalking, but awake." Harry stepped forward anyway. The flames didn't burn. They parted for him, like they knew who he was. He reached her and took her face in his hands. "Hermione, listen to me. Come back. Please." Her lips parted. A voice, not hers, spoke from her throat. "The gate is near. The vessel awakens. Balance must break." Harry's heart pounded. "Hermione, fight it." The silver in her eyes flickered. "Fight it," he whispered again. "You're not just a rosier. You're not just blood. You're you. You're my sister." Tears streamed down her cheeks. The fire vanished in a flash. She collapsed into Harry's arms. They sat there for a long time in silence. Snow fell gently around them. "I didn't mean to shut you out," Hermione said, voice hoarse. "I was scared." "I am too," Harry replied. "But that's why we stay together." She nodded against his shoulder. "Then hold on to me, okay? Because I think I'm about to fall." Harry tightened his arms around her. "I'm not letting go." But deep beneath Hogwarts, in the oldest sealed vault of the castle, a lock slid free. A pulse echoed once through the stones. And the gate shifted. January dawned gray and unforgiving, its chill sinking into every inch of Hogwarts. But Harry and Hermione moved through its halls with a different kind of cold burning inside them. A fire of purpose, of shared fear, of fragile unity reforged after the near catastrophe on the astronomy tower. Hermione had barely spoken of what had happened that night, of the fire, the voice, or the words that had come through her lips without permission. But she no longer denied that something was awakening in her. The gate wasn't a metaphor anymore. It was real, and it was calling to her. What they didn't yet understand was why. Dumbledore began summoning them more frequently now. Not as headmaster to students, but as a strategist preparing his champions for a war that hadn't yet begun. "You both stand at a threshold," he said one evening, conjuring a glowing model of the Castle Madare, its towers like chess pieces. "Not just of knowledge, but of legacy. Forces long dormant have begun to stir, and you are central to them, whether by blood or bond." He waved his wand and revealed something neither of them had ever seen before. A sublevel of Hogwarts, older than the Chamber of Secrets, carved deep into the bedrock, marked with runes even Hermione didn't recognize. "What is this place?" she asked, eyes wide. Dumbledore looked grave. "It is called the Ether Vault, built by the founders before the school was founded publicly. Not a place of storage, but of sealing. The gate lies within." Hermione's breath caught. Harry stared at the map. "What does it do?" "No one knows for sure," Dumbledore said. "Only that it can be opened by one born of opposing bloodlines, Rosier and Potter, and that its activation could either repair the fractures in our world or worsen them beyond repair." Hermione closed her notebook slowly. "So we're meant to open it." Dumbledore didn't answer directly. "You are meant to decide." That night, Hermione began studying a new branch of magic, Cardia. A discipline lost to time, rumored to access the deep emotional core of a witch's power. It required perfect focus, perfect restraint. She didn't trust herself to use it, but she had to learn. At the same time, Harry was training with Professor Lupin, learning occlumency to protect his mind, and silent dueling in preparation for what lay ahead. But his greatest strength came from something else. Hermione, and hers from him. Their bond had been cracked, tested, frayed, but never broken. And now they clung to it like a wand to its core. Still, danger closed in. On a quiet evening near the end of January, Neville Longbottom was found unconscious in the greenhouse. Not petrified, drained. His magical core reduced to a faint flicker. Madame Pomfrey said it was like something had pulled the magic straight from his soul. That night, Sirius returned in secret, through a fireplace in an abandoned classroom. He looked older, harder. "You're running out of time," he said. "They're not waiting anymore. The circle is moving." Hermione blinked. "The what?" Sirius threw a bundle of parchment on the table. Harry opened it. Inside were sketches, names, symbols. the rosier crest, the black family tree, and an unfamiliar sigil, a triangle bound in silver flame. The Circle of Nox, Sirius said. An ancient order, once allied with the Death Eaters but older, deeper. They believe the gate is a divine path to reshape magic. And they believe Hermione is the key. Hermione stared down at the sigil. Her hand trembled. Sirius stepped closer. They've infiltrated parts of the ministry. Some are even hidden here at Hogwarts. That's how they've been feeding off students, testing the gate's reaction. Harry's fists clenched. We need to stop them. Sirius nodded. To do that, we need to find the vault and seal it again before they force it open. Hermione frowned. We need the full map, not just what Dumbledore showed us. She reached into her bag and pulled out the Marauder's map. There's more hidden in here. We just haven't unlocked it. With Harry's help, they began decoding the map's deeper layers. Runic encryptions, charms layered by James, Sirius, Remus, and Peter during the First Wizarding War. It led them through secret staircases, forgotten paintings, and finally, to a hidden door behind the tapestry of Morgana's duel. There, etched into the wall, was a single symbol. A sun and a serpent entwined. Hermione placed her hand on it. Magic surged through the stone. The door opened. They stepped into a spiral staircase of ancient stone, descending into the ether vault, the chamber that time forgot. The walls pulsed with a dim blue glow. Runes crawled like vines across the floor. In the center stood an arch, floating an inch above the ground. The gate. It was smaller than they imagined, barely 6 feet high. But its presence filled the room. It watched them. Even Harry felt it, the weight of 100 voices echoing in silence. Hermione reached toward it, but stopped. A whisper came from the arch. Not words. Emotion. Longing. Regret. Hunger. Harry took her arm. Not yet. But the damage was already done. Far above them, in the headmaster's office, every candle flickered out. And in the shadows of the forbidden forest, cloaked figures raised their wands in unison. The Circle of Nox was ready, and the gate had begun to wake. Storm clouds gathered over Hogwarts, casting jagged shadows over its towers. A strange pressure hung in the air, like the castle itself was holding its breath. Students whispered about the cold that never left, about the strange dreams, about the students still in the hospital wing with no magical cause for their comas. The staff denied everything. But Harry and Hermione knew. The gate had stirred, and something had noticed. It began during a charms lesson. Professor Flitwick was demonstrating a new incantation when the windows shattered inward in unison. Glass exploded like ice, and a cold wind howled through the room, extinguishing every light. Students screamed. Wands were drawn. The sky had turned black. In the distance, over the forbidden forest, a single column of light erupted, green and swirling, shot through with arcs of silver. Hermione's blood went cold. It's a summoning beacon. Harry's eyes darkened. They're here. The castle erupted into chaos. Sir Cadogan's portrait screamed warnings as students flooded out of classrooms. The teachers rallied at once. McGonagall took command with military precision, directing prefects to evacuate first years. Dumbledore vanished into smoke and light, already moving ahead of the coming fight. But Harry and Hermione didn't follow the rest. They ran toward the light. Through secret corridors and crumbling staircases, they burst out into the cold air and sprinted toward the edge of the forbidden forest. The beacon burned high above them now, painting the world in poison-green hues. Lightning forked behind it, and waiting at its base, cloaked in robes the color of bleeding ink, stood the Circle of Nox. There were 5 of them, unmasked, unashamed. Their leader, a tall witch with silver-threaded hair and glowing black eyes, raised a hand as Harry and Hermione approached. Just as we foresaw, the vessel and the guardian. Hermione stepped forward, wand steady. I'm not your vessel. You were born to open the gate, the woman said, voice both ancient and sweet. You carry the code in your blood. You are the door and the key. Come with us, and we can remake the world. No, Harry said. She's not going anywhere with you. The other circle members raised their wands. The leader didn't flinch. Hermione's magic flared around her in a heatless shimmer. I will never help you. The woman gave a sad smile. You say that now. And then the duel began. Hexes screamed through the forest. Trees exploded in splinters. Fire rained down, only to be consumed by arcs of silver ice. Harry and Hermione fought back to back, spells perfectly in sync, covering each other's blind spots with practiced rhythm. They'd fought together for years. This was different. This was war. But the circle was stronger than they expected. Their magic wasn't normal. It was bound to the gate, twisting the air, pulling power from some unseen source. Each deflection left Harry weaker. Each block Hermione cast shook her to her bones. Then one of the circle members broke through their shield and aimed straight for Harry's chest. Hermione didn't think. She screamed, and her magic exploded. A wave of light, pure white and edged in gold, burst outward from her, slamming every attacker to the ground. Even Harry was thrown back several feet. The beacon above them shattered into fragments, disintegrating midair. Silence fell. Smoke curled from Hermione's wand, which had cracked down the middle. The circle leader rose slowly from the ground. Her eyes flicked with sudden fear. She's already begun to merge. Hermione's hand trembled. What do you mean? You opened the gate, the woman said. Not with spells. With yourself. It's bonded to you now. The more you resist it, the more you feed it. She smiled. And soon resisting won't be an option. With that, the circle vanished into smoke. Hermione dropped to her knees. Harry rushed to her, pulling her close. Her face was pale, her body trembling with the aftershock of whatever magic had erupted from her. I didn't know I could do that, she whispered. I did, Harry murmured. I just didn't know it would cost you this much. They stayed there in the forest until Dumbledore appeared beside them in a rush of wind. I'm too late, he said grimly. They've made their move. Hermione looked up at him. They said I opened the gate. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed. If that's true, then we must act quickly. Because it means the gate will not remain dormant for long. Back at the castle, wards were strengthened. The Auror office was summoned, and all classes were temporarily suspended. But no one told the students why. That night, Hermione sat alone by the fire in the common room, staring into the flames. Harry approached slowly. What happened out there? It wasn't your fault. I felt it, Harry. Something passed through me. It wanted to stay. It wanted to use me. But it didn't, Harry said firmly. You pushed it back. Hermione looked up at him, eyes filled with a quiet fear. What if next time I can't? He knelt in front of her, taking both her hands. Then I'll be there to pull you back. And neither of them said what they were really thinking. That the next time was coming. And it would be worse. February crept in with icy winds and ominous stillness. Hogwarts stood tense and alert, with Aurors now stationed at each entrance and professors patrolling the corridors in pairs. No one said it out loud, but everyone knew the attack from the Circle of Nox was only the beginning. And Hermione knew it too. She hadn't slept properly since the night in the Forbidden Forest. Not because of nightmares, but because her dreams no longer felt like dreams. They felt like memories. Except they weren't hers. They belonged to someone else. A woman with silver eyes and dark robes. A child crying in a circle of runes. A gate standing in the center of a windswept field. Hermione began waking up with blood on her pillow, nosebleeds triggered by magical surges. Her wand, split from the explosion, now responded erratically. Even basic charms fizzled unless she channeled her will with absolute precision. It was like something inside her was wrestling for control. Dumbledore summoned her privately to his office. He had aged in the span of days. His hands trembled as he poured her tea, and his voice, usually a calm storm, now bore the weight of defeat. I once hoped, he said quietly, that your awakening might be delayed. That you would have years, decades, before the gate reached for you. But the circle has accelerated everything. Hermione sat across from him, her spine stiff with resistance. What is the gate, really? I want the whole truth. Dumbledore nodded, as if expecting the question. He pulled a long black box from beneath his desk. Inside lay a single object, a crystal vial, swirling with silvery mist. Memoria in fluxus, he explained. A memory not stored by a person, but by magic itself. This one was extracted from the heart of the ether vault. You must see it. Hermione nodded once. He poured the contents into a pensieve and stepped aside. As Hermione leaned in, the world tipped away. She landed in a field of violet grass under a sky with 2 moons. Not Earth, Not even this reality. Before her stood 4 figures, hooded, ancient, wreathed in golden fire. The founders. Godric, Helga, Rowena, and Salazar. But they were not the warm, noble figures from textbooks. These were warriors. Mages of terrible power. And they stood around a structure, an early version of the gate. Cruder, but just as eerie. Rowena spoke first. The child must carry the seal. Only through blood can the gate be buried. Salazar sneered. Then bind it to Rosier. Let her line carry the burden. Helga frowned. No child should bear this. Godric turned to the others. Then split the burden. Let light and shadow be forged into one line. Rosier and Potter. Power and restraint. The vessel and the lock. The vision shifted. Hermione now stood over a cradle. Inside it, a baby, eyes glowing silver, hands twitching with uncontrolled magic. Runes marked the cradle's wood, pulsing softly. Rowena knelt beside the child and whispered, "May your descendants forget what you carry until the time returns." The memory shattered. Hermione fell back into Dumbledore's office, gasping. The fire crackled softly beside them. What was that?" she whispered. "The beginning," Dumbledore said. "The gate was created by the founders themselves, though even they did not understand all of what they summoned. It was a breach, a wound in the world. So they sealed it, and they needed a vessel to carry the seal forward through generations." Hermione was still shaking. "So I'm descended from that child?" Dumbledore nodded. "And Harry, through the Potters, descends from the other half, the lock. The founders made sure you'd both be born. You were destined not just to know the gate, but to contain it." She stared at the floor. "I didn't ask for this," she whispered. "I know," Dumbledore said, his voice hollow. "But neither did Harry. And yet here you both are." The door burst open before Hermione could respond. It was Harry. "Something's happened," he said breathlessly. "The gate, it's reacting again." They raced to the Marauder's map and activated its deeper layer. The ether vault, usually cold and sealed, was glowing on the parchment. But something was wrong. A second dot hovered near it. "Rosier." Hermione's breath caught. "That's not me." Dumbledore's expression darkened. "No, but it may be someone who shares your blood." That night they returned to the vault, Harry, Hermione, and Dumbledore. The castle tried to resist them. Doors locked of their own accord. Portraits whispered warnings. The walls themselves throbbed with energy. When they finally reached the vault, it was open. Inside, the gate floated inches off the ground, glowing with new light. Runes swirled in the air, rearranging themselves in real time. And standing before it, a girl. Or at least something shaped like one. She turned slowly. Pale skin. Eyes like mirrors. And when she smiled, Hermione felt her magic twist violently inside her. "I've waited so long," the girl said softly. "To meet myself." Hermione stepped forward, heart pounding. "Who are you?" The girl tilted her head. "I am the memory that survived. The soul sealed into the cradle. I am the first vessel." Harry stepped between them. "Stay away from her." But the girl didn't move. "You can't stop what's already begun. Hermione and I are 2 halves of a forgotten whole. And now that I've touched the gate, we are bound again." The gate pulsed with sudden force. The stone beneath their feet cracked. And Hermione felt something inside her. A thread she didn't know existed, snapped taut. The girl smiled. "I'm coming home." Then she vanished. Hermione collapsed to her knees, her body racked with tremors. Dumbledore moved to her side immediately. "What did she do?" "I don't know," Hermione whispered. "But she's inside me now. I can feel her." Harry gripped her hand, terrified. "We'll get her out. Whatever it takes." Hermione didn't answer. Because deep in her mind, the girl's voice was already whispering. "We were never meant to be apart. And soon I'll show you why." Days passed like a blur. To the rest of Hogwarts, Hermione Granger still looked the same, brilliant, determined, brave. She still raised her hand in class, still finished her essays early, still corrected Ron's pronunciation of Wingardium Leviosa. But Harry noticed the cracks. They began small. A misplaced quill in her notes. A name spoken before anyone had said it aloud. Her forgetting conversations they'd had the day before. And then something worse. Hermione vanished. It happened during ancient runes. One moment she was taking notes, the next she was gone. Not a word, not a sound. Just an empty seat and a single rune pulsing in red ink where her book had been. Sigma upsilon gamma chi nu epsilon upsilon sigmata. Fusion. Harry was already sprinting through the halls before the teachers even sounded the alarm. His map flared in his pocket. He activated it and scanned the parchment. There she was, deep beneath the school again, at the gate. He reached the ether vault breathless. The doors were already open. Hermione stood in the center of the chamber, eyes glowing faint silver, hands raised to the floating arch. Her lips moved silently, but her voice wasn't hers. It was layered, echoing, haunted. Dumbledore appeared beside Harry in a flash of blue flame. He held out a hand to stop him. No closer. But she's not alone in there. Hermione turned slowly, and for a moment, her expression was unreadable. Then her eyes cleared. She blinked, disoriented. Harry! Harry rushed forward and caught her as she stumbled. You disappeared. What happened? I don't know, she whispered. I remember writing a rune. And then, I woke up here. Dumbledore looked grim. She's losing time. Hermione flinched. She's in my head, isn't she? The first vessel? Dumbledore nodded slowly. Her consciousness was preserved through the gate. When you touched it, the link was completed. She's not possessing me, Hermione said quickly. She's fusing with me. Harry's stomach sank. Can we stop it? Dumbledore didn't answer. Instead, he raised his wand and whispered an incantation Hermione didn't recognize. A golden symbol flickered over her chest, the same sun serpent crest from the hidden door. It pulsed once, then faded. She's not fully merged yet, he said at last. But the boundary is weakening. That night, Hermione wrote everything down in her notebook. Every skipped moment. Every strange thought. Every whisper in her mind that didn't feel like her own. She sees through my eyes. But sometimes, I see through hers. A forest with black leaves. A world that isn't ours. A history no book remembers. I'm terrified. And part of me is curious. The next morning, she didn't wake up. Her body remained in bed, breathing shallowly but unresponsive. Madame Pomfrey couldn't rouse her. None of the usual spells worked. Harry refused to leave her side. And when he finally fell asleep, slumped in a chair beside her, she spoke. But it wasn't Hermione's voice. You've always tried to save her, the voice murmured. Even before you knew why. Because you're the lock. And I'm what she hides inside. Harry jolted awake. Hermione was still lying there, but her eyes were open, staring blankly at the ceiling. What have you done to her? He growled. I've shown her truth, the voice said. She is more than you want her to be. You fear her because you can't control her. That's not true. She remembers me. And soon she will choose me. You're wrong. She's stronger than you. The voice chuckled softly. She is me. Then Hermione gasped and sat bolt upright. Harry grabbed her shoulders. Hermione, are you okay? Are you? Her eyes were wide with horror. I saw everything. She buried her face in her hands. She's not just a memory. She's alive. She's been waiting for a body. Mine. Harry's voice dropped. We'll find a way to pull her out. She doesn't want to destroy me, Hermione whispered. She wants to become me. She thinks we're the same person, separated by time. She wants to erase the boundary, merge completely. And then she looked up at him. Tears welled in her eyes. Harry, what if part of me wants that? He was silent for a moment, then reached into his pocket. He handed her the notebook she always carried, now charmed so only she could open it. The one she had nearly burned in fear of what it contained. She hesitated, then flipped to the last page. It wasn't her handwriting. This is who we were meant to be. Light bound in shadow. The world forgot us. But we will return. The ink shimmered faint silver. Hermione closed the book slowly, her hands shaking. I'm scared, she whispered. Harry took her hand. Then be scared. But don't give in. Not to her. Not ever. She nodded, eyes still shining. But deep inside her, the first vessel stirred. Soon we won't have to fight anymore. Because soon you'll remember who you really are. The corridors of Hogwarts had never felt so heavy. Even when Umbridge had ruled, even during the Triwizard Tournament, even through the war, there had always been a glimmer of safety somewhere within its ancient stones. But now, the danger was inside the one place that had always felt untouchable. Inside Hermione. The days passed with eerie quiet. Hermione returned to classes under the illusion of normalcy, but Harry never left her side. Not for a second. Every spell she cast was monitored. Every lesson she attended was shadowed by tension. McGonagall assigned Aurors in plain robes to keep watch. Even Ron began noticing. "She's different," he whispered one evening in the common room. "She smiles, but it's not her smile." Harry didn't respond. Because Ron was right. There were moments Hermione would pause mid-sentence and stare into space. Expression blank, lips parted slightly as if listening to something far away. She no longer corrected homework mistakes. She no longer finished her sentences with obviously. Worst of all, she no longer slept. She dreamed. And those dreams belonged to someone else. One night, Harry found her outside the room of requirement. She wasn't even conscious of being there. Her hand was raised to the wall, tracing invisible lines with a finger that sparked faint silver trails. "Hermione," he said carefully. She looked at him slowly, and for a moment, just one, her eyes were mirror-bright. Then they faded, and she stepped back. "I didn't know I was here," she said, barely above a whisper. "You were trying to open it." She shook her head. "I didn't mean to." But Harry had already seen it, the pattern she was tracing. It matched the rune that had appeared the first time she disappeared. Fusion. Back in the common room, Hermione finally confessed the worst part. "She's starting to feel like me," she said. "I can't tell where I end and she begins. Sometimes I think her thoughts before she speaks them. Sometimes I see memories that aren't mine and they feel right." Harry's face was pale. "Then we need answers. Real ones." He returned to Dumbledore's office alone that night and demanded the truth. Not the prophecy. Not the gate's purpose. He wanted to know about Lily. "My mum was part of this," he said. "Wasn't she?" Dumbledore's silence was answer enough. Finally, he opened a locked drawer in his cabinet and withdrew a letter, sealed with red wax, edges weathered. It was from Lily. "Albus, if the child survives, if Hermione ever finds out, do not let her carry it alone. I saw what the gate did. What it cost us. I made the vow for her sake, for James's sake, and for yours. If there's even a chance she can be saved, tell Harry to find the mirror." Harry frowned. "The mirror? Which mirror?" "Not the mirror of Erised," Dumbledore said softly. "A far older one, created by Rowena Ravenclaw. A twin artifact to the gate itself. Hidden long ago in a chamber beneath the library. It shows not what you desire, but who you might become, if all barriers were stripped away." Harry's blood ran cold. Hermione needs to see it. But when he found her, she already knew. "She's been whispering about it," Hermione said. "She wants me to look. She needs me to." Harry hesitated. "Then we'll do it together." They descended into the oldest corridors of the castle, where the stones sweated with forgotten magic and the air itself trembled. Beneath the library, hidden behind a speaking wall, they found it. The mirror of Similara. It was round, polished obsidian. No frame. It hovered inches off the floor, humming softly. And when Hermione stepped toward it, it called her name. She looked in. Harry watched her stiffen. Her breath hitched. "What do you see?" he whispered. "A woman," Hermione said slowly. "She looks like me, but older. Her hair is silver. Her eyes silver too. The gate floats behind her. And she's smiling like she's won." Hermione reached a hand out. The reflection did the same. Except it didn't mirror her movements. It moved on its own. The mirror Hermione pressed her palm to the surface, and so did the real one. Magic surged. Harry stepped forward. "Hermione, don't." But it was too late. The reflection spoke. "You're almost ready," it said, voice like a song made of mirrors. "Soon we will become one." The surface rippled, and Hermione stumbled back, clutching her head, eyes wide with pain. Harry caught her as she collapsed. Her skin burned with magic. Her pulse was erratic. "She's inside me," Hermione gasped. "I saw everything, her life, her death, the creation of the gate. And the worst part? She wasn't evil. She wanted to protect the world." Harry's jaw clenched. "She's still trying to control you." "She doesn't think she's controlling me," Hermione whispered. "She thinks she is me. That this is just finishing the cycle." That night, she couldn't sleep. Not even in Harry's presence. The dreams came too fast now. The memories too clear. And in one vision, she saw Lily. holding a baby in a glowing cradle, whispering to a woman cloaked in black. We'll bind her soul to the seal. Your child will carry it. Mine will protect her. But we'll never tell them. They deserve peace. Hermione awoke in a panic. She knew, she said to Harry. Your mum helped create the seal. She chose us. This wasn't fate. It was designed. Harry's face was pale. And now the design is breaking apart. Outside, thunder rolled through the forbidden forest. The gate pulsed in its chamber beneath the castle, and in the heart of Hermione Granger, the first vessel smiled. Soon we'll be whole again. Storms battered the castle, as if the skies themselves sensed what was coming. The forbidden forest crackled with magic. Animals fled from its depths. The lake boiled beneath the ice. And in the heart of Hogwarts, Hermione Granger stood at the edge of something irreversible. The merge had begun. She could feel it in every breath, every heartbeat. Her mind was no longer hers alone. The first vessel, this ancient preserved soul, was no longer just whispering. She was inhabiting, feeling, reacting, becoming. Hermione's reflections stopped matching her expression. She'd find silver threads in her hair that vanished when others looked. She would say things, old names, broken languages, without realizing her lips had moved. And worse, she didn't always want to stop it. She's showing me things, Hermione told Harry in a near whisper, curled on the Gryffindor common room couch. Visions of what the world could be. A world where magic isn't feared or hidden. A world without pain. Harry sat beside her, his hand gripping hers tightly. But it's not real, Hermione. She's manipulating you. I know, she said quickly, then quieter. But it still feels real. Like I could make it real, if I let her finish what she started. That night, everything snapped. It happened during a school-wide gathering in the Great Hall. McGonagall had organized it to reassure the students after weeks of mounting fear. Professors gave calm speeches. The floating candles burned brighter. Pumpkin juice was served alongside warming spells. Then Hermione stood up from the Gryffindor table. Harry immediately sensed it. Her eyes were too calm. Her posture too poised. Hermione, he whispered, rising with her. She stepped into the center aisle, her shoes silent on the stone floor. The hall went quiet. Every eye turned to her. She raised her wand, not to cast, but to draw in air. Magic crackled at her fingertips, visible, alive. The chandeliers dimmed. The sky above the enchanted ceiling clouded over into silver mist. I remember now, she said, her voice resonant, layered. I remember the seals. The sacrifices. The day they took my body and locked me in time. Gasps rang out. Hermione, McGonagall started forward. But Dumbledore raised a hand. Wait. Hermione turned slowly, eyes gleaming. I am the vessel. I was the lock. And the world you know was born from a lie. Harry stepped forward, heart hammering. Hermione, please. You're still in there. Don't let her. Her gaze snapped to him, and for a second, the silver glow flickered. Harry, she whispered, just that. And in that one word, it was her again. Then her body buckled. Magic exploded outward in a shockwave, silent, invisible, but powerful enough to crack the stained glass windows behind the staff table. The students screamed, ducking under tables. A gust of wind tore through the hall. Runes blazed in the air around her like orbiting stars. And then she collapsed. Dumbledore moved in an instant, conjuring a golden barrier around her body as it trembled on the floor. Her fingers twitched, lips moving in some ancient language. The hall was evacuated within minutes. But Harry stayed. When Dumbledore finally looked at him, the headmaster's face was drawn and weary. She's nearing the final stage, he said softly. If we do not act now, the first vessel will overwrite her. Then we fight, Harry said, voice trembling with fury. We rip her out. Dumbledore looked at him with something close to sorrow. That may no longer be possible without destroying the host. But before Harry could argue, the flames in the fireplace roared high, green with magic. A cloaked figure stepped through, tall, lean, and wearing faded robes that shimmered faintly with old enchantments. A face hidden behind a silver mask. Dumbledore's eyes widened. You came. The figure removed the mask, revealing a woman, older than McGonagall, with deep auburn hair streaked white and an angular, familiar face. I gave Lily my vow, she said, voice clipped with power. If the vessel ever awakened, I would return. Harry stepped forward. You knew my mum? She was my student, the woman said. And my friend. Who are you? She looked at him steadily. My name is Morgana Althorn, the last living member of the Order of Severance. Even Dumbledore seemed tense. You're not supposed to exist, he said cautiously. I was erased to protect the spell. But now, her gaze moved to Hermione's unconscious form. I am the only one who can perform it again. What spell? Harry asked. She held up a vial of black liquid, swirling with stars. A severance binding. Old magic. Designed to split merged souls before fusion completes. Harry's heart pounded. That's what we need. Morgana hesitated. It is not clean. It will cut deep. And if she resists, even subconsciously, it may take pieces of her with the vessel. You mean she could lose memories? Magic. She could lose herself. Harry stepped closer, voice shaking. Will it save her? Morgana nodded once. If we perform it in the ether vault, at the gate, it may be enough to shatter the bond. He turned to Dumbledore. We do it. The headmaster gave no protest. They brought Hermione down to the vault under a silencing spell. The gate throbbed gently, its glow pulsating like a heartbeat that matched hers. Harry knelt beside her. Please hold on. Just a little longer. Morgana began her work, drawing symbols in the air with a blade of blue crystal. The runes circled Hermione's body. They shimmered, paused, and then resisted. She's fighting back, Morgana said sharply. Her magic wants the fusion. Harry stepped forward. Then she needs me. He grabbed Hermione's hand and whispered everything he'd been holding back. I love you, he said quietly. Not because you're strong, or clever, or brave, but because you've always been you. And if you disappear, I'll never be whole again. Hermione stirred. The runes paused in midair, and from her lips a voice not hers said, You would trade your soul for hers? Harry didn't flinch. Yes. The gate flared, and Morgana struck. The severance binding slammed down in a column of white light, engulfing Hermione. The room shook. The gate screamed. A high, splitting note pierced the air. Then silence. Hermione collapsed. Still. And the runes faded. Morgana turned away, exhausted. It's done. Harry rushed to her side. Hermione? Hermione, please. She stirred. Eyes fluttered. And when she opened them, they were brown. Just brown. No silver. Harry, she croaked. He let out a sob. You're back. But deep inside the gate, something moved. The first vessel had been severed, but not destroyed. And now she was awake. Alone. And furious. Hermione had returned, but not unchanged. Her brown eyes no longer shimmered silver, and the strange rune trails had vanished from her skin. The gate no longer pulsed when she entered the ether vault. For everyone watching, it seemed like a victory. But Harry knew better. There was something missing. Hermione remembered almost everything. Her friendships, her magic, her books, even what Ron had said the night before the severance. But something essential had slipped through the fracture. Her voice, though steady, carried a strange echo. Her magic responded slower, like it was second-guessing her commands. And she no longer remembered what the first vessel's name had been. It's like a dream I know I had, she told Harry one afternoon, but every time I reach for it, it slips further away. She held up her wand and tried to cast a simple lumos. The light sputtered out halfway. See, she muttered. Harry took the wand from her gently. You've been through a soul-splitting ritual. Your magic's probably still recalibrating. Hermione gave him a look. I'm not a cauldron, Harry. He smiled softly, but his worry lingered. That evening, Morgana met them again in the room of requirement. The place had taken on the shape of a round chamber filled with high bookshelves, a floating brazier in the middle casting violet light. Hermione sat cross-legged on a cushion. So, what was she really? The first vessel? Morgana didn't speak right away. She conjured a glyph into the air, a spiral of fire and frost locked in orbit. She was not evil. She was preservation. The founders needed someone to carry the burden of the gate's seal. A container. A tether. But the longer she remained disembodied, the more her soul twisted. Hermione stared into the glyph. She believed she was me. In a way she was, Morgana said. You are her echo, shaped by time. She was a memory that never faded. Harry leaned forward. You said before there was a prophecy. One even Dumbledore didn't know about. Morgana nodded slowly. It was written before the founders built Hogwarts. Scribed in a language known only to their order. Lily and I found it when we searched for the original gate. She swore me to silence until the vessel returned. From her cloak, Morgana withdrew an ancient scroll sealed with gold thread. Hermione took it reverently. The parchment shimmered with runes that rearranged themselves as she read. Born of forgotten flame, the vessel and lock shall arise again when time remembers what it chose to forget. One will break the seal. One will bear the cost. But only when memory becomes choice shall the gate truly open, or finally fall. Hermione blinked. That's not just about me. It's about both of us. Harry looked at her, then at the scroll. One breaks the seal. One bears the cost. Hermione's voice trembled. The severance wasn't the end. It was a delay. A reset. Morgana spoke gravely. The gate is sentient now. It remembers her. It misses her. And it is angry that she was taken. Just then, the torches in the chamber flickered violently. A cold wind blew through the sealed room. Harry drew his wand. What was that? Then a sound echoed from the walls. Not a scream. Not a whisper. A heartbeat. Hermione clutched her head. She's still in there. Not inside me, but inside it. She's trying to push through. Back in the ether vault, Dumbledore and McGonagall were already at the gate. Its surface rippled like water caught in a storm. Runes long dormant glowed crimson. And from within, something pounded. She's forcing a reverse merge, Morgana whispered when they arrived. She's trying to climb back into Hermione's body from the outside. But she can't, Dumbledore said. The severance sealed that path. She's not trying to possess anymore, Hermione said, her voice suddenly haunted. She's trying to replace me. She thinks I stole her life. Then the gate exploded with light. A shockwave knocked them all back. From its center, a figure began to form, blurry, shifting, made of magic and memory and rage. The first vessel, reborn, incomplete, unstable. I warned you, she said through a voice fractured and echoing. You are me. I am you. I was real before you stole my shape. Hermione stepped forward, heart thudding. You are a memory. A sealed soul. I didn't ask for this. You are not the original, the vessel hissed. You are the shadow. And then the gate flared again, runes rising around her like wings. But her form began cracking, pieces of her vanishing and reappearing unstable. She couldn't hold herself together. The severance had left her fragmented. She doesn't have a full soul anymore, Morgana murmured. She's trying to rebuild herself from the gate's essence. Can we stop her? Harry asked. There's only one way, Dumbledore said solemnly. Hermione has to face her, inside the gate. No, Harry said instantly. Absolutely not. But Hermione was already stepping toward it. She's not whole. She can't become whole unless I give her permission. And I won't. Morgana reached into her robes again and handed Hermione a pendant, the same starfire sigil from the severance ritual. If you feel yourself being pulled too deep, break this. It will bring you back. Hermione nodded, then stepped into the gate. Light swallowed her. Inside, she found herself in a field of shattered time. Books floating in the air, echoes of Hogwarts hovering in fragments. The first vessel stood at the center, half-formed, flickering between forms. A child, a woman, a ghost. You don't belong, she said coldly. Hermione stared her down. I do now. And you don't get to rewrite my life. You were born from me. I was born from hope. From people who believed the past didn't have to own the future. The vessel surged forward, lashing out with chains of light. Hermione raised her wand, and from it cast not a spell, but a memory. Her first time in the library. Ron's clumsy joke during exams. Harry holding her hand by the fire. The chains snapped apart. The vessel staggered, her form flickering again. You chose to be someone new, Hermione said softly. And so did I. But only one of us belongs in the present. The gate began to pull back. The vessel let out one final cry, of fury, of sorrow, of loss, and shattered into starlight. Hermione fell forward, and awoke in Harry's arms. He held her tightly. It's over, she whispered. But from the far corner of the ether vault, Morgana was staring at the scroll again. Her eyes darkened, because the last line of the prophecy, once hidden, had begun to appear. And if the vessel fails to return, the gate will seek another. The gate had gone quiet. Since Hermione's confrontation within, its light had dimmed, its runes gone dormant, and the ancient humming through the vault had stilled. The professors began to relax. The students were told it was just a magical surge, and life at Hogwarts slowly resumed. But the quiet didn't feel like peace. It felt like waiting. Hermione knew it. Though the first vessel had shattered, the gate still pulsed at the edge of her awareness, no longer calling to her, but scanning the world like a lighthouse beam in search of something new. Someone new. Dumbledore kept her close, asking daily questions about her sleep, her emotions, her magic. Every test came back normal. Her wand responded again. Her thoughts felt entirely her own. But when she looked at the gate now, she felt nothing. And that was what terrified her most. "She's really gone," Hermione told Harry one morning over breakfast, stirring her porridge absently. "But the gate, it's not finished. I can feel it turning." "Turning to what?" Harry asked quietly. "To someone else." Meanwhile, Morgana had not left the castle. She remained in the shadows, researching in the restricted section under Dumbledore's direct approval. Her scroll, once the only prophecy known about the vessel and the gate, had continued to evolve in ink no quill had touched. The final lines now glowed in crimson. "And if the vessel fails to return, the gate shall seek another. Not born from the seal, but drawn to the wound." "Someone who isn't connected to the bloodline," Harry whispered, reading over her shoulder. "Someone who wants the power," Morgana added grimly. "Who willingly walks into the gate's shadow." Harry felt a coldness settle in his gut. Who? It didn't take long to find out. It began with Seamus Finnegan falling unconscious during care of magical creatures. He had been working alone near the tree line of the Forbidden Forest when he collapsed without a mark on him. Pomfrey said his magic had been siphoned. Then it was Ernie Macmillan, who woke from sleep screaming in a tongue no one recognized before slipping into a catatonic state. Morgana examined both and confirmed the worst. The gate was reaching out, feeding on those near it, testing, searching, and it had found someone. It happened one evening in the astronomy tower. A flare of green light erupted into the sky like a pillar. Prefects saw it from the great hall windows. By the time Harry, Hermione, and Morgana arrived, they found a boy standing at the edge of the tower, arms outstretched, eyes glowing faintly silver. Theodore Knott, a Slytherin 6th year. Quiet, brilliant, isolated, obsessed with magical theory and ancient power. Always top marks in arithmancy. Often seen sketching runes into his notebooks during lunch. Harry had always found him odd, but not dangerous. Until now. "I heard it," Theo said, not turning to them. "The gate. It called me after she cast the vessel out. It told me she failed. That I could succeed." Morgana raised a hand. "Theo, you must step away from the edge. The gate is lying to you." "Lying?" Theo laughed, voice laced with something unnatural. "It showed me truth. A world not bound by the Founder's cowardice. Magic unfiltered. Life unshackled." Hermione stepped forward slowly. "It will destroy you. It's not giving you power. It's taking you." But Theo turned to her, and there was already a shimmer in his irises. "Why should you get to carry it and discard it like a toy?" he hissed. "You had the chance to remake everything. And you chose restraint. Because restraint is strength," she snapped. Harry stepped forward now, wand drawn. "You're being manipulated. Just like she was." Theo sneered. Then let her speak. And with a sudden, terrifying clarity, he mimicked the first vessel's voice perfectly. "You are not the original. You are the shadow." Hermione recoiled. Morgana's face paled. "He's channeling her memory, pulling her fragments through the gate's echo. He isn't the new vessel. He's the host." Theo's feet left the ground. Silver magic spiraled around his body in jagged bands. His veins lit beneath his skin. Runes appeared at his throat. And when he looked at Harry, something changed. "You," he said softly. "You're not the lock." Harry blinked. "What?" "You're the key. The lock was meant to break. To be tested. But the key opens the next gate." Morgana's eyes widened. "No, it's not over. This isn't the final gate. The first vessels was just the beginning." Theo reached out a hand toward Harry. "Come with me. Help me open the next. Together, we could become more than the prophecy." "I'm not like you," Harry said coldly. "Not yet," Theo whispered. And then the pillar of green fire collapsed into his body, and he vanished in a flash of light. Gone. Hermione dropped to her knees. Dumbledore and the professors found them minutes later. The castle had gone dark during Theo's disappearance. The wards crackled. Several students fainted during dinner. Something shifted in Hogwarts. Back in the Ether Vault, the gate had changed. A second arch had begun to form beside it, smaller, jagged, incomplete, but growing. The next gate, Morgana said quietly. He's preparing it. And he's using me to do it, Harry whispered. Because deep in his chest, he now felt a pull, a magnet drawing him toward the incomplete arch. The key. Not to lock anything away, but to open what comes next. The second gate was no longer a theory. It was growing, hidden in the deepest layers beneath Hogwarts, beyond even the Chamber of Secrets. Something ancient had begun to take form. Not built by hands, but summoned. Shaped by intention, powered by memory, and called into being through magic older than even Morgana remembered. Theodore Nott had vanished into that magic, and now he was building. Harry could feel it. Not just like a tug in the air, but a weight in his chest. At random moments, he would freeze, eyes glazing, breath catching, as if something had whispered his name through the stones. At first, he told no one. But Hermione noticed. She always did. You hear it, don't you? She asked him one morning in the library, her voice quiet, her eyes exhausted. The gate. It's calling you now. Harry didn't deny it. It started the night Theo vanished. I see flashes in my dreams. Not of this gate, the new one. It's sharper. Hungrier. Not just a seal. A weapon. Hermione sat down beside him, her fingers tightening around the edge of the table. He's using pieces of the first vessel's memory. You said it yourself, he's not just building the gate. He's growing it. And it's using me to open. Morgana confirmed their worst fears later that day in the headmaster's office. The first gate was designed to contain, she explained, a prison wrapped in memory and bound by sacrifice. But what Theo's building, it doesn't restrain anything. She unrolled a faded diagram from her satchel, ancient parchment stained by time and blood. It showed two arches side by side, one wrapped in a sun serpent symbol, the other jagged and dark, crowned by an inverted triangle. This second gate is one of release. A conduit, if Theo finishes it, and if you, Harry, are forced to open it, the vessel's echo won't just return. It will multiply. Spread. Hermione felt her breath catch. He wants to infect the world with her magic. Like a second coming. Harry looked away, clenching his fists. And I'm the ignition. Morgana nodded. The key, yes. The first prophecy named you the lock, but that was misread. You don't prevent power from spreading. You unleash it. Dumbledore, who had been silent for some time, finally spoke. Then we must destroy the second gate before it forms. But how? Hermione asked. It's not physical. It's being built in magical layers, consciousness, time, memory. There's only one place it could be anchored, Morgana said slowly. The original foundations of the castle. Below even the founder's chambers. She tapped the diagram again. The stone well. Harry blinked. That's a myth. No, Dumbledore said. It's very real. Rowena Ravenclaw carved it herself. A spiral of thought, a well of reflection. It was where she saw the future, and feared it. Hermione stood. Then that's where Theo is. They descended that night through a forgotten staircase hidden beneath the Slytherin common room. Past a door only Morgana could open, guarded by blood-warded sigils. They walked for what felt like hours, past layers of magical history, so old the air itself trembled. And at last they reached it. The stone well. It wasn't a well in the traditional sense. It was a spiral carved into the earth itself, wide and deep, with walls of black granite veined in silver. Magic pulsed in its stones like a heart. Symbols spun slowly along its edges. Runes neither Hermione nor Harry could fully translate. But the second gate was there, still forming. It hovered above the well, halfway complete, its arch rising like a blade, one side still ghost-like and flickering. Theo stood beneath it, hands outstretched, runes spinning at his wrists like bracelets of light. He didn't turn. You came, he said. Harry stepped forward. I'm ending this. Theo smiled. No, Harry. You're completing it. Hermione raised her wand. You're trying to finish what she started, but you don't understand the cost. I understand perfectly, Theo said, finally turning. His face was gaunt, pale, his eyes no longer silver, but black threaded with light. The air around him shimmered with unstable force. She was incomplete, bound by fear. But I've taken what I need. I've forged new runes. New intent. No vessel. No lock. Just choice. Morgana stepped forward, eyes fierce. This is madness. You'll tear the magical fabric of the school, of the world. Theo looked at her with a mix of pity and contempt. You're still thinking small. This isn't about Hogwarts. This is about evolution. Harry felt it again, that pull. The gate vibrated in his bones. Theo extended a hand. All I need is you. Touch the arch, activate it. It will rewrite everything. No more hiding, no more fear. Just magic. Everywhere. Harry hesitated. The gate pulsed brighter. Hermione grabbed his arm. Don't. He looked into her eyes and saw the same fear she'd carried when she had been the one merging. And then he remembered something. Only when memory becomes choice shall the gate truly open or finally fall. Memory. Harry took a breath. He stepped closer to the gate, not to activate it, but to show it something. He pulled out a memory. A real one. The day he met Hermione. Her frustration with Ron. Her bravery in the Devil's Snare. Her voice shouting, "I'm not afraid," in their first battle together. He cast the memory into the gate. It rippled violently. Theo staggered. "What are you doing?" "I'm giving it a better option," Harry said calmly. "Not control. Not chaos. Choice." He turned to Hermione. "Do it. Now." Hermione raised her wand and cast Vitorem, the ancient spell Morgana had taught her. The one meant to mirror will into matter. The gate shattered. Light exploded in all directions. The stone wall cracked. Theo screamed as the magic tore through him, not killing, but undoing. Runes broke apart at his wrists. The energy fled his body like steam from a broken seal. When the smoke cleared, he lay unconscious on the stone floor. The gate was gone, and so was the pull. Harry collapsed to his knees. Hermione rushed to his side. "It's over," she whispered. "No," Morgana said softly behind them. "It's only begun." She held up the scroll. A new line had appeared. "And should the key refuse the call, the world shall sleep until the next awakens." Theo not awoke in the hospital wing, wrapped in enchanted bindings and under the watchful eye of 3 Aurors. His magical signature had been diminished, damaged, though not destroyed, and for now, the boy who almost opened a second gate was silent. But his silence was unnerving. He refused food. He refused to speak. Except for one moment, when Harry visited alone under McGonagall's cautious permission. "You still don't understand," Theo whispered, eyes sunken but focused. "There was a third prophecy. One your mother burned to keep hidden." Harry didn't respond. He simply stared. Theo smiled faintly. "They thought they could erase it. But it's written in the castle, beneath the Ravenclaw statue." Then he said no more. Elsewhere, Hermione sat across from Morgana in the room of requirement, transfigured once again into a circular war chamber, its walls lined with floating texts and spells etched in silver. The broken scroll hovered in midair before them, its red runes slowly fading into shadow as new ink bled into the ancient parchment. "The prophecy keeps evolving," Hermione murmured. "Because the future isn't fixed," Morgana replied. "It adjusts with choice, but it also remembers what was nearly chosen." She tapped one of the newly revealed lines. "The key shall close the door, but the echo of the vessel shall remain. It will not seek dominion, but justice." Hermione frowned. "Justice?" Morgana's voice dropped. "Revenge." Later that evening, Harry and Hermione made their way to the statue of Rowena Ravenclaw on the 4th floor, an ancient effigy almost forgotten by the student body. Unlike the bronze diadem she was known for, this version of Rowena had no crown. Only a finger raised to her lips in silence. Hermione ran her fingers along the inscription. It was in Elder Futhark. It says, "Only the knowing see the truth behind the stone." Harry tapped the hilt of his wand to the base of the statue and whispered, "Revelar." A section of the wall clicked. The stone behind the statue slid aside. They stepped into a forgotten passage. It led to a hexagonal chamber filled with books suspended midair, some pages fluttering of their own accord. But at the center was what caught Hermione's breath, a mural carved into the floor. 4 arcs forming a cross, each arch with a symbol. The first, a spiral flame, the gate of memory. The second, jagged lines wrapped in chains, the gate of release. The third, a crescent eye surrounded by runes, the gate of reflection. And the fourth blank. No mark. No name. Hermione dropped to her knees. There are more. Harry knelt beside her. And someone knows that. Theo wasn't working alone, was he? No, Hermione said quietly. He was chosen. They returned to Morgana that night, demanding answers. I suspected it, Morgana admitted. But I needed confirmation. The Order of Severance once believed the gate was a single anomaly. A one-time curse. But centuries ago, a splinter group broke off. One that believed the gates were not mistakes, but tools. Hermione looked sick. You mean they've been building them on purpose? Or preparing the world to accept them? Harry stared. And that blank arch? It hasn't appeared yet. Morgana shook her head. But it will. The first gate targeted Hermione. The second me through Theo. The third might not target either of you. It might target someone who wasn't chosen. Someone who wasn't supposed to be involved at all. That's when Ron entered the room. He'd been gone for hours, wandering the castle, brooding after learning what had happened in the Stonewell. He stopped cold when he saw the scroll, the chamber's runes, the mural projections still floating. What the bloody hell is this? Harry and Hermione exchanged a look. Morgana raised an eyebrow. You're just in time. Ron shook his head. I've been trying to help from the sidelines, but none of you ever tell me anything. Do you even trust me anymore? Hermione stepped forward, voice soft. It's not about trust, Ron. It's about protection. Ron's expression hardened. You're wrong. Because while you were playing hero, someone was in my head. Silence fell. Harry stepped forward. What do you mean? Ron hesitated. Then slowly, almost ashamed, he pulled something from his pocket. A rune. Burned into a scrap of paper. It pulsed faintly, though it had no magical source. I found it in my robes last week. I thought it was Theo's. But when I touched it, he looked directly at Hermione. I saw your memories. Hermione stepped back, breath catching. What did you see? Your merge, Ron said quietly. The severance. The vessel's last thoughts. And a name. He reached into his bag again and drew out a second scrap of parchment. This one ancient, stitched to a corner of Theo's research notes he'd stolen during a dual club session. On it was one word. Cassara. Hermione froze. That name. It hadn't surfaced since the merge. Since before the severance. Cassara. The true name of the first vessel. Hermione's voice trembled. She's not gone. Morgana's face darkened. No. She's returned. Not as a soul, but as a force. A residual imprint in the castle's magic. A mind without body. A shadow cast backward. And she's using Ron, Harry realized. Not to possess. Not to merge. But to anchor. A chill spread through the room. Because in the center of the scroll, the final line now glowed with crimson fire. The fourth shall not seek power. It shall not seek memory. It shall not seek freedom. The fourth shall seek revenge. Ron's hands shook as he stared at the word, Cassara. It shouldn't have meant anything. And yet, it echoed through his bones like a name he had always known. When he'd found the rune in his robes, he thought it was just some leftover prank from the twins. But the moment he touched it, his vision blurred. Memories not his own, voices too old to exist anymore, feelings that belonged to someone ancient had flooded his mind. And the worst part was, he didn't want them to stop. Hermione watched him from across the room of requirement, her heart torn between fear and guilt. This had started with her, with the first gate, with Cassara's failed attempt to return. And now her echo, the fractured, formless remnants of that soul, had found Ron. Not to merge, to anchor. Has she spoken to you? Hermione asked gently. Ron looked up slowly. Not in words. But I feel her. At night. When I dream, I walk through corridors I've never seen. There are candles burning black. And always, I see a door at the end. He hesitated. She's behind it. Waiting. Morgana folded her arms. She's rebuilding herself. Using you to draw energy from the castle's ancient wards. The fourth gate doesn't need a physical host. It is the host. The castle, Hermione whispered. Morgana nodded. Hogwarts has always been semi-sentient, built on magical convergence lines, shaped by four of the greatest minds in history. It remembers. And now, Kasara is waking those memories, twisting them. The signs were already appearing. Corridors changed without cause, even for rooms with fixed enchantments. The suits of armor turned their heads toward students as they passed. A staircase collapsed mid-rotation for the first time in centuries. And in the Great Hall, the ceiling had begun to show not the weather, but flickers of the past. Students dining quietly saw scenes that weren't there. The Battle of Hogwarts, the Yule Ball, Dumbledore's duel with Grindelwald, Lily Potter holding her baby, Snape weeping at the edge of a memory. Even Hermione saw herself once, bound in silver threads, whispering in Kasara's voice. A vision from the merge. One no one else should have witnessed. The castle wasn't simply haunted. It was remembering, and it was bleeding those memories into reality. Harry stood alone in the ether vault late that night, staring at the place where the first gate once stood. Only a faint shimmer remained, an afterimage burned into the stone. But behind it, just beyond the edge of the veil, he felt something. A pulse. Steady. Slow. Waiting. Ron entered, pale and silent. He moved like he didn't quite know how his own body worked anymore. "I didn't ask for this," he murmured. Harry turned to him. Neither did Hermione. "I know," Ron said. "But she fought it. She tried to stop it. Me, sometimes I feel like I'm helping her. Kasara, I mean." His hands trembled. "She shows me things. Beautiful things. A world that could have been. Magic unbound. Time controlled. A version of Hogwarts where none of us had to suffer." "She's lying," Harry said, stepping forward. "She did the same to Hermione." Ron gave him a bitter smile. "And how do you know she's not right this time? Maybe it's our world that's wrong." Before Harry could respond, the walls of the vault trembled. Runes flared to life, not golden like before, but deep crimson, the color of dried blood. They spiraled around the shimmer, forming a gate-like suggestion of an arch. A fourth gate. Hermione and Morgana burst in just as Ron collapsed, gripping his chest. "She's inside the castle now," Hermione shouted. Morgana conjured a barrier around the shimmer instantly. "This is worse than possession. She's no longer a soul looking for a body. She's a consciousness looking for a form." The castle rumbled again. Distantly, screams echoed from the dungeons. Filch, later found unconscious near the kitchens, spoke of a room that hadn't existed for years. One filled with mirrors that didn't reflect, but remembered. The mirror of Erised, reborn and multiplied. "I saw my wife," he whispered through cracked lips. "She died 40 years ago, but she spoke to me. Said I could be with her again if I just opened the door." Elsewhere, the portraits in the headmaster's office began speaking out of turn. Phineas Nigellus shouted at McGonagall that the castle's memory had been corrupted. "This isn't remembrance, it's invasion," he barked. Kasara wasn't just rewriting space. She was rewriting truth. Morgana made a decision. "We must locate the original Heartstone." Hermione looked up sharply. "The source of the Founder's combined magic?" Morgana nodded. "It's buried beneath the Hall of Echoes. If we reach it, we may be able to sever the connection Kasara has with the castle. Remove her anchor." Harry frowned. "But the Hall of Echoes was sealed centuries ago." "Yes," Morgana said grimly. "And it can only be opened by the original bloodline of all four founders." Silence. Then Ron slowly raised his hand. "I can hear the way in." Hermione went cold. "Ron, no. That's her talking." "Maybe," he said. "But if it gets us to the Heartstone, maybe we don't have a choice." Later that night, in their common room, Hermione sat by the fire. Her fingers curled around the enchanted pendant Morgana had once given her, used to sever her from the vessel. Now, she wondered if something similar might need to be used again. Only this time on Ron. She turned to Harry. "If Kasara succeeds, Hogwarts won't just be altered, it'll become a beacon. Every gate that ever existed could be drawn here." Harry nodded solemnly. "And she won't need to merge with anyone ever again. She will be the world." Hermione whispered. "Then we can't just stop her, we have to erase her completely." Outside, the wind howled across the towers. And the castle whispered names no one had spoken in centuries. They stood at the threshold of forgotten magic. The entrance to the Hall of Echoes lay beneath the oldest part of the castle, behind a tapestry so faded it had no image left, only threads and dust. Morgana had led them there in silence, wand glowing, eyes alert. The air was different down here. Heavy. Listening. Harry, Hermione, and Ron stood close behind her, each more aware than ever that this mission might be their last. "You're sure it's here?" Harry asked, his voice low. "I'm sure," Morgana said. "Rowena sealed it herself. But only one who carries a piece of each founder's legacy can open the way." She turned to Ron. The redhead had barely spoken since the incident in the ether vault. His eyes were dim, his shoulders hunched, as though Kasara's presence within him were draining something vital. But when Morgana stepped aside, he did not hesitate. Ron placed his hand against the wall. The stones sang. A low, resonant note filled the passage as runes flared into life beneath his palm. For symbols glowing around him. A lion, a serpent, a badger, and a raven. The tapestry blew inward without wind, then dissolved into dust. A spiral staircase descended into pure silence. Harry glanced at Hermione, who nodded, heart thudding. They went down. The Hall of Echoes was not made of stone or earth. It was made of memory. Vast, shifting corridors stretched outward in impossible directions. Voices echoed from unseen corners. Footsteps rang too long. Murals changed each time you blinked. Not illusions, truths from the past remembered and relived. "It's alive," Hermione whispered. "Every moment the castle's ever seen." They reached the central chamber. A circular room with walls covered in floating runes, flickering through languages older than English. At its center hovered a massive crystal, suspended in air by nothing, an irregular, six-pointed gem that pulsed with light from within. The Heartstone. It was beautiful. And terrible. It shimmered with the power of 1,000 lifetimes of magic. You could hear laughter and screams inside it. Duels and songs. Secrets and dreams. Everything Hogwarts had ever been, trapped and alive. Ron stepped forward. The moment his foot touched the circle around it, the Heartstone responded, shooting a beam of light through him. Harry and Hermione shouted, rushing toward him, but Morgana held them back. "No," she whispered. "It's judging him." Ron stood frozen, arms limp, as flashes of his life flickered through the light. His first spell, his fight with Harry in 4th year, the jealousy, the loyalty, the nights he stayed behind after everyone else had gone to bed. Then Kasara. Her face. Her voice. Her magic threading through his veins like cold silver. Her laughter in his dreams. Her promises. Her presence. The light cracked. Ron fell to his knees, gasping. "She's in everything," he panted. "Even here. Even the Heartstone has her imprint." Morgana's face went pale. She wasn't just a vessel. She was a founder once. Hermione stared. "What?" "No," Morgana murmured. "Not one of the 4. But a 5th. A forgotten mind. A rejected theory. One who believed in limitless magic, uncontrolled by rules. The founders cast her out, sealed her in memory rather than destroy her." Harry's eyes widened. "Kasara isn't just a soul. She's part of the foundation. She's the ghost of an idea," Morgana said. "A concept so powerful it refused to die." Suddenly, the runes in the room darkened, and from the edges of the Heartstone, something stepped forward. A figure. Not quite flesh. Not quite shadow. A silhouette of Hermione, but taller, sharper, wrapped in silken robes that moved like liquid smoke. Her face was both beautiful and terrifying, familiar and foreign. "Kasara, you always thought you were the end of me," she said softly, her voice echoing without direction. "But I have always been the beginning of you." Hermione raised her wand. Kasara smiled. "No need. I am not here to fight." She turned to Ron. "You were my gatekeeper. I used you to open the doors sealed long ago. And I thank you." Ron grimaced. "You lied." "I revealed," she corrected. "And now you remember." She turned to Harry. "And you the key. The one who chooses. You've touched the threads of fate and tried to knot them back together. But choice is not a cage. It is a knife. You are meant to cut the fabric, not preserve it." Harry stared, unmoved. "What do you want?" Kasara's voice dropped. "Justice." Hermione stepped forward. "You mean revenge?" Kasara nodded once. "On those who erased me, who built an empire on a lie. The founders condemned freedom. They buried me in memory. But the castle still remembers. And so will the world. Morgana drew her staff. You've infected this place long enough. Cassara sighed. Then end it. Destroy me. But in doing so, you sever Hogwarts' oldest bond. The Heartstone will shatter. The memories will vanish. The castle will die. Everyone froze. What? Hermione breathed. Cassara's form flared with inner light. You think I am a parasite, she said. But I am woven into the walls. Into the stone. Into every spell the Founders ever cast. If you remove me, Hogwarts will become just another building. The magic, true magic, will be lost. Silence. Then Harry spoke. There's always a third option. Cassara tilted her head. And what is that key? Harry turned to Hermione. We merge with her. Hermione's eyes widened. What? He stepped forward. We choose to take her in. Not to be possessed. Not to be rewritten. But to balance her. If she's part of Hogwarts, then maybe she just needs to belong again. Morgana's face twisted with horror. You don't understand what you're suggesting. Yes, I do, Harry said. You said the prophecy spoke of choice. Well, this is ours. Hermione looked at Cassara. Then at the Heartstone. Then at Harry. She took his hand. Together, they stepped into the circle. Cassara watched them, silent. Then, without warning, she walked into them. Her form collapsing into light, her magic flooding into their joined hands. The Heartstone exploded in radiance. Rushing wind. A scream. A whisper. And then, silence. When the light cleared, Harry and Hermione stood alone. Ron rushed forward. Are you? Hermione opened her eyes. They glowed faintly gold. I remember everything, she whispered. Harry nodded. So do I. And the Heartstone pulsed once. Still alive. But different. Hogwarts felt different. Not broken. Not dark. But shifted. The change was subtle at first. Students noticed the walls of the Great Hall occasionally flickering with memories not their own. A fourth-year girl saw herself winning the Triwizard Cup in a dream she never had. A second-year boy walked through a door near the North Tower and found himself momentarily transported to the founding era, listening to Godric Gryffindor argue with Salazar Slytherin. The castle wasn't haunted anymore. It was alive, curious, evolving, learning. And at the center of it stood Harry and Hermione. Since their merge with Cassara, something within them had settled. They weren't possessed. They weren't being guided. But knowledge, ancient, powerful, foundational, rested in their minds like a river flowing beneath stone. They could hear the walls breathe. They could feel the Heartstone beat like a second pulse in their veins. But the strangest transformation began 3 days later. It started with a line. A single black line that etched itself into the inside of Harry's forearm as he dressed one morning. It didn't burn. It didn't glow. It simply appeared. Hermione saw it first. Her eyes widened. Harry, that's not ink. He looked down. The line was precise, deliberate, written in a script neither of them recognized. As he stared, more symbols began to etch themselves slowly across his skin. And then he heard it. A voice, soft, gentle, ancient. You have become the key and the compass. The vessel has merged with balance. Now begins the writing of the final gate. Morgana was summoned instantly. When she arrived and saw the markings on Harry's arm, she didn't speak. She simply dropped to her knees and bowed her head. It's true, she whispered. The final prophecy is choosing its scribe. What does it mean? Harry asked. It means we don't need scrolls anymore, Morgana said. The last prophecy is writing itself through you. Hermione stepped closer. Why Harry? Because he's changed fate more times than fate could track, Morgana said. He denied death, broke prophecy, severed magic, and now he's become its author. The markings weren't random. Every night, a new line would appear, and each one brought visions, not from the past but from possible futures. In one, Harry saw a world where magic overran all boundaries, turning the Muggle world into a twisted echo of Hogwarts. In another, a realm where the castle had left Earth entirely, floating between planes, a beacon of knowledge in a dead universe. Some futures ended in light, most in fire. By the end of the week, 5 lines of the prophecy had written themselves. The 6th appeared during dinner in the Great Hall, carved in black fire just below Harry's wrist. He clutched his arm as it appeared, collapsing forward onto the table. Hermione and Ron caught him. And when they looked, the sixth line read, "The brother of the key shall choose the door. One path opens hope, the other undoing." Ron froze. "The brother of the key," he whispered. Hermione looked at Harry, then at Ron. Her voice was a whisper. "It doesn't mean sibling. It means bonded, like family by choice." Harry looked up. "It's you." Ron's face turned pale. "I'm going to have to choose?" But it wasn't clear what he would choose. Or when. That night, the castle began to react more violently. Classrooms rearranged. Ghosts spoke in riddles. Paintings refused to open their doors. The fat lady wept for an hour before fleeing her portrait entirely. Then came the dream. Ron awoke in the middle of the night gasping, his head filled with fire and a voice calling through 1,000 broken mirrors. A door. He stood before it in the dream. One side golden. One side made of ash. Behind one, salvation. Behind the other, silence. And then he heard Kasara's voice, faint now, echoing as though from far away. "Even memory can be wrong. Choose carefully, my gatekeeper." He told no one. But in the morning, the next line appeared on Harry's skin. "When silence sings and ash becomes breath, the gate shall crack without touch, and blood shall rewrite the world." Morgana went still. That's the fourth gate. Not just being opened, but breaking itself free. Hermione turned to Harry. "Then the prophecy. It's not predicting anymore. It's warning us," Harry said. At that moment, the Heartstone pulsed in the distance. And for the first time in centuries, Hogwarts rang with a sound no student or teacher had ever heard. A bell. Not one for class. A founding bell. A signal built into the castle itself by the original 5. Meant to awaken only in the presence of a coming cataclysm. Every floor heard it. Every student paused. And in the Ravenclaw common room, a hidden panel slid open behind a forgotten statue, revealing a book no one had ever seen. On its cover was no title, only a symbol. A perfect circle split in two. The bell echoed long after it stopped ringing. Every student, every professor, even Peeves the poltergeist had gone still when it tolled. It wasn't just a sound. It was a memory, dragged from the deepest layers of Hogwarts, vibrating in the marrow of those who heard it. And in the Ravenclaw common room, the sound had done something else. It had revealed. A hidden panel opened behind an old statue of Rowena Ravenclaw, unveiling a slim, dust-covered book resting on a pedestal of enchanted stone. No protective spells. No curses. Just waiting. The cover bore no name. Only a symbol. A perfect circle, split cleanly in two, half black, half white. Hermione, Harry, Ron, and Morgana gathered around it that night. No teachers. No ministry. No crowd. Just those who already lived at the center of this storm. Ron stared at the book like it might explode. "What's the circle mean?" "It's not just a symbol," Morgana said, eyes narrowed. "It's a warning." Hermione reached out slowly, brushing her fingers along the cover. "Or maybe it's balance." She opened it. The pages were old but intact, written in a language that shifted and reshaped itself as they read. A magic older than spoken word. It responded to presence, not translation. And the first page read, "When 5 minds forged a place of learning, for stood in agreement. The 5th stood apart." Hermione gasped. It's true. Kasara was real. A founder. The book continued, each page writing itself in response to their questions. Kasara of no house. The 5th mind. She had believed in boundless magic. Power not sorted by blood or bravery, wit or loyalty, but by potential unmeasured. Her ideas were revolutionary. Dangerous. She saw the walls between magical and non-magical as constructs to be broken. She believed every child, muggle or wizard, deserved to wield magic if they had the will to understand it. But the others feared what that meant. A school open to all. A world with no boundaries between bloodlines. No limits. So they cast her out. Not with fire. With memory. They erased her name from history. Bound her spirit into the Heartstone. Built the school around her, so she could never return. But Kasara had not died. She had waited. As the group read deeper into the book, a cold draft swept through the common room, despite no open windows. A page turned itself. And this one showed Ron. His face etched in shadow, standing at a crossroads between 2 gates. One glowing, one cracked and burning. Harry leaned in. This is the choice. Hermione whispered, the prophecy's sixth line. The brother of the key shall choose the door. Ron took a shaky step back. Why me? Why not one of you? Morgana's eyes were somber. Because you were never meant to be part of this. You were the variable, the forgotten element. And that makes you unwritten. Cassara can't predict you. Nor can prophecy. Hermione turned a page, this time to a blank spread. Ink began bleeding into it slowly. Not in words, but in runes. Harry's skin burned as another line of the prophecy appeared on his forearm. The door without key shall open by will alone. The blood of the unchosen shall mark the gate's final name. Hermione looked at Ron. The unchosen. That's you. Suddenly the castle shook. From deep below, near the old dungeons, a second bell rang. Lower. Slower. More broken. The gate bell. Cassara was stirring again. But something was different. Hermione gasped and ran to the nearest window. The sky above the castle had changed. Clouds now spun in a spiral pattern directly above Hogwarts. Stars shimmered in unnatural alignments. And in the very center of the sky, a faint black ring. A circle. I think the fourth gate is starting to break on its own, Harry said. Without ritual. Without a vessel. Morgana nodded. The merge you and Hermione performed, it destabilized the pattern. Cassara doesn't need a host anymore. She's using the castle's memory as her body. And Ron's about to be her final piece, Hermione whispered. No, Ron stepped forward. I'm not letting her control me. But she's not trying to possess you now, Morgana warned. She's trying to convince you. If you choose her path willingly, the prophecy fulfills itself. The gate becomes permanent. As they debated, the book glowed brighter. New pages unfurled, depicting multiple timelines. One where Ron opened the broken gate, and magic flooded the world uncontrolled. One where he walked away, and Hogwarts shattered in on itself. One where he tried to destroy the fourth gate, and died. And one final vision. A single word appeared beneath it. Silence. Ron stepped away from the book, eyes glazed. I don't understand what it wants from me. It wants you to decide, Harry said. Not with power. With belief. That night, Ron walked alone to the Stonewell, the place where the second gate had once been built by Theo. It was cold now. Empty. But something whispered through the cracks. The Founders erased truth. Will you do the same? He turned and saw her. Cassara. Not radiant. Not terrifying. Just present. A memory wrapped in form. She looked tired. I don't want to destroy Hogwarts, Ron said. You won't, she answered. You'll complete it. He shook his head. At what cost? Cassara looked up at the sky. Cost is a lie told by those who already have power. You were born in shadow. Forgotten. Second. You were meant to be the end. Ron clenched his fists. I'm not your weapon. Cassara stepped back. No, she said softly. You are my choice. And she disappeared. Back in the common room, Hermione stared at Harry's arm as the next line burned into his skin. One will fall. One will rise. And one will be asked to forget or remember. Hermione whispered. The next gate isn't just physical. It's mental. Emotional. Harry nodded. A gate made of memory. And it's here now. Outside, the spiral clouds above Hogwarts began to descend. Slowly, like a crown made of storm. The clouds above Hogwarts spiraled lower, impossibly slow, as if dragged by threads from another world. From the ground, they formed a black ring of storm, silent, spinning, perfect. A circle with no center. And somewhere deep in the foundations of the castle, the fourth gate began to pulse. Not like a heartbeat, but like a clock. The countdown had begun. Ron hadn't told anyone about Cassara's final words. He couldn't. Not yet. They lingered in his mind like a song he hated, but couldn't stop humming. You are my choice. Not Harry. Not Hermione. Him. He was the variable. The anomaly. And now the castle, reality itself, waited on his decision. Meanwhile, something terrifying had begun happening across the school. Memories were shifting. At first, small things. Neville woke up insisting his toad Trevor had never existed. Luna claimed her mother had taught her spells that didn't exist in any known book. A Slytherin second year ran out of Charms class screaming, insisting her brother was dead, even though she never had a brother. The professors were no exception. Flitwick called Hermione by a different name during class. McGonagall froze mid-sentence while explaining transfiguration and muttered, "Godric always hated fire spells." And in the library, dozens of books turned blank overnight, pages erased by magic. "It's starting," Hermione said, fingers trembling as she closed yet another book that refused to remember itself. "Cassara is rewriting memory, not just ours, but Hogwarts history itself. She's trying to rebuild her truth," Morgana added. "And we're inside it." Harry looked at his arm, now almost completely covered in prophecy lines. The latest one had appeared at dawn. "When the world forgets the shape of time, the door shall open in the sky. One shall walk through, and none shall know if they returned." Ron read it over Harry's shoulder, pale. Hermione's voice dropped. "You think it's about you, don't you?" Ron didn't answer. Because the night before, while the others slept, he'd seen it. Not in a dream. In the sky. He'd gone to the astronomy tower, drawn by the pull in his chest, and there it was, just hanging in the clouds. A door. Not solid. Not real. Just present. Like a possibility that only he could see. It was made of light and shadow, and it called to him. Now, standing in the library, he whispered, "What if this is all just a mistake? What if I choose wrong?" Hermione touched his arm. "Then we'll find our way back. Together." But Ron pulled away. "No. That's the point. This choice, only I can make it. And the more I wait, the more people forget who they even are." Just then, Seamus stumbled in, wild-eyed. "Harry," he shouted. You're not in Gryffindor, mate. You're in Ravenclaw, right? You always have been, since first year." He froze, blinking rapidly, confusion washing over his face. I don't, what was I saying?" They rushed him to Madame Pomfrey, but she could do nothing. There was no spell damage. No potion residue. Just emptiness. Erased memory. It was spreading. Ron stood by the window that night, watching the spiral clouds. The door was still there. No larger. No smaller. But this time it was open. A faint silver shimmer hovered in its center. And a voice, familiar and sweet, called to him. Not Cassara. His mum. "Ron," it whispered. "Come inside. It's safe here." He almost believed it. He wanted to. He stepped away from the window before he could be tempted. He walked until his legs gave out, down to the stone well deeper, until he reached the sealed crypts beneath the dungeons. The air was thick with magic. He lit his wand, and there, carved into the stone, was the circle symbol again. Only now it was split down the center, jagged, cracked. It wasn't a symbol of balance anymore. It was a wound. Behind him, footsteps echoed. Hermione. She sat beside him in silence for a long time before speaking. "We can't stop her," she said softly. "But we can still choose what comes after." Ron turned to her, eyes burning. "What if I'm wrong? What if the future I choose is worse?" Hermione hesitated. Then she reached into her satchel and handed him something. A piece of parchment, old and folded. Cassara's rune. The same one Ron had found in his robe weeks ago. "I kept it," she said. "Even after the severance." He took it with shaking hands. The rune pulsed once. And then slowly it shifted, twisting and warping into a new shape. A symbol neither of them had seen before. A bridge. Hermione gasped. "It's not a weapon. It's not a gate. It's a path." Ron understood. He wasn't meant to choose between two outcomes. He was meant to build the third. "I know what to do," he whispered. Back in the common room, Harry woke with a scream. His arm burned with a final full line of prophecy. This one larger, wrapping around his wrist like a chain. "The gate will fall. The memory will fracture. But if the bridge is built, one truth shall remain." Hermione burst into the room a second later, Ron behind her. "Get up," she said. "We're going through the door." Harry blinked. "What?" Ron stepped forward, face steady for the first time in days. "We're not choosing Cassara's future. We're not choosing silence. We're going to write our own." And outside, the circle in the sky pulsed once, glowing like the eye of time. The door was waiting. The wind howled like voices trying to speak. As the trio ascended the tallest astronomy tower, they felt the world tilt beneath their feet. Not literally, but as if gravity itself knew they were about to step out of reality. The spiral in the sky loomed directly overhead now, low enough to touch the clouds. The door at its center shimmered silver and black, pulsing in and out of view, as though deciding whether to remain open. Harry's wand vibrated in his hand. Hermione gripped the book of the circle to her chest like a lifeline. And Ron held nothing. He was done carrying things for others. This time he would carry choice. They reached the peak. Lightning circled the edge of the vortex, silent and gold. No thunder followed. The world beneath them, Hogwarts, the Forbidden Forest, the lake, all seemed distant, blurred, like memories remembered through tears. The door hovered just beyond the stone edge. It wasn't attached to anything. It wasn't even real in the way normal doors were. But they all knew. To step through it was to leave more than Earth behind. "You sure about this?" Harry asked Ron. "No," Ron admitted. "But that's the point." Hermione reached for both their hands. Together, they stepped forward. The moment their feet left the tower, the door pulled them in, no resistance, no sound. Just light. And then, silence. They landed not with a crash, but with awareness. The sky above was a soft gray with no sun. The air smelled of parchment and dust. Around them stretched a barren landscape of broken stones, twisted roots, and cold wind. A world half-built. Ruins lay in every direction, remnants of towers, classrooms, arches, and staircases suspended in nothingness. Pieces of Hogwarts, but wrong. As if the castle had never fully been born. Hermione knelt and touched a broken stone pillar. Her breath caught. This should be the corridor outside the library. "But there's no library," Harry murmured, looking around. "No castle," Ron said. "Because in this world, Hogwarts was never built." They walked in silence through the fragments of a dream undone. The world responded to their presence, flickering between memories and absence. Doors appeared and disappeared. Whispers echoed from places with no walls. A voice hummed around them, not Cassara's, but ancient. Older than even her. "Where there is no memory, there is no magic." They turned and saw it. A single, unbroken tower at the center of the nothingness. Suspended on floating stones and drifting mist. The top glowed faintly with a blue flame. "The Origin Tower," Hermione breathed. "Where all magical memory begins." It had no stairs. But as they approached, the mist thickened, and a spiral path revealed itself beneath their feet. They climbed. Inside the tower, walls shimmered with memories, half-formed and ghost-like. Harry saw himself as a child, sitting under the stairs. Then as a boy receiving his letter, but the owl never arrived. That version of him simply waited forever. Hermione saw a version of herself surrounded by books, but none of them opened. None of them wanted her. And Ron saw a world where he was alone. No siblings. No Harry. No Hermione. Just quiet. And a wand that never chose him. The tower spoke. "This is the world where no one believed in you. Where memory was never kept. Where Cassara never rebelled, because she was never born." They reached the peak. There, standing in a room filled with floating shards of mirrors and runes, was Cassara. Or something like her. She was translucent now, neither cruel nor kind. A vision of what she might have been if history had remembered her differently. "I didn't bring you here," she said. "You did." Ron stepped forward. "You wanted to rebuild the world." "I wanted the truth restored," she corrected. "But truth is never whole. Even your memories, do you know which are real?" She gestured to a mirror. Ron saw himself casting the killing curse. He blinked. "That never happened." "Doesn't matter," she said. "You believed it could. That's enough." Hermione stepped between them. "Why show us this world? Why bring us here?" Cassara turned, floating between the shards. "Because here, with no memory, there's nothing to hold magic in place. No love. No sacrifice. No school. Just potential untethered." She touched a shard. It flared to life, revealing a world on fire. Wizards fighting over raw magic, children casting spells without training, reality breaking like glass. That is the future without Hogwarts. Then she showed another world. Order. Peace. But sterile. Controlled. Magic reduced to rules and permission slips. Emotionless. Safe. That is the world the founders would have chosen. Then a third. Familiar. The Hogwarts they knew. Messy. Flawed. Painful. But true. "None of these are perfect," Cassara said. "So I ask you, Ron Weasley, what world do you choose to remember?" Ron didn't speak for a long time. Then slowly, he walked to the shard showing the Hogwarts they'd known. The one where he was scared and brave and jealous and loyal. He touched it. I don't want perfect. I want us. The tower trembled. Cassara smiled, not cruelly but almost proudly. You built the bridge, she whispered. And now the gate will fall. The world cracked. The sky shattered like a mirror. And the spiral clouds above Hogwarts split open with a blast of light. Inside the real world, the door collapsed. And from it, the three of them fell, Harry, Hermione, and Ron, landing hard on the astronomy tower stonework as if waking from a dream. The circle in the sky dissolved. And far below, in the heart of the castle, the fourth gate shattered into dust. The fourth gate was gone. Its magic, once dark, seductive, chaotic, had crumbled into dust, absorbed by the castle's roots, dissolved in the very air. But its echo remained, humming in the deep places of Hogwarts like a faint heartbeat under stone. And in its wake, something new stirred. Harry, Hermione, and Ron had not spoken much since returning. Not because there was nothing to say, but because there was too much. They had walked through a world where Hogwarts had never existed. They had faced a version of Cassara unchained by memory. And they had made a choice that would ripple through time, unrecorded, unrepeatable. The prophecy on Harry's skin had stopped writing. But it hadn't faded. Instead, the final line, longer than the others, winding around his arm like ivy, had burned in that morning, just after they awoke. When memory chooses truth over perfection, the castle shall open its final door, one that leads to knowing and cannot be closed. Hermione whispered, "There's still one more room." The castle heard her. That afternoon, the change began. It started with the Marauder's map. Harry had kept it safe, untouched since the chaos began, but as he opened it again in the quiet of the common room, his breath caught. In the far north wing, past Filch's broom cupboard, down a corridor that had never shown anything but a blank wall, there was now a name. A room. The Chamber of Memory. Ron leaned over. "I've never seen that before." Hermione frowned. Neither has anyone else. Morgana joined them minutes later. When she saw the name, she went utterly still. "It's real," she said softly. "I thought it was legend, a room the founders spoke of creating, but never dared finish." "What is it?" Harry asked. Morgana's expression darkened. "It's not a classroom. It's not a vault. It's a room where memory lives, pure and unfiltered. Every truth Hogwarts has ever seen, even the ones no one was supposed to know." Hermione stood slowly. "Then we need to see it." The three of them made the journey in silence. Past the dungeons, past the old stone archways, and finally to the far north wing, where an untouched wall waited, a place that had never once held a door. Until now, the stone shifted as they approached. Runes blinked into view across the surface, forming the same symbol from the Book of the Circle. A circle split, but not broken. A bridge now whole. The wall melted inward, and the Chamber of Memory opened. Inside there was no floor, no ceiling, only light and reflection. The room was vast, circular, and filled with floating threads, silver strands of thought, like Dumbledore's pensive but more alive. They moved through the air like living beings. Each one shimmered with a different hue, some soft and golden, others dark and violet, pulsing like distant stars. Hermione stepped forward first. A strand drifted toward her. She didn't touch it. It touched her. And she saw Rowena Ravenclaw alone in the forest, carving her diadem and whispering to it, "May you hold my mind long after I am gone." Helga Hufflepuff teaching a young Muggle girl to conjure warmth from her fingertips. "You have magic too. It simply needs permission." Salazar Slytherin weeping as he sealed his chamber. "I could not change them. I could only wait." And then, Cassara standing in the Hall of Echoes begging, "Don't erase me. Let them choose. Let them remember." Hermione gasped and pulled away, tears in her eyes. This room, it shows truths. Not just memories. Ron stepped forward next. A thread floated to him, red and blue. He saw himself, but not himself. A version of Ron who had chosen Cassara. A world flooded with chaotic beauty and terrifying wonder. A version of Hogwarts that floated in the sky, where magic was taught like music. But it was empty. Everyone who once mattered was gone. He pulled back, eyes hollow. Harry stepped forward. The strand that touched him was unlike the others, solid white. He saw his mother, not just dying, but living, holding him as a toddler, teaching him to levitate feathers, laughing beside James in a world where Voldemort never came. It was so real. And it hurt. Then it faded. "Why show us this?" he whispered. The room answered, its walls pulsing with golden runes. "So you know what must be remembered. So you understand what must never be forgotten." They looked around, and suddenly they saw more. Dozens of threads. Some they recognized. Cedric Diggory's final breath. Dobby's freedom. Snape's last memory. Others they didn't. Ron approached a violet thread that showed Sirius at the Department of Mysteries. But in this memory, he survived. He turned, smiled, grabbed Harry's hand. Gone. These are all the possible truths, Hermione realized. Not just what happened, but what could have. And what never should, Ron added. Harry stepped to the center of the room. The threads parted. At the heart of the chamber, there was a book. Unlike any they had ever seen. It wasn't bound. It formed itself as he touched it. Pages flickered to life, filled with entries that had no ink, no language. Just impressions, thoughts, emotions. And a title appeared on the first page. The Chronicle of Unwritten Truth. "This is the record of everything Hogwarts tried to forget," Hermione breathed. Morgana appeared in the doorway then, quiet, reverent. "You three are now its guardians," she said. "The prophecy is complete. The fourth gate is gone. Cassara's legacy is not destruction, it's remembrance." Ron turned slowly. "So what do we do with all of this?" Morgana smiled faintly. "You teach. You protect. You remember." Hermione closed the book carefully. "And we decide what the next story will be." Outside the room, the corridor had changed. Where once stood blank stone, there was now a plaque. It read, "For those who walked through the impossible door. May they remember what was and choose what will be." And Hogwarts, living, breathing, eternal, began to settle once more. Whispers had wings. Within days of the gate's collapse, news spread beyond the borders of Hogwarts like enchanted wildfire. No owl carried it. No message was sent. But from Romania to the Ministry, from the caverns of Gringotts to the snowy peaks of Durmstrang, the world felt the shift. Magic, once fractured and tight, now pulsed more freely. Old spells worked smoother. Ancient enchantments stirred. Even Muggleborns reported strange dreams. Visions of a castle with spiraling skies and doors of light. And in the middle of it all were three names. Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, Ron Weasley, the prophecy-bound three. At first, it was quiet. The headmistress received silent, sealed letters from various magical leaders. They came not with demands, but questions. What did your students awaken? And always, Morgana's reply was the same. They remembered what we were never meant to forget. But then, on the seventh day after the gate's fall, something stranger than magic arrived. A child. It was raining that morning, softly, mist clinging to the stones of the courtyard. Harry had woken early, unable to sleep, drawn by the castle's subtle tug. He wandered alone to the entrance hall, only to stop short. There, standing in the center of the open doors, soaked to the bone but shivering with purpose, was a girl. No more than 9 years old. Barefoot. Hair wild and curly, stuck to her face from the rain. She wore a blue jacket 3 sizes too big and held something glowing in her right hand. A rune made of light, pulsing faintly with a golden hue. Her eyes met Harry's. And they were green. Not just similar to his. Exactly like his. He took a slow step forward. "Hey, are you lost?" The girl tilted her head. Then, in a voice that was strangely calm, she said, "You told me to come." Harry froze. "What?" She held up the rune. "You gave me this." Before the door closed, more footsteps echoed behind Harry. Hermione and Ron had arrived, drawn by the magic. Hermione gasped. The rune in the girl's hand was unmistakable. A variation of the bridge sigil, but laced with a second spiral symbol curling through it. Ron whispered, "That's gate magic." "But it's changed." The girl took a step closer, eyes scanning the three of them. "I don't know how I got here," she said. "I remember a world full of floating towers. A school in the sky. And you," she pointed to Harry. "You told me to run. To find this version of you." Before she broke it all, Hermione went pale. "She?" The girl nodded. The one who remembers too much. Morgana arrived at that moment, staff clutched tightly, sensing the tremor in the air. She looked at the girl, and her eyes widened. "You're not from this timeline." "No," the girl said. "I'm from the version where Ron chose wrong." Everyone fell still. The child continued. "The fourth gate never collapsed in my world. It opened. Hogwarts became something else. And everything that used to be real became optional. Memory stopped being fixed. People changed every day. Parents forgot their own children. Spells rewrote themselves." Hermione asked softly, "And what happened to us?" The girl looked down. "You tried to fight it, but only Harry survived long enough to send me back." She held up the rune again. "It's keyed to his magic. His bloodline." Harry knelt beside her. "What's your name?" She hesitated, then quietly said, "Lyra." Ron swallowed. "Potter." The girl nodded. Hermione's eyes filled with tears. Harry didn't move. He couldn't. The room spun, not with panic but a terrible recognition. Somewhere deep inside him, he knew she wasn't lying. He didn't know how it would happen, or if it ever should. But this girl, this Lyra, she was his daughter, from a future he never lived. And she had come to warn them. Morgana turned to the trio. "We need to get her to the Chamber of Memory. If her mind holds impressions from a fractured timeline, the Chronicle might be able to interpret them." Harry lifted Lyra into his arms. She didn't resist. As they made their way through the castle, threads of memory began reacting. Walls shifting, runes glowing, as if Hogwarts recognized her. As if it had seen her before. In the chamber, the Chronicle of Unwritten Truth opened on its own. Lyra stepped to it, hands trembling. And from the pages poured a flood of images, too fast to follow. Cassara fully awakened. A Hogwarts with staircases reaching into other dimensions. Students shifting forms each day, their minds rewritten by spells they couldn't control. A classroom where Hermione wore red and gold flames in her eyes. A version of Ron whose wand had become a living serpent. And Harry, older weary, standing at a shattered door in the sky, whispering, "This is my final memory. Send her through." The vision stopped. Silence fell. Morgana whispered, "We avoided it. But that version is still out there. A reality that wants to bleed into this one." Hermione touched the book. "Then we need to guard both our memories and our future." Harry looked at Lyra. Her eyes were already heavy with exhaustion. He held her hand. "You're safe now. You're home." But in the corner of the chamber, something new had appeared. A mirror. Black glass. Cracked slightly. And across it pulsed a single line of text. "What is remembered can return. What is forgotten can still find its way." The mirror in the chamber of memory pulsed quietly, its dark glass humming with unread truths. What is remembered can return. What is forgotten can still find its way. Harry stood with Lyra asleep in his arms, her breath soft against his shoulder. But the tension in the room was thicker than ever. The vision they had seen from her fractured timeline hadn't just been a warning. It was a map of what could happen if memory lost its anchor. Morgana knelt beside the Chronicle of Unwritten Truth, examining the final shimmer of images still rippling on its pages. "This is more than a glimpse," she murmured. This is a tether. Her presence here is a bridge between what you've chosen and what nearly was." Ron frowned. "But we closed the gate. We watched it collapse." Hermione nodded slowly. "Yes, but that didn't destroy the timelines already affected by it. We shut the door, but the echoes still remain like shadows at the edge of thought." Harry's eyes remained fixed on the mirror. "She said I told her to run. In that other world, I sent her back. That must have taken incredible magic, more than any time-turner." Morgana rose slowly. The rune she carried was Gateborn, a time fracture accelerated by memory magic. It forced a pocket of history open and let her slip through before the full collapse. It's not just a warning, it's a second chance. Hermione stepped toward the mirror, brushing her fingers against the jagged surface. The crack shifted slightly, showing her a flash of the Sky Tower Hogwarts from Lyra's memories. She recoiled as if burned. "We can't leave this unchecked," she said. "If her timeline is bleeding into ours, we need something stronger than prophecy." That's when the mirror shimmered again. This time, revealing a familiar figure. Old. Wise. Wry. Dumbledore. Not his portrait from the headmistress's office. This was something else. A memory? An echo? His face hovered in the mirror like a spirit trapped in ink and silver. Ah, he said softly, eyes twinkling with that familiar light. So, it has finally reached you. Harry stepped forward. Professor. Dumbledore's reflection nodded. Not quite alive. Not quite gone. A thread carefully left for when you would need it most. Ron let out a shaky breath. Do you know about Lyra? I know what she came from, Dumbledore said gravely. And what may yet come for her. Hermione clenched her fists. How do we stop it? How do we prevent that future from bleeding in? Dumbledore looked at each of them. You must understand that memory is not merely reflection. It is foundation. Everything that holds the magical world together is tied to belief, to remembrance. Cassara knew this. She wanted to give magic to everyone, yes, but at what cost? He paused, eyes sad. When memory becomes choice, reality becomes unstable. Harry swallowed. So if someone forgets what Hogwarts is, it ceases to be. Dumbledore nodded. And not just Hogwarts. Every truth you hold sacred. Every bond you forged. When magic is severed from history, it begins to unmake itself. Morgana's eyes flashed. So Lyra's arrival isn't just a warning. She may be the last keeper of a truth that's already vanished in her world. The mirror pulsed brighter. Lyra stirred in Harry's arms. Then, softly, she said, She's still looking. Everyone froze. Hermione crouched beside her. Who's looking? Lyra's eyes remained closed, but her voice trembled. The other me. From the broken world. She's older. And she remembers everything wrong. Morgana stepped back. Dear Merlin. Hermione's voice cracked. There are two versions of her? Harry whispered. She didn't just survive the collapse. She merged. She's carrying both timelines inside her. That was when the lights in the chamber flickered for the first time since its opening. Threads of memory began unraveling, just slightly, fluttering like leaves in a storm. The castle groaned. A tremor ran through the floor. Dumbledore's image leaned closer, voice urgent now. Listen to me. You've anchored memory once, but this time it must be more than that. You need to choose what is kept, and what must be forgotten forever. Ron's jaw clenched. But if we forget, how do we learn from it? Dumbledore smiled faintly. Sometimes, Ron, forgetting is not the opposite of remembering. It's the price of preserving what matters most. The mirror cracked again. A second line appeared beneath the first. The forgotten one seeks a name. If found, she will return and rewrite the ending. Harry looked at Lyra, and she whispered one last time before sleep took her again. My name is not just Lyra anymore. The chamber fell into silence. Outside, the skies above Hogwarts remained calm. But the wind whispered strange lullabies. The kind that children hum in their sleep, with words that don't belong to this world. Hermione stood up. We need to prepare. Because if the forgotten version of Lyra finds her way here, she'll want to finish what Cassara started, Morgana said grimly. And this time, Ron added, she won't be asking. Hogwarts had always breathed, its magic old layered alive. But now it twitched. Doors led to the wrong corridors. Paintings spoke languages no one knew. A cauldron in the potions classroom boiled into smoke that spelled out names no student remembered writing. It wasn't just magical interference. It was memory bleed. Lyra slept in the hospital wing under layered protective enchantments. Wards placed by Morgana, charms spoken by Hermione, and the quiet, constant presence of Harry beside her bed. But even asleep, her dreams moved through the walls. And one night they broke through. It began when Neville Longbottom woke up speaking backwards. Then Ginny saw her own reflection blinking when she hadn't. By morning, students all across the castle were reporting the same thing. I had a dream, where Hogwarts was floating, where people didn't remember me, and where someone with green eyes told me to forget everything. Ron said it first during an emergency meeting in the room of requirement. She's dreaming her other self into the world. Morgana nodded grimly. The twin memory. The fractured Lyra. She's trying to cross over, not physically, but through dreams. And if enough people believe those dreams, reality might shift to match. Harry rubbed his eyes. Then we have to go into her dream. Find the forgotten Lyra and anchor the real one before it's too late. Hermione bit her lip. Dream magic is unstable, even in the best conditions. And this isn't a pensive. This is a living memory conflict. If we go in unprepared, we could lose ourselves in what should never have been. Ron looked down at the map in his lap, the one the castle had redrawn itself. At the very center, where the Founder's common room once was, now blinked a new space. The dormant mind. A room that existed only in sleep. Hermione gasped when she saw it. That's where the other Lyra is hiding. Then we find her, Harry said. 3 hours later, beneath the wards of the hospital wing, Hermione mixed the dream draft. The same base potion used in deep legilimency work, enhanced with strands of memory from the chronicle itself. They each held a drop of Lyra's tear, caught in stasis. Morgana stood over them. You'll only have an hour inside. Time bends in dream space, but not enough to protect you from her. If she senses you're not part of her world, she'll rewrite you. Ron held out the vial. Harry looked once more at Lyra's peaceful face, her fingers twitching as if pulling strings in sleep. Then he drank. Darkness. Weightlessness. And then, dream. They landed not with a fall but with purpose. A fully formed world stretched before them. Hogwarts but wrong. Floating towers. Staircases built of smoke. Students chanting silent spells. No house banners. No laughter. Just echoing silence and the rustle of robes in air that shimmered with unspeakable magic. The sky above was dark purple, laced with glowing constellations that moved. And at the center of the dream, built atop the lake, was a glass throne. On it sat Lyra. Older. Her hair longer, swirling around her like mist. Her eyes still green, but glowing now unnatural, backlit with knowledge that shouldn't exist. She saw them immediately, and smiled. Ah, she said. So you followed her. The sleeping one. My lesser half. Ron stepped forward. You're not real. She tilted her head. I'm just as real as you. Perhaps more. I'm what happens when memory wins. When everything is kept. No forgetting. No mistakes. Hermione frowned. You're the version where no one let go. That's not remembering. That's obsession. The forgotten Lyra stood. The dream shifted around her, clouds blinking into staircases, water forming into scrolls. I remember everything, Hermione. Every timeline. Every loss. Every silence. And I refuse to let them be lost again. She pointed upward. The sky cracked open, showing flashes of other worlds. Sirius alive. Fred laughing beside George. A world where Cedric became an Auror. Harry felt himself pulled toward them. The ache of what could have been. Don't you want it? She whispered. To undo the pain? To rewrite the losses? No, Harry said. I want to live with them. Lyra flinched. Ron stepped beside him. We made choices. They made us. Hermione raised her wand. You're not memory. You're grief, dressed as hope. The forgotten Lyra screamed. And the dream shattered. The three of them found themselves floating in the dormant mind, the true heart of the dream space. A room filled with mirrors, each one showing a different version of Lyra. Dozens of her, young, old, angry, afraid. But only one was real. In the center, surrounded by shimmering threads, floated the true Lyra, asleep. And chained. The false Lyra's voice echoed through the room. She won't wake. She doesn't want to. Why return to a world of pain when you can have all truths? All power. Harry approached the sleeping girl. Because truth isn't meant to be held. It's meant to be honored. He took her hand. The false Lyra screamed again. The mirrors began to crack. Hermione summoned a binding rune from the Chronicle's memory. Ron cast a temporal shield. Harry whispered, Lyra, come home. Her eyes opened. And in that moment, the dream collapsed. They awoke in the hospital wing gasping, drenched in sweat. But Lyra was awake too, truly awake. Her eyes full of tears. I saw her, she whispered. She's still out there. But I'm stronger now. Morgana stepped in, breath caught. You've anchored her, she said. But the other version is still looking for a way in. Harry took Lyra's hand. Then we'll be ready. And far below the castle, in the deepest vault of forgotten spaces, a hidden door creaked open on its own. Waiting. Deep beneath Hogwarts, past even the Chamber of Secrets and the catacombs no map dared to name, a door had opened. It had no handle, no key, no hinge. It was a sliver in the wall, like reality had been unzipped. And from it came a hum. A soft, resonant sound. Not quite a song. Not quite speech. It called to one person alone. Lyra. For the first time since her awakening, she felt pulled, not by fear or fractured memory, but by a quiet knowing. Something buried inside her recognized the vibration like a heartbeat she'd been waiting to match her own. I need to go down there, she told Harry one morning in the Chamber of Memory. He didn't hesitate. We'll go with you. Hermione and Ron nodded, already pulling out maps, wands, and protective charms. Morgana joined them, brows furrowed. No one's entered the sub-foundation in centuries. Not even the headmasters have full knowledge of what lies beneath. Then it's time someone did, Hermione replied. Together, they traced the route through the forgotten passageways, the ones that had no house-elf shortcuts, no staircase guides. Morgana opened wards with silent hand gestures. The walls flickered between shadow and stone. At one point, they passed through a corridor where time seemed to slow. Ron aged a day in a second before the spell corrected itself. And then, at the bottom of a spiral that spun deeper than the dungeons themselves, they saw it. A narrow crack in the wall. No wider than a whisper. But from it shone a silver-blue light, pulsing like a beacon. Lyra, Morgana said gently. It's attuned to you. Lyra stepped forward, heart pounding. As she reached out, the crack widened, not through force, but acceptance. The wall melted like water around her hand, revealing a stone archway lined with runes so old even Hermione couldn't name them. They entered, and found themselves in a circular chamber carved entirely of black stone, pulsing faintly with residual magic. In the center stood a pedestal. On it lay a scroll, wrapped in a silver thread and sealed with 4 symbols. A raven, a lion, a badger, a serpent. Hermione gasped. It's them. The founders. Ron stepped closer. This is their pact. Morgana's breath caught. No one ever found it. History claimed it was destroyed when Slytherin left the castle. Harry carefully broke the seal, and Hermione unrolled the scroll. The ink shimmered gold as the words revealed themselves, spoken not aloud, but into their minds. To whomever opens this pact, know this: magic is memory. Memory is power. And power, without choice, becomes tyranny. We 4, in building this school, bound our legacies not just in stone, but in intention. One day the circle will fracture. The gate will rise. And our magic will tempt the world to rewrite itself. If that day comes, let the one who remembers the forgotten bear the seal of balance. The final line pulsed brighter than the rest. Only she who walks both futures may wield the 5th magic. Hermione whispered, 5th magic? Morgana stepped back, stunned. There were 4 known magical disciplines codified by the founders: elemental, enchanted, natural, and forbidden. The 5th was theoretical, something beyond our understanding. Ron looked at Lyra. She was glowing, not brightly, but gently, like the runes were reflecting from inside her skin. She is the 5th magic, Harry said. No, Lyra whispered. I'm just its beginning. The scroll vanished into light, its knowledge transferred. And in Lyra's hand a mark appeared. The bridge sigil, now encircled by 4 animals, each made of light. The seal of balance. Suddenly the chamber shook. A voice echoed, not Kasara's, not the founders, but something older. She has remembered too much. The veil stirs. The rift watches. Hermione's eyes went wide. The rift, that's in the Department of Mysteries. Morgana nodded, face pale. It's where time magic fractures. Where even death listens. It's reacting to her awakening. They rushed back through the crumbling tunnels, Hogwarts itself shifting beneath their feet, not in anger, but in reorganization. Lyra's presence was redefining the school. Back in the Great Hall, the ceiling no longer reflected the weather. It showed moments, scenes from memory, first years being sorted, Dobby's freedom, Neville drawing the sword of Gryffindor, even a young Snape watching Lily from afar. The students gasped, awestruck. And Lyra stood at the center of it all, her presence stabilizing the fragments of the past into a tapestry the castle could understand. Morgana pulled Harry, Ron, and Hermione aside. She's awakening a power we barely comprehend. But she's also drawing attention. If the rift recognizes her as an anomaly, it may try to erase her. Hermione's voice was barely a whisper. Then we protect her, no matter the cost. And above them, in the sky beyond the enchanted glass, a crack shimmered faintly, like the gate had never truly closed. Not yet. The sky over Hogwarts cracked with magic, not visibly, but every witch and wizard with even a touch of sensitivity felt it. Something ancient was stirring in the deep, beneath the Ministry, beyond the vaults, inside the veil. And the Ministry noticed. By mid-morning, owls black as pitch swept down upon the castle, delivering scrolls sealed with golden wax and crimson ribbons. Urgent notice. By order of the Department of Mysteries. The magical entity known as Lyra Potter, born of fractured timelines, shall be temporarily remanded to the Ministry of Magic for formal investigation into reality destabilization, prophecy interference, and unsanctioned magical possession. The scrolls landed with precision. One on Morgana's desk, one in the Great Hall, one in Harry's hand. By sunset, the Aurors would arrive. Harry stared at the parchment in stunned silence, his knuckles whitening around the edges. They want to take her, he said flatly. Hermione looked over his shoulder, her face pale. Of course they do. They're terrified. A child who carries 2 timelines inside her, who awakened 5th magic. She challenges everything they know. Ron clenched his jaw. This is about control. They don't care about helping her. They want to own her. Morgana entered the room, robes flaring behind her, her expression tight. They've invoked Clause 73, Temporal Anomaly Custodianship, she said. It hasn't been used since the Centaur Convergence of 1799. They'll dissect her, Hermione whispered. Not literally, but they'll push spells into her mind until they've mapped every piece of magic she holds. They'll break her. Over my dead body, Harry muttered. A knock sounded at the chamber door. Lyra stood there, silent, watching. You don't have to whisper, she said quietly. I heard everything. They froze. Her voice was steady, but her hands trembled. They'll take me because they're scared, and because I'm not supposed to exist. Harry crossed the room, kneeling before her. You do exist, and we're not letting them take you. Her green eyes lifted. But what if I am dangerous? You are, Morgana said gently. So is every wizard who ever changed the world. That night, they met in the Room of Holding, a space the castle had conjured for secrets too large for any one room. Morgana, the trio, and Lyra stood at the center of an ever-shifting map projected above their heads. It displayed not the castle, but time itself. It spiraled like a galaxy, flickering with colors. Certain points glowed with intensity. Lyra's birth, the fall of the 4th gate, the creation of the bridge sigil. Each point represented a moment where memory was decisively chosen. If they remove her from this space, Hermione said, the castle might destabilize again. Worse, Morgana added. If they try to erase her magic, the memories she's anchoring, both timelines, could collapse. Ron shook his head. We're not going to let them do it. But we can't fight the Ministry in the open. We'd lose. Harry stared at the spiral map above. His eyes narrowed. We don't fight them, he said. We outremember them. Morgana blinked. What do you mean? Harry turned. Hogwarts is built on intention, right? On belief, on memory. If we can show that Lyra's existence belongs here, if we can anchor her presence to the very foundation of the school, they won't be able to pull her out. Hermione's mind caught fire. A memory bond. Exactly, Harry said. Something older than law. If Hogwarts remembers her as part of itself, then even the Ministry can't remove her without unraveling the castle. Morgana nodded slowly. It would require witnesses, magical signatures, a weaving of personal memory and castle enchantment. Ron stepped forward. We've all fought to protect her. We're bound already. Lyra looked uncertain. What if the castle doesn't accept me? Hermione smiled, kneeling beside her. It already has. At dawn, with the sun just peeking over the towers, the ritual began. They returned to the Chamber of Memory, where Hogwarts kept its truths. The chronicle floated open. The air buzzed with magic. Hermione stepped into the circle. I offer my memory of Lyra's courage, her strength, her pain, her right to exist. A golden thread wrapped around her. Ron followed. I offer my memory of her warning, her honesty, her fire. Another thread. Red. Harry's voice was steady. I offer my memory of what she could become. My belief. My blood. Green thread. Morgana added hers, silver and black, the magic of protection, legacy, and law. The threads wove together around Lyra. She stood at the center, light dancing over her skin. Her eyes fluttered shut as the castle listened. The walls pulsed. The floor glowed with runes not seen in 1,000 years. And the castle whispered a single word. Accepted. The memory bond snapped into place, solid, unbreakable. Hogwarts had chosen her. Just as the Aurors arrived at the gates. They entered, flanked by officials from the Department of Mysteries. One woman stepped forward, sharp-eyed, wand at her hip, black robes glinting with gold thread. "I am Agent Alethea Vale," she said. "We are here for the child." Harry met her gaze, the magic of the bond still vibrating in his chest. "You're too late." Vale raised an eyebrow. "By whose authority?" "Hogwarts," Morgana said. "She has been claimed by the castle. She is part of its memory now. And by old magical law, memory cannot be erased if it is protected by 4 bonds freely given." Vale narrowed her eyes. But behind her something stirred. Even the ministry wizards began to feel it, the castle itself. Alive. Awake. Watching. Vale said nothing for a long time. Then, coldly, "This isn't over." She turned and left. And as the Aurors disappeared into the mist, Lyra exhaled a breath she didn't realize she'd been holding. But Harry, Ron, and Hermione weren't smiling. Because in the skies above, where only magical sight could see, the gate shimmered, just once. And on the edge of that shimmer, a figure stood. Not Cassara. Not Voldemort. Not even the forgotten Lyra. But something new. Watching. Waiting. And smiling. The night after the ministry left, Hogwarts slept uneasy. The castle's stones no longer hummed with comfort, but twitched with anticipation, as if they too felt what everyone else was trying not to say aloud. The threat wasn't over. In the sky above, the shimmer that had flickered during the memory bond still pulsed faintly, like a crack trying to heal from the inside. And deep beneath London, in the Department of Mysteries, it happened. The archives room, a chamber sealed for 600 years, containing the stored records of every major magical event, shattered. No explosion. No signs of entry. Just gone. Entire scrolls of magical history disappeared. Portraits erased. Pensive memories turned blank. And in the center of the wreckage, one word had been scrawled in glowing black fire. "Remember me." The ministry panicked quietly. They didn't send another team to Hogwarts, yet, but the silence they gave in response to Morgana's magical inquiry was worse than any threat. "They've lost control," Hermione said. "They don't know who or what caused it." Ron read over the report from a contact at the department. The weird part, no magical signature was left behind. It was like time itself just blinked. Harry looked at Lyra, who sat nearby reading the chronicle with wide eyes. "Do you recognize it?" he asked. She hesitated. "I've felt it. Not in dreams. In walls. In spaces inside Hogwarts that feel older than the founders. Places even the castle doesn't always remember until I walk past them." Hermione turned, her eyes narrowing. "What do you mean?" Lyra rose, voice quiet. "There's a room. No one talks about it. It's behind the first classroom I ever got lost near. And every time I get close, the torches go out." Morgana's voice tightened. "Where?" Lyra looked up. "The antechamber of echoes. Level -3. South Spire. Just before the old astronomy vaults." Hermione's eyes widened. That part of the castle was closed off after the fire in 1781. There's no official record of why. Ron straightened. "Then we go there." Within the hour, they arrived, Harry, Hermione, Ron, Morgana, and Lyra, cloaked in shadow, passing through shifting hallways that hadn't been walked in generations. Even the portraits were blank, their frames dusty and dark. The door to the antechamber was sealed with wax-black magic, coiled in chains of pure silence. Lyra stepped forward. The chains didn't resist. They shuddered, then disintegrated like dust. The door groaned open. And beyond it was a memory that had never been seen. The room inside was circular, lined with statues, not of the 4 founders, but of 5. One statue stood in the middle. Faceless. Unnamed. Worn smooth by magic and time. Hermione gasped. There was a 5th founder. Morgana stepped closer, examining the base of the statue. There, carved in old high script. "I, Eleodora Valebright, gave magic to those who were never meant to wield it. I am the one they erased to preserve the balance." Let me be remembered only when the world is ready for truth. Silence crashed through the room. Hermione whispered, "She gave magic to muggles." Harry shook his head. "Not just gave, it says she taught them." Morgana looked stunned. She was the fifth. The one whose name was buried. The one who challenged the rest. Lyra stepped closer, and the air around the statue shimmered. A scroll appeared, floating in the air, no seal, no binding. Lyra caught it gently. As her hands touched it, runes spilled across the chamber. Words not spoken for 1,000 years began weaving into the walls. Hermione translated as quickly as she could. "I showed them all. That magic is not in bloodlines nor legacy, but in memory. In choice. In pain. They said I was dangerous. That I would break the world. But it is not I who broke it. It was they who feared what could not be controlled." And then the final line. "If my heir survives, let her awaken what I could not. Let her teach the world to remember differently." The scroll vanished. A golden sigil etched itself into the floor beneath Lyra's feet. Eleodora's mark. The castle trembled. And in that moment, every student, every ghost, every portrait, every enchanted stairwell felt it. Hogwarts had remembered something it wasn't meant to remember. And in doing so, it had changed again. Ron muttered, "No wonder the ministry's scared." Morgana stared at Lyra. "She's not just the balance now. She's the continuation of something the founders tried to bury." Hermione added, "And if Eleodora's magic could be taught to muggles, that means this whole war over bloodlines was based on a lie." Lyra looked at her hands, pale, trembling, glowing faintly with ancient magic. "It's coming back to me. Her memories. She sealed them inside the castle, waiting for someone like me." Outside the chamber, bells rang. Not the school bells. The founders' chimes, silent for centuries, now sang through the walls, echoing with impossible harmony. Harry turned to the others. "If someone's trying to erase magic, it's because they fear what happens when the truth comes back." And across the walls of the chamber, in glowing script, a new prophecy burned itself into view. "When the forgotten one rises and the fifth is found, the world will split between those who fear the past and those who choose to remember it." The founders' chimes had not rung in over a millennium. They sang now, low, echoing, impossibly beautiful, and every corner of Hogwarts held its breath. In the astronomy tower, telescopes froze mid-turn. In the kitchens, house elves dropped platters without blinking. Even the lake grew unnaturally still, as if the merfolk themselves were listening. Because the castle had remembered Eleodora Veilbright, and with that memory came the tremor of change. But the ministry was not idle. The moment the chimes reached the Department of Mysteries, the panic became policy. All over Britain, the ministry began a silent purge, issuing recall orders for magical texts deemed historically uncertain, arresting publishers who distributed unauthorized versions of the founders' biographies, and sending special agents to audit schools for magical theory that deviated from ministry standards. They called it Memory Protection Protocol. But Harry, Hermione, and Ron knew better. It was history suppression. At Hogwarts, Morgana doubled the protections. She summoned ancient guardians from the castle's deeper layers, stone sentinels with eyes of flame and armor carved with lost runes. The staircases began shifting differently, forming unpredictable mazes that blocked intruders. Even the portraits stopped speaking to outsiders. Still, the pressure grew. And in the middle of it all, Lyra changed again. She slept very little now. When she did, her dreams were no longer nightmares, they were lessons. Eleodora's magic was unfolding inside her, not violently, but with the slow certainty of a flower remembering how to bloom. On the 7th night after finding the secret chamber, Lyra called Hermione to her room. "I think I found the first spell," she whispered. Hermione, who had been decoding Eleodora's fragments obsessively, sat up straighter. "What kind of spell?" Lyra hesitated. "It doesn't change the world," she said. "It changes how people see it, how they interpret memory. It lets someone see the truth beneath what they think they know." Hermione's breath caught. "A perception reversal charm?" "No," Lyra said. "More like a truth refractor." She held out her palm. In it glowed a soft violet rune, pulsing with calm magic. "I haven't cast it yet," she said. "But I can feel what it does. If I use it on someone, it shows them their memories, not how they remembered them, but how they actually happened. with all the missing pieces. Hermione looked stunned. That's dangerous. Beautiful. It could break people or free them. Lyra nodded. I want to try it on someone who's ready. So they chose Ron. That evening, inside the room of requirement, now shaped like an open grove with starlight above, Ron stood calmly as Lyra raised her hand. The rune glowed brighter. And then, it sank into his chest like smoke drawn into lungs. Ron staggered. His eyes widened. And then he saw his first memory of hugging his dad while still in pajamas. But now, he saw his dad glance over his shoulder with worry. He saw himself being compared to Charlie, to Bill, to Fred and George. He saw the day Hermione hugged him after the Yule Ball. Not just the hug, but the look in her eyes, one he had never dared to fully acknowledge. He saw moments with Harry, times he had pulled away, not out of anger, but from a secret belief he wasn't enough. And then he saw Lyra. Not the dream child, not the anomaly, but a little girl who looked at them all with terrified hope. Ron blinked and laughed quietly, gently. Blimey, he whispered. It's like having fog burned off your brain. Hermione touched his shoulder. Are you okay? Ron wiped a tear from his cheek. I finally understand who I've been. And Lyra just smiled. The spell hadn't hurt him. It had healed something deeper than injury. The next day, 2 students from Ravenclaw volunteered. Then one from Hufflepuff. By the end of the week, dozens of students had experienced Lyra's spell, each reacting differently, but all walking away with clarity. Whispers spread fast. The castle began recording the memories the spell unlocked. And then, one evening, a 5th year named Cass Dunn cast the spell on herself. She collapsed. Not from pain, but from overwhelm. She had forgotten something terrible. A moment where a professor had belittled her magic in 1st year, convinced her she'd never be good enough. The spell showed her truth, and for the first time, she believed in herself again. Morgana stepped in. The spell must be taught carefully, with safeguards. Lyra nodded. I agree. But it's not just a spell. It's the first of many. I can feel them inside me, Eliodora's whole philosophy. Hermione whispered. She wasn't trying to give magic to everyone. She was trying to give truth to the ones it had been denied. Then came the letter. An unsigned parchment left in the chamber of memory. No name. Just a message. The Ministry will not attack Hogwarts openly. But others will. Those who serve the Veil. Those who serve the Rift. They are already coming. And they are bringing with them the spell that erased Eliodora the first time. Hermione dropped the scroll. Harry looked toward the North Tower, where the sky shimmered ever so slightly. Lyra whispered, they don't want truth to survive. But now that it has. She looked down at her hands, where the violet runes still glowed faintly. It's going to change everything. The wind changed. It wasn't a shift in weather, but something deeper, older. Birds that usually circled the astronomy tower fled toward the south. The Black Lake turned quiet, its glassy surface unmarred by ripple or current. The forbidden forest, wild and unruly as ever, began whispering to the wards that lined its edge. The castle listened, and warned. They came at twilight. Not on broomsticks. Not through apparition. They walked. Shadows in long cloaks that shimmered like torn fabric. Faces hidden behind smooth, featureless silver masks. No mouth, no eyes, only a single rune etched where a forehead should be. The rune for erasure. Morgana stood on the north battlements, wand in hand, her face locked in stone-like calm as dozens of these figures emerged from the treeline, stopping just at the edge of Hogwarts' final protective boundary. The remnants of the rift, she said softly. I had hoped they were only a myth. Ron squinted at them through enchanted binoculars. They don't look like a myth. Hermione swallowed. They're a cult, formed by unspeakables who worship the rift, who believe memory is the disease that keeps magic from evolving. They want to wipe all recorded magical history and rebuild magic from a pure state. Harry stared at the forest line. Why now? Morgana answered. Because Lyra brought the truth back, and they've come to steal it before it spreads. Below, the wards sparked, gold and violet threads wrapping the entire castle. Every student had been ushered into protective spaces. The room of requirement shifted into a bunker. The kitchens sealed themselves. The suits of armor from all 4 houses stood at the ready, halberds glowing with enchantments not used since the Second Wizarding War. But Lyra wasn't hiding. She stood in the Chamber of Memory, Eleodora's mark glowing brightly on her shoulder, reading the next spell as the Chronicle wrote it, live. The letters scrawled themselves in ancient ink. When all is forgotten, the world begins again. When memory is stolen, the soul forgets itself. Cast this not in anger. For what is taken by this spell shall not return. Lyra's fingers hovered over the parchment. A spell was forming. It had no wand movement. No incantation. Just a name. Oblivare. She felt at the moment the last letter inked itself into being, a pressure in the air, a pulling at her mind. Hermione burst into the room. They've reached the edge of the southern ward. They're probing the enchantments. Lyra looked up, her voice distant. There's a spell here. It doesn't show truth. It steals it. It wipes memory from the world. Not like Obliviate. This is permanent. And not just from people, from magic itself. Harry followed her gaze to the page. Why would Eleodora create something like that? Hermione answered quietly, because she knew that someone someday might need to protect a truth so dangerous, the world wasn't ready to remember it. Ron appeared at the door, panting. The remnants. They're not casting. They're chanting. From the windows of the castle, their voices could be heard, a low harmonic rhythm, not a language, but a frequency. The very walls trembled. Then one of the stone sentinels collapsed, its enchantments drained. Morgana stormed into the room. They're unbinding the wards, she growled. By unraveling the castle's memory of why they were cast. They're using magic that attacks intention. Harry's blood ran cold. If they keep going, Hogwarts could forget how to defend itself. Hermione looked at Lyra. Then we need to fight magic with magic. But not with spells of destruction. With memory itself. Lyra clutched the parchment. If I cast Oblivare, I can wipe the chant from their minds. I can make them forget how to unravel. Ron stepped forward. And what will it cost you? I don't know, she admitted. Maybe a piece of me. Maybe more. Morgana looked at her. Then you don't cast it unless absolutely necessary. Memory is your greatest power. But once it's used to destroy, it never returns the same. Lyra nodded. She stood, parchment glowing at her fingertips, and walked to the North Tower. The remnants saw her. They stopped chanting. And one stepped forward. This one was taller than the others. Its mask shimmered differently, not silver but black. The rune on its head was not for erasure, but for exchange. It raised its hand. A projection burst forth, not a spell but a memory. Hogwarts in ruins. Books turned to ash. Wands snapped. A sky filled with a shimmering gate. And standing at the center was Lyra, eyes glowing. Alone. You think you're saving magic, the remnant leader's voice boomed. But you are rewriting it. And what is rewritten can be stolen again. Lyra raised her wand. I remember Eleodora. The runes behind her pulsed. I remember the truth she tried to protect. Harry, Ron, and Hermione stood behind her, wands raised. And if you try to erase us, Lyra said softly, we'll anchor our memories in every stone of this castle. The remnants moved. But Lyra didn't cast Oblivare. She closed her eyes and cast Remembress. A surge of golden violet light burst from her chest, wrapping Hogwarts in memory. Every statue whispered names. Every step glowed with footsteps. Every wall shone with moments. The building of the first classroom, the sorting of the first student, the laughter of every child who had ever called Hogwarts home. The remnants staggered. They screamed. Because they could not fight what they now remembered. They could not erase what they had once cherished. They fled. Back into the forest. Back into the rift. The castle quieted. The wards healed. And Lyra collapsed. She awoke hours later in the hospital wing, Hermione beside her, reading quietly. Harry by the window. Ron asleep in a chair. You didn't use Oblivare, Hermione said. No, Lyra whispered. I didn't need to take their truth. I just had to remind them of it. Morgana entered, expression unreadable. You saved Hogwarts again, she said. Lyra looked away. No. I reminded it who it was. Outside the sun rose. And for the first time since the fifth magic awakened, Hogwarts felt still. But far below, in the depths of the Forbidden Forest, the remnant leader removed its mask for the first time in centuries. A woman's face. Wrinkled. Marked with old runes. She whispered. She remembers too well. Next time, we take the castle's name. The remnants were gone. Hogwarts stood still. But stillness didn't mean peace. Not anymore. After the siege, the castle entered a strange phase, a pause. Doors hesitated before opening. Hallways doubled back on themselves like they were second-guessing. Even the great hall flickered sometimes, showing not just meals, but moments. Scenes from long ago. Ghosts of laughter, arguments, confessions. And Lyra? She began slipping through time. It started with a glance out the window. 1 second, she was staring at the Quidditch pitch. The next, she was seeing it decades ago, full of students in vintage robes cheering a match between Godric's original house team and Salazar's. Sometimes it was hours. Other times minutes. She would blink and find herself watching a memory not stored in the chronicle or any portrait. Raw, unedited truths the castle itself hadn't shared until now. She didn't tell the others at first. But Hermione noticed. "You knew what Ron was about to say before he said it," she whispered one morning. "You quoted a spell Morgana hadn't taught anyone. And last night, you answered my question before I'd asked it." Lyra lowered her eyes. "Time isn't a line for me anymore. It's woven. I walk through strands. Sometimes I forget which ones I've touched." Hermione stepped closer. "Then we need to anchor you." But Lyra shook her head. "No. This might be how Eliodora learned." She didn't see time forward. She saw it through. Harry joined them quietly. "You think the remnants made this worse?" "They triggered it," Lyra replied. "But they didn't cause it. Something deeper is calling me through time. I hear it. A name." Hermione froze. "What name?" Lyra looked at them both. "I don't know. Every time I get close, the memory unravels. Like the castle's trying to hide it. Even from itself." They returned to the hidden founder chamber that night, the statue of Eliodora still standing tall in the center. When Lyra placed her hand against it, a panel slid open. Inside was a journal. Real. Worn. Pages yellowed. Bound in silver thread. Eliodora's original thoughts. Hermione opened it carefully, translating aloud from the runes written in spiraling ink. They sealed the truth. All of them. Even Rowena, who loved knowledge more than breath. They feared one spell above all. Not because it killed. Not because it destroyed. But because it ended magic's certainty. "We named it only once. Then struck the name from every record. But I remember it still. It is the name that ends magic." Harry swallowed. "Is it a curse?" Hermione shook her head. "It's something worse. It's a word, or an idea, that if said or written properly, undoes the belief that sustains all magic. Like a conceptual obliviate. It doesn't destroy magic. It makes magic never have existed." Ron let out a low whistle. "That's terrifying." Lyra traced the page. Her fingers trembled. And then she blinked, and time slipped again. She was no longer in the chamber. She stood in a different era. Hogwarts, centuries ago. No lights. Stone walls wet with condensation. Candles floating. For shadows standing at a round table. She heard voices. "Rowena, it must be sealed. Godric, if spoken, it could unravel us all. Helga, Eliodora will not be silenced. She believes in the right to choose. Salazar, then let her believe. But we will not record the name. Not even once." Eliodora stood across from them. Her voice soft. "I only want a world where magic does not rule by fear." Rowena turned to her. "Then you must forget the name." "I won't." "You must." Eliodora looked into her friend's eyes. "I can't." Suddenly, Lyra was pulled back, slammed into her body in the present like a crashing tide. She gasped. Hermione caught her. "What did you see?" "Eliodora refused to forget," Lyra said. "The others buried the name, but she kept it. Not to use, but to protect it. Because if the wrong person said it." She didn't finish. Because just then Morgana entered. She looked shaken. "The Department of Mysteries is compromised," she said. "Someone broke in and stole every record on Pre-Founder's language. Every scroll on unspoken spells. Every mention of Eliodora has been wiped again." Hermione stood. "They're looking for the name." Harry's jaw tightened. To use it against Lyra. Against Hogwarts. Ron nodded grimly. "We need to find it first." Morgana pulled out a sealed scroll. This was left on my desk an hour ago. No signature. Just the Eliodora mark. She unrolled it. There was only a sentence. The name sleeps beneath the astrarium, guarded by those who have no mouths, only memory. Lyra paled. The astrarium, she whispered. It's under the South Tower. No one's gone there since the founders died. Harry placed a hand on her shoulder. Then that's where we go. Far below, in the bowels of the castle, a set of unseen eyes blinked open. The guardians of the name had awoken. And they did not forget. The descent to the astrarium was unlike any part of Hogwarts they had ever seen. The South Tower's foundations were ancient, predating even the castle. The staircase spiraled downward into stone so old it hummed in a forgotten tongue. Light grew thin. Wands couldn't fully illuminate the way. The air was thick with memory. It didn't just smell old, it felt remembered. Lyra led, her hand glowing faintly with Eliodora's mark. Behind her, Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Morgana followed in silence, their footsteps echoing with unnatural slowness. The castle itself didn't resist, but neither did it guide. It simply watched. After what felt like hours, they reached a doorway. Not a grand arch or sealed gate, but a flat wall of black crystal, so smooth it reflected nothing. On it, carved in delicate script, were the words. To enter, one must surrender what they fear to forget. Hermione's breath caught. It's a memory toll. The doorway demands a piece of yourself. Ron stepped forward, grim. We'll all give something. Morgana touched the wall and whispered a fragment. My first spell, and the warmth it gave me. A soft hum. The wall shivered slightly. Hermione stepped up next. The night I first read Hogwarts, a history under the covers, and thought this place would finally make me belong. Another pulse. Ron's voice was rough. The moment I realized I was always living in my brother's shadows. Each admission fed the wall, and the crystal began to ripple like disturbed water. Harry took a breath. When I looked into the mirror of Erised and saw my parents alive. The wall pulsed. Finally, Lyra stepped forward. She said nothing at first. Then softly, I give the last moment I believed I was just a child. The wall cracked, and then opened. They stepped inside the astrarium. The chamber was a massive dome carved entirely of obsidian and starstone. Runes traced the constellations in shifting light across the ceiling. Floating above them was a rotating mechanism, like a celestial clock made of rings, each one etched with forgotten languages and magical threads of time. But the room wasn't empty. 6 sentinels stood in a perfect circle around the perimeter, humanoid in form, but faceless, skin made of living memory. They had no mouths. No eyes. No voice. Just presence. They turned as one toward Lyra, and one stepped forward, placing its hand against her chest. Instantly, Lyra's eyes rolled back, and she collapsed. Lyra! Hermione shouted, rushing forward, but Morgana held her back. She's inside a memory weave, she said. They're testing her. Inside Lyra's mind, the stars melted into ink. She stood on a black ocean under a nightless sky. The sentinel faced her, and for the first time she heard it, not in words but in remembered feeling. You walk in memory not your own. To speak the name, you must carry its weight. 3 syllables form the unnameable. 1 truth per syllable. 1 cost per truth. Will you pay the first price? Lyra whispered, yes. The world cracked. And she saw a vision of a burning castle, not Hogwarts but something older. A school before the school. Mages in robes casting spells into stone. Then Eliodora, standing before a council of 12, holding a scroll that glowed red with power. She spoke a word. The council vanished. Not in death. In forgetting. The vision ended. And Lyra screamed. The sentinel let her go. She fell to her knees, gasping, eyes wide. Ron helped her up. What did they show you? Eliodora used the name once, she said. A fragment. On a council that tried to enslave magic for bloodlines. They didn't die. They were erased from history entirely. Even their own memories didn't remember them. Hermione's voice shook. That's why she feared it. Why the others sealed it. Harry asked gently, Do you remember the syllable? Lyra nodded slowly. Soul. The astrarium pulsed. A ring detached from the floating mechanism above and descended slowly. It hovered in front of her, glowing with the rune for origin. Hermione translated in awe. The first syllable represents creation, the source of magic, if it's spoken in conjunction with the rest. Harry finished grimly. It resets everything. Suddenly, the chamber shook. From above, a deep pulse echoed. Ron's wand vibrated. That's not the castle. Morgana's eyes went wide. That's external. Someone's breached the protective grid. Back in the castle, alarms rang out, magical pulses flashing red and silver. The remnants had returned. But this time they weren't alone. They brought with them time breakers, wizards cursed with fragmented consciousness, used as weapons. Beings who slipped between seconds, striking where no defense could predict. "We have to go," Harry said. "Now." But Lyra held the floating ring. She turned to the sentinels. "Where are the other two syllables?" The one who tested her pointed to the ceiling. There, among the constellations, one star flared. A symbol appeared beneath it. The second syllable lies in the place where time was first broken, the chamber beneath the veil. Lyra paled. The Department of Mysteries. Morgana cursed under her breath. The Ministry won't let you anywhere near it now. Ron grinned grimly. Then we'll go around them. They raced back through the tower, magic flaring through the stone as Hogwarts prepared for another assault. Above, the sky cracked, not just with storm clouds, but with time fractures, ribbons of distorted hours bleeding into the present. Lyra clutched the ring to her chest. One syllable down. 2 to go. But now she understood. This wasn't just about memory. This was about whether magic deserved to exist at all. The Ministry of Magic had never looked more fortified. Barriers glowed around the perimeter like layered skin, each enchanted differently. Some warded against known spells, others against thoughts. The atrium bustled with stern-faced aurors, armored unspeakables, and floating surveillance spheres that scanned for magical irregularities. But Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Lyra weren't entering through the front. They were entering through memory. Morgana had secured access to a temporal ghost line, a thin seam of time energy woven beneath London, once used by pre-ministry spell runners. It allowed short-term access to locations through echo-based time impressions. A magical relic guided them. The ring inscribed with soul, the first syllable of the unnameable name. Polyjuice potion had been brewed in advance. Harry became a junior logistics clerk. Hermione took the form of a departmental records officer. Ron disguised himself as a sanitation wizard, a role he grumbled about, but admitted made for great invisibility. Lyra didn't use polyjuice. The temporal ghost line hid her by echoing her past through the wards, tricking the Ministry into believing she wasn't there at all. They entered at midnight. Through a maintenance tunnel beneath the Ministry's lowest level, past rusted spells and whispering pipes, they reached a sealed door older than the Department of Mysteries itself. Hermione held up the soul ring. It vibrated softly, then released a line of golden light into the center of the door. The stone parted, revealing a stairwell that spiraled downward, far below the veil chamber. Each step was lit not by flame, but by remembered light, a glow sustained by thoughts long buried. At the bottom, the chamber beneath the veil. It was circular, black, and silent. The air was thicker, like memory frozen mid-breath. The veil shimmered faintly above, a ghost of it visible through the stone ceiling. Yet here, in this buried place, the echoes were darker. Older. Waiting. At the center stood the second sentinel. Unlike the memory-bound guardian in the astrarium, this one was clad in shattered armor, fragments floating around it like orbiting blades. Its mask bore 2 runes. One for silence. One for end. It turned the moment Lyra entered. And without a word, it attacked. A scream of raw magic blasted across the chamber, forcing the others back. Only Lyra remained standing. The sentinel raised its arm, and a projection appeared. Not a memory, but a vision. A world without magic. Children in orphanages who never flew. Forests silent of centaur whispers. A Hogwarts crumbling forgotten, vines overtaking the stone. And then a choice. A stone appeared before Lyra. On it 2 runes. Preserve. Destroy. Harry shouted from the edge. Lyra, don't touch it. But Lyra stepped forward, eyes glowing. The sentinel wasn't testing her memory. It was testing her will to destroy magic. To prove she could bear the weight of the unnameable name without being corrupted by it. Lyra reached out. Her hand hovered over destroy. Then softly she spoke. I won't destroy magic. The sentinel remained still. But I also won't preserve this magic, the kind built on fear, lies, and erasure. And she pressed neither. Instead, she reached into her robe and pulled out the truth refractor rune she had carried since the early days of Eliodora's spellbook. She placed it on the stone. The sentinel froze, and then knelt. The chamber pulsed with power. The second syllable burned itself into the air. Vaughn! Lyra gasped, the sound vibrating through her entire being. Hermione whispered in awe. Soul! Vaughn! Ron muttered. One more and she'll have the name. The stone split, revealing a second ring. This one etched with the rune for break. Lyra reached for it. But then the veil above screamed. A soundless vibration tore through the chamber. And in the opening above, descending on invisible threads of broken time, came the remnant leader. The woman with no name, no past, and no allegiance but to the rift. She held a wand carved from something darker than wood. Lyra stared up at her. You followed me, she said, voice steady. The woman floated to the chamber floor. Her face was calm, almost sad. I was once Eliodora's friend. Everyone froze. Hermione stepped forward. You're one of the 12. The woman nodded. They erased my name to protect her. I walked the void beyond the veil. I saw what exists in the absence of magic. And now, I offer you mercy. She extended her hand to Lyra. Give me the name. Forget Eliodora. And I will ensure the world forgets you painlessly. Lyra's hand tightened around the second ring. No. The woman's eyes narrowed. Then I will take the final syllable from your bones. Magic exploded. The chamber erupted in dueling spells. Hermione shielding, Harry counter-cursing, Ron launching magical nets. The remnant leader moved like a shadow untouchable. She struck Lyra with a curse that bent time. For a heartbeat, Lyra aged. Her hair turned white, her body weakened. But then the Solvon rings flared, and her youth snapped back into place. The sentinel behind her rose and shielded her. You cannot claim what you do not remember, it said in thought speech. The remnant snarled. You've chosen sides. She vanished into the veil's distortion above. Gone. But not for long. The chamber grew still again. Lyra knelt, catching her breath. I have 2 syllables now, she said. And we know the last one's location, Hermione added, voice trembling. Ron frowned. We do. Harry pointed toward the ceiling, where 3 words had appeared in glowing script. Where the first lie was told. Hermione exhaled. The place where Eliodora was betrayed. And Morgana, who had said nothing all this time, finally spoke. I know where that is. They turned to her. Her voice was steady. It's the original sorting room, the first place the founders argued. The place the castle sealed off after the 5th left. Harry nodded slowly. Then that's where we find the final syllable. Lyra stood, eyes glowing, heart steady. The name was almost complete, and the world was running out of time. They stood before the sealed sorting room at dawn. The original chamber hadn't been touched in nearly 1,000 years. Forgotten by the school, erased from maps, buried under spells so old even the founders' portraits could no longer speak its name. But Morgana knew, because she'd seen it, once, during her training as headmistress, in a vision not of the future, but of Hogwarts' deepest wound. They reached it through a descending corridor hidden behind the tapestry of the 5 trials. The air changed the moment they crossed the threshold, still, heavy with magic that felt unfinished, like a song paused mid-note. The door was simple. Wood. Iron bands. No rune, no guard. Only one word carved across the center. Choose. Lyra stepped forward. The soul and Vaughn rings burned cold against her skin. This is it, she said. The last syllable is here. Hermione whispered, Are you ready? No, Lyra said honestly. But I'm going anyway. The door creaked open, and they entered the room where magic once fractured. It was circular, like the current Great Hall, but smaller, darker. In the center was the original sorting stone, cracked down the middle. 4 pedestals surrounded it, one for each founder, and a 5th shattered, barely visible. On the far wall were carvings, not of crests or names, but of promises. Words each founder had once made to Eliodora. We will build together. We will protect the young. We will not fear what we do not understand. And beneath them another line, burned in violent magic. She remembered what we chose to forget. Suddenly, the chamber dimmed. The soul and Vaughn rings lifted from Lyra's hands and hovered in the center of the room. A third circle of light formed between them, blank, incomplete. And then a voice. Not from a portrait, not a ghost, but from the castle itself. You hold the syllables of origin and fracture, but the final word cannot be spoken. It must be chosen, not by memory, not by time, but by soul. A figure appeared in the center. Not Eliodora. Lyra, or rather a reflection of her. Older, tired, eyes filled with loss. The vision Lyra stepped forward. You think the third syllable is a sound, she said. It's not. It's a choice. The real Lyra swallowed. What choice? To finish what Eliodora started, or to unmake it. The vision raised a hand, and two paths appeared. One where Lyra cast the name, Soul Vaughn _____, resetting magic. Not destroying it, but returning it to what it was before rules, bloodlines, and fear. In this world, magic would no longer belong to the few. But it would also mean the end of Hogwarts, as the castle had been built upon those very legacies. The other, to seal the name away forever. Preserve the castle. Let the world evolve slowly, painfully. Truth hidden, but not erased. Hermione's voice trembled. It's a paradox. Morgana whispered. A test. Ron frowned. So, what's the final syllable? Vision Lyra smiled sadly. You already know it. Real Lyra stepped forward. And spoke, not with her mouth, but with her magic. A.L. The rings blazed. Soul. Vaughn. A.L. The full name, 3 syllables, burned into the stone floor, glowing like a new dawn. Solvanale. The castle shook. The sorting stone cracked apart completely. The pedestals rose. And the shattered 5th pedestal rebuilt itself. In the center appeared Eliodora's sigil, whole for the first time in centuries. And then silence. The chamber stilled. And a door, new, born from the choice just made, formed in the far wall. Hermione looked stunned. Where does that go? Lyra turned to them, her face unreadable. To the next world. The one where this name leads. Ron stepped forward. And if you speak it? Lyra looked at the name on the floor. If I speak it, she said, I reset magic. Not destroy it, but unravel everything bound to legacy. Pureblood laws, memory restrictions, lineage spells. Hogwarts as we know it would fall. But something truer might rise. Morgana's voice was quiet. That's not just a spell. That's a revolution. Harry asked the only question that mattered. What do you want to do? Lyra looked at her friends. At the castle. Then she knelt and placed her hands on the syllables. And whispered. Not yet. The syllables sank into her skin. The door vanished. The name did not vanish, but neither was it spoken aloud. She carried it now. Not as a weapon, but as a promise. The castle pulsed softly, grateful. Not for power, but for patience. The name had been chosen, but not spoken. Lyra walked out of the sealed sorting room changed, not in power, but in purpose. The syllables now lived in her veins, glowing softly whenever she neared ancient magic. The castle's wards responded to her. Portraits bowed in silence. Even Peeves dared not cross her path. But beyond the stone walls of Hogwarts, the rift stirred. The remnant leader, now known as the Nameless One, had not vanished. She had retreated. And in the forests north of Hogsmeade, inside a forgotten ruin known only in unspeakable whispers as the Last Gate, she began the final awakening. Her followers, those who had slipped between timelines, those who had erased names to serve her, gathered in silence as she opened a tear between realms. Not into death, but into memory before magic. It was there she whispered her intent. If the child will not speak the name, we will force the world to forget why it was needed. Back at Hogwarts, Hermione was the first to notice the change. Books began to lose their ink. Some spells refused to activate, not because of countercharms, but because they simply no longer existed. The remnants are unweaving the roots of magic, she said one morning, parchment blank in her hands. They're not attacking us. They're erasing the need for magic. At this rate, the veil won't protect the dead. It'll absorb the living. Lyra stood quietly in the chamber of memory, where Eliodora's statue watched with ageless calm. Then something shifted. A mirror on the far wall, a relic that had never moved, opened. Not cracked, not vanished. Opened. Lyra walked toward it. Its surface shimmered not with reflection, but with invitation. Harry stepped beside her. Where does it lead? Hermione scanned the runes quickly. It's Eliodora's last sanctuary. The Mirror Realm. She didn't just record truth in memory. She hid it inside reflections, behind the eyes of what the world refused to see. Morgana approached slowly. If you go through, you might not come back. Lyra nodded. Then I'll bring something with me. She handed Hermione a small vial, a memory tear. If I fail, she said, smash this in the North Tower. It'll activate the spell sequence I showed you. Ron took it reluctantly. You better not make us use it. Lyra touched the mirror. And vanished. Inside the Mirror Realm, there was no floor, no sky. Only endless space, layered with images, living memories suspended mid-thought. She drifted through scenes of Eliodora's life. Her first spell, cast in a cave lit by moonlight. Her confrontation with the Council of 12. Her discovery of a hidden language in a Muggle child's lullaby. Lyra realized the truth. Magic hadn't begun with wizards. It began with memory, and memory began with those who had no power, who needed hope so desperately they gave their dreams form. She floated past one final image, one so old it felt beyond time. It showed two children, one with a wand, one without. Both laughing, both casting shadows that shimmered the same. The meaning struck her like lightning. The Muggle magical divide had been manufactured. Not by nature, not by ability, but by fear. A deep, buried choice made long ago by the first spellcasters. To create distinction, to protect themselves from persecution, yes, but also to control who would wield truth. And Eliodora? She had tried to undo that. Not by forcing change, but by remembering origin. A voice echoed beside her. Now you see. It was Eliodora. Not a ghost. Not an echo. But a memory so strong it had become sentient. You hold the name, Eliodora said. But it was never meant to be a weapon. Lyra's throat tightened. I know. I've seen what it could undo. Eliodora nodded. The Nameless One seeks to erase the division entirely. Not to unify, but to nullify. If she succeeds, not only will magic die, so will the memory of what magic ever meant. Lyra stepped closer. What do I do? Eliodora reached out and placed a final rune in Lyra's palm. It pulsed not with light, but with soundless harmony. The last memory she fears is the one that proves magic belongs to everyone, Eliodora said. You must show it to her. Lyra returned to Hogwarts that evening, pale but focused. The others rushed to her. I saw it, she whispered. I saw where magic really began. Hermione looked hopeful. Can you stop her? No, Lyra said. But I can show her what she forgot. The rune in her hand glowed. And the castle listened. Its stones whispered old truths. Every student, magical and half-blood and squib alike, felt it, the heartbeat of shared beginning. That night, as the remnant leader tore the sky over the forbidden forest, Lyra walked out to meet her, alone. Not with wand raised, but with the mirror rune on her palm, and whispered, Before magic, we were the same. The skies split. The final battle began. But it would not be fought with curses. It would be fought with remembrance. The sky over Hogwarts bled silver and black. Time fractures spiraled above the forbidden forest, each one a mirror into what might have been, worlds where the castle fell, where Eliodora never lived, where magic had no name. And at the center of the storm floated the Nameless One, arms outstretched, her cloak unraveling into threads of thought and memory. Around her, the remnants formed a perfect circle, chanting no words, just vibrations, tuned to disrupt the very idea of magic. And from the castle gates, Lyra walked alone. The mirror rune burned on her palm. The syllables of the name Sol. Vaughn. A.L. whispered through her veins like a lullaby she'd always known. Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Morgana stood on the battlements, watching, not interfering. Because this wasn't a war of might. It was a battle of truth. The Nameless One's voice split the silence. You carry the lie Eliodora refused to release. Lyra's voice was steady. It's not a lie. It's what came before all of this. The Nameless One descended slowly, her face ageless, eyes hollow. You saw the Mirror Realm. You saw what they were too afraid to remember. But why protect a world that punishes memory? That worships bloodlines? That silence is truth. Because if I don't, Lyra said, then you'll destroy the one thing Eliodora believed in. The Nameless One raised a hand. Behind her, the sky cracked open. A rift formed, larger than any before, bleeding colorless light into the world. Trees withered. Stars dimmed. Magic itself twitched. And from the rift emerged the first forgotten. Beings erased from memory so completely they no longer had names, forms only half coalesced from thought. They whispered backwards. They sang absence. The Nameless One's chant began. Sol. Von. Al. The syllables. Not spoken in remembrance, but in destruction. Lyra shouted. You don't understand what those words are. They're not a weapon. They're a question. But the Nameless One ignored her, continuing the chant. Reality bent. Rocks floated. Wards screamed. Then Lyra raised her hand and pressed the mirror rune to her heart. And the world stopped. Time paused. Everything became reflection. The remnants froze mid-chant. The first forgotten halted, their mouths open, unbreathing. Even the storm above quieted. Only Lyra and the Nameless One moved. They stood in the center of a memory mirror, not of the past, but of what could have been. The Nameless One's voice faltered. What is this? Lyra stepped forward. Your last choice. The mirror shimmered and showed a young Eliodora and the Nameless One as children, hand in hand, discovering a spell not in any book. The council chamber where the 12 voted to erase her, but one voice hesitated. The Nameless One, turning her face, just for a second, wanting to say no. The mirror shifted, and now showed Lyra, walking away from the name, choosing silence over force. You weren't erased, Lyra said softly. You chose to forget who you were to Eliodora. Because it hurt too much. The Nameless One's breath caught. I watched the world ignore her, she whispered. I watched them pretend she never lived. I wanted them to suffer, to feel absence. Lyra stepped closer. But they already have. Haven't you felt it? Every lie this world tells is rooted in the first one. That magic belongs to the worthy, to the born, to the pure. She lifted her hand again. The mirror rune shone with memory, not power. You and I, we both want the same thing. The Nameless One trembled. No, we don't. You want the pain to end. So did Eliodora. So do I. And Lyra touched the Nameless One's forehead. A flood of images surged through them both. Eliodora laughing under moonlight. A wand shared between friends. A forgotten lullaby sung in both magical and non-magical tongues. Two girls, one magical, one not, casting the first spark together. The Nameless One fell to her knees. Tears, not of rage but of remembrance, slipped down her face. I remember her hand. The way she said my name. You gave up that name to protect hers, Lyra whispered. But you don't have to be forgotten anymore. The storm above broke. The first forgotten vanished not in pain, but in peace. The rift closed. The remnants collapsed to the earth, no longer hollow. Their chants ceased. And in the silence, the Nameless One looked up at Lyra. I was once called Saren, she whispered. It was the name she gave me. The one they took away. Lyra knelt beside her. Then take it back. And with that, the mirror rune dimmed. Time resumed. Above, the sky turned blue again. In the battlements, Harry smiled through tears. Hermione whispered, she did it. Morgana exhaled. No one had to die for it. Ron sniffed. Just a bit of dignity, maybe. The Nameless One, Saren, stood slowly. Her face was no longer empty. She bowed and vanished into the forest, alone, but no longer lost. Lyra stood at the castle gates, the 3 syllables still alive in her soul. She had not spoken them to erase. She had lived them to heal. And Hogwarts remembered. In the days following the reckoning, a strange stillness settled over the wizarding world. Not fear, not celebration, something deeper. Awareness. The sky no longer fractured. The veil had quieted. The remnants disappeared, not defeated but dissolved. Freed from the void they'd clung to. And Lyra's name spread in hushed voices, not in reverence, but in reverence for what she hadn't done. She hadn't destroyed the world. She had remembered it into healing. But not everyone saw it that way. By the 3rd morning after the confrontation, for ministry owls landed at Hogwarts with scrolls marked in red and silver. One for Headmistress Morgana, one for Harry, one for Hermione, and one for Lyra. It reads simply, "You are hereby summoned before the Wisengamot Inquiry Council on charges of unlawful magical invocation, historical disruption, and withholding a potentially reality-altering incantation." Ron crumpled the scroll. "They're scared. You didn't destroy magic, but now they know you could have. That's what terrifies them." Hermione read her letter twice, her expression unreadable. "They want to put it all back in the bottle." "They can't," Harry said. "It's already changed." And it had. Little things. Students began to feel spells before they learned them. Squib-born children showed flickers of power in dreams, reacting to intent instead of wands. A fourth-year Slytherin cast a protection charm, using only a song his Muggle grandmother once sang to him. In the library, certain books refused to close unless readers finished a truth rather than a page count. In the Room of Requirement, portraits appeared, ones that had never been painted, of witches and wizards long thought forgotten. Magic itself was reaching backward, correcting history. Lyra sat by the Black Lake one evening, watching its surface ripple not with wind, but with possibility. Saren had not returned. But sometimes, just beyond the trees, Lyra felt her presence, a gentler echo than before. Not a threat. Not a shadow. A friend remembered. That night, Morgana summoned them all to her study. "They're assembling the full council," she said. "They're even bringing in foreign delegates. It's not just a trial, Lyra. It's going to be a reckoning." Harry folded his arms. "They're going to try to contain her. Frame this as some kind of near catastrophe. Hermione leaned against the desk. "They'll argue she withheld a spell that could have either saved or destroyed us. They'll demand to know why she didn't use it, or why she still carries it. They want the name," Ron said. "They want to lock it away where no one can find it again." Lyra looked out the window. "I'm not giving it to them." Morgana tilted her head. "Even if they threaten Azkaban?" Lyra's eyes didn't waver. "Especially then." Hermione placed a hand on her shoulder. "Then we'll go with you." Harry nodded. "Let them try to bury this. The world's already changing, and they can't stop it." That night, as she prepared for the trial, Lyra returned to the Chamber of Memory one last time. The statue of Eliodora stood silent as ever, but a new plaque had formed at its base. Not conjured by hands, but by truth made manifest. To remember is not to destroy. To forgive is not to forget. Magic does not belong to those who speak it loudest, but to those who dare to speak what was silenced. Below that inscription, a line had appeared in Eliodora's own script. She chose not to unmake the world. She remade the way it listens. The morning of the trial dawned. Lyra stepped onto the ministry platform, wearing no robe of rank or defense. Just her school cloak. Just the quiet power of someone who had touched the edge of time and refused to shatter it. The Wisengamot chamber buzzed with murmurs as she entered. Some stared at her with awe, some with fear, a few with hatred. The chief warlock, a stooped man with an eagle's gaze, tapped his staff. "We are here to determine whether Lyra Potter withheld knowledge dangerous to the stability of magical law," he said. Lyra raised her chin. "I did," she replied clearly. Gasps. Whispers. The chief warlock frowned. "And why?" "Because no one should speak the name unless they understand its weight. And no one here ever asked what it meant, only what it could do." Another voice, sharp and cold, rang out from the left gallery. "Then what does it mean?" Lyra looked around. Saw young witches. Elder statesmen. Scholars. Fools. She smiled softly. "It means we forgot who we were. That magic didn't begin with blood or birthright. It began with need. With hope. With choice." She turned to the crowd. "And I chose not to speak the name. I chose to live it instead." The chamber fell silent. No vote was taken, because even those who feared her couldn't deny the shift. The truth, once spoken, stayed. Later that night, as they returned to Hogwarts, Ron clapped her on the back. "You just told the entire ministry to shove it with a smile." Hermione laughed. "She did more than that. She rewrote what they thought truth looked like." Harry looked up at the castle. "Feels different now, doesn't it?" Lyra nodded. "It's starting to listen. It began with the walls breathing. Not literally, but the sensation was unmistakable. Stone warming under fingertips, archways curving where once they had been straight. Hogwarts was changing. Responding. Not to spells cast, but to truth awakened. The very next morning, staircases that had never led anywhere began arriving at forgotten doors. A corridor long sealed behind the tapestry of the goblin accord pulled open of its own accord, revealing a study untouched since the school's first century. And in the great hall, the enchanted ceiling, long known to reflect the sky, began reflecting memories instead. Brief flashes. A first year's joy at casting lumos for the first time. A seventh year hugging their owl. A teacher's quiet pride at a struggling student's breakthrough. The castle wasn't watching. It was remembering. And then came the pulse. It hit at midnight. Every window of the castle vibrated with silent resonance. Every torch flared blue. Even the portraits looked up, pausing mid-conversation. In the forbidden forest, the air shimmered. Creatures lifted their heads. Unicorns cried out. Thestrals became visible to those who had never known death. From the forest's center came a heartbeat of old magic. The next morning, Hagrid came thundering up to the castle, face pale, clutching a leaf the size of a tablecloth. It came from the forest, he panted. A tree I've never seen before. Grew overnight. Morgana examined it silently. Her fingers brushed the veins. It's not from here, she murmured. It's from before here. Hermione was already flipping through Eliodora's collected works. She mentioned a grove once. A fifth foundation of Hogwarts. One that never made it into legend. Ron blinked. You're telling me the castle had another base layer? It wasn't a place, Harry said quietly. It was a person. He looked to Lyra. And Lyra, already holding the soul, Vaughn, and AL rings in her hand, nodded. She wrote once, "The name is not mine alone. It is held by my blood but meant for another voice." Hermione paused. She had an heir? Lyra turned to the library, where the books were shuffling themselves, rearranging in patterns. "No," she whispered. "Not an heir. A mirror." That afternoon in the South Tower Observatory, a panel of the wall slid away revealing a scroll, floating midair, sealed with wax that shimmered like memory. It bore the sigil of Eliodora. And it bore a name. Not Lyra's, but another. Elian. Hermione opened the scroll with trembling hands. To the one who walks in the echoes of my steps. If you are reading this, then the truth has been touched, but not completed. I was never meant to be the voice that restored what was lost. I was the first to hear the call. You will be the one to answer it. I am not your ancestor. But I am your memory. You, Elian, are the one who must speak the name, not to erase but to bridge. And you will not do it alone. Harry turned to Lyra. Do you know who Elian is? She was still, eyes wide. No, she whispered. And then, the wall behind the scroll split. A passageway opened. And a voice, not heard in sound but in memory, rang through the room. I was never lost. I was waiting. A figure stepped through the light. A boy. About Lyra's age. Dark, mossy green robes. A face both strange and familiar. Eyes that shimmered with starlight. Not like someone who had seen the mirror realm, but like someone born of it. He looked at Lyra. And smiled. Hello, he said. I think I'm the echo you've been carrying. The boy, Elian, stood in the threshold between stone and starlight, a figure from nowhere who felt like he had always been there. He wasn't afraid. He wasn't confused. He simply said again, I think I'm the echo you've been carrying. Lyra's heart beat like a drum in her ears. Hermione spoke first, her voice cautious but curious. Where did you come from? Elian stepped fully into the chamber, his moss-colored robes whispering like leaves in wind. I was born in the rift, but not like the remnants. I wasn't pulled there. I was created there. Formed from memory Eliodora left behind. He pointed to the rings in Lyra's hand. You carry soul, Vaughn, and Al. But you never spoke them. That's why I exist. Ron blinked. You're telling us you're made of a spell? Not a spell, Elian said. A question. The room pulsed with old magic. Behind him, the wall began reassembling, not stone to stone, but truth to truth. Carvings emerged in a circle, 5 crests for familiar, lion, serpent, badger, raven. And one unrecognizable, an eye of many colors framed by roots. Hermione gasped. The 5th house. Morgana arrived just then, having been summoned by the pulse in the castle itself. She stared at Elian in astonishment. The fifth wasn't a house, she said slowly. It was a calling, a role that only awakens when the name is remembered but not spoken. The world had to be ready. Lyra made it ready. And now you've arrived. Elian stepped toward the center of the room, placing a hand on the carvings. The roots of the fifth sigil moved, twining into the others. This isn't about Hogwarts alone, he said. It's about what Hogwarts forgot to be. He turned to Lyra. You didn't speak Solvanale because it wasn't yours to cast. That was never the purpose. The name isn't a spell to be uttered. It's a bridge between memory and future. Lyra stepped forward, stunned. So what am I then? Why was I given the name? You're the rememberer, the one who makes the world ready for change. But he smiled gently. I'm the beginner, the one who takes that change and shapes it. The floor beneath them lit up, 5 rays of magic emerging from the crest circle, forming a star that reached to the edges of the room. Hogwarts responded. Every corridor shifted slightly. New staircases unfolded. The paintings sang. In the great hall, the enchanted ceiling stopped showing the sky, and instead displayed 5 arches, each glowing in different tones. Students gathered, murmuring, unsure but drawn. Then, as if by design, a new hallway appeared behind the staff table, one that had never been there. Carved above it in shimmering runes. Those who remember, those who seek, those who shape, those who guide, those who begin. Hermione stared at it in wonder. They're not houses anymore. They're functions. Elian turned to Lyra. When Eliodora created the syllables, she wasn't trying to rebuild Hogwarts. She was trying to free it, to make it into what it was always meant to be, a place where magic wasn't sorted by birth or blood or even belief, but by purpose. Ron scratched his head. So we're all resorting? Not quite, Elian said. The old houses still exist. But now there's a 5th path for those who don't fit, or who fit all of them. The path of echoes. The path of becoming. The name echoed through the stone. And just like that, Hogwarts began to expand. New rooms. New staircases. A 5th spire rose overnight at the northeast corner of the castle, visible only to those who had touched the mirror rune or heard the full name in their dreams. Lyra sat on the steps outside the old astronomy tower that evening, watching students whisper, wonder, and hope. Elian joined her. You're not what I expected, she said. Neither are you. They sat in silence. Then Lyra turned to him. You said the name is a bridge. So what happens if someone ever does speak it? Elian didn't answer right away. Finally, he said, then the bridge becomes a doorway, and the world chooses whether to walk through it or fall. She nodded slowly. So it wasn't about using the name. No, Elian said, eyes twinkling. It was about giving the world a choice again. The 5th spire rose like a secret made visible. Not tall like Ravenclaw's. Not warm like Gryffindors. Not stoic like Slytherins. Not grounded like Hufflepuffs. It shimmered, not with height or grandeur, but with possibility. And students were drawn to it. Not sorted. Not summoned. But called. Some had never felt at home in their houses. Others had never been sorted at all. And one by one, they began drifting toward the 5th path. By the end of the week, 23 students, some first years, some 7th, had chosen to walk the hall behind the staff table, through the Arch of Echoes, into classrooms that taught not spells but meaning. They studied magical roots, memory weaving, and the ethical weight of legacy spells. They sat in circles, not rows. They cast without wands, not in defiance, but in harmony. They didn't call themselves Ravenclaws or Slytherins, or even Foundlings. They called themselves Seekers. But the ministry did not approve. By the 10th day, a new decree arrived. The 5th spire and all associated instruction are to be suspended pending formal authorization. Unauthorized restructuring of Hogwarts is a violation of Article 17, Section 4, Preservation of Traditional Foundations. Hermione read it aloud at breakfast, and then promptly used the decree to blot a spilled goblet of pumpkin juice. They're afraid, she said. Ron snorted. When are they not? Harry glanced at the 5th spire. They'll come for it. Try to collapse it. Make it vanish again. Lyra shook her head. They can't. It's not just made of stone. It's made of truth. Elian, seated beside her, looked thoughtful. Still, they'll try. That night, as the others slept, Lyra awoke to a whisper. Not from a person, but from the castle itself. A vibration in her bones. A pull in her pulse. The name glowed faintly beneath her skin. She rose silently, and Elian was already waiting in the corridor. You felt it too, he said. Lyra nodded. It's calling us. They descended past dungeons and chambers, past the roots of the castle, where magic was thick and raw. They passed through the door of knotted threads, where time did not flow properly, and finally reached a stone wall with no door, only a carving. Here lies the sanctuary of the beginning. Elian pressed his hand to it, and it opened. They stepped into a chamber unlike any they'd seen before. No torches, no furniture, just a field of stars, carved into the floor, glowing with constellations that didn't exist in the sky above. At the center was a raised platform shaped like an eye, and upon it rested a sphere of crystal wrapped in vines of silver memory. Elian stepped forward, breath held. This is Eliodora's last truth. Lyra approached the sphere. As she touched it, the vines unwrapped and a voice spoke, not aloud, not in echo, but inside them both. If you have found this place, it means the world is ready to remember. You will have been told that magic is power, that history is written by victors, that only those with names can make change. But the future does not belong to names. It belongs to choices. The name you carry, Solvanale, is not a spell. It is the blueprint of a world yet to be. The first syllable, soul, is light awareness. The second, Vaughn, is fracture, truth breaking silence. The third, Ael, is becoming, what happens after. The sphere lifted from the pedestal and hovered before Lyra. You, Lyra, are the rememberer. You, Elian, are the seed. But you are not alone. Suddenly, the constellations on the floor pulsed. Each star aligned into a pattern, a great tree, its roots stretching into the past, its branches reaching toward futures unnamed. And one root glowed. Hermione. Another branch, Harry. Another, Morgana. Another, Ron. And then more, hundreds more, reaching into students not yet born. Elian stared at it, eyes wide. This isn't a prophecy. Lyra shook her head. It's a design. Elian turned to her. The name wasn't meant to be spoken once. It's meant to guide 1,000 choices over generations. A sudden quake shook the chamber. The sphere flickered, and the voice, Eliodora's, returned louder, urgent. Beware those who would use the name to control rather than restore. They will come with wands, with law, with fear. But remember, fear listens only to power, until someone dares to speak a different word. And then the sphere collapsed into 1,000 sparks and faded into the roots. Outside, the tremor was felt across the castle. Walls shivered. Doors opened that had never opened before. The fifth spire rang with a bell no one had rung. Back in the great hall, Morgana stood up from her seat just as another owl burst through the windows. This time, the decree bore not red wax, but black. The seal of the magical enforcement elite. Harry read the brief message and cursed under his breath. They're sending a task force. Hermione looked at him grimly. To do what? To dismantle the fifth path, he said. By force if necessary. Lyra and Elian returned just in time to hear it. Lyra's eyes burned, not with rage, but with purpose. They want to tear down the future before it has a chance to grow. Elian stood beside her. Then we'll give them something they can't destroy. The ripples spread fast. Within days of Elian's signal and Hogwarts' defiance, the wizarding world erupted. Not with violence, but with questions. Debates broke out in wand shops and wizarding pubs, in ministry halls and family kitchens. Students who'd never heard of Eliodora now whispered her name beside Dumbledore's. Parents wrote letters demanding answers. Others wrote asking to enroll their children early, to join the fifth path. And then came the stories. A girl in New Zealand, born to a completely non-magical family, levitated her dying cat by singing a lullaby her great-grandmother taught her. A boy in Kenya turned a bolt of lightning away from his village by drawing a circle in the dirt and whispering a word he didn't know the meaning of. A teenager in Brazil closed a chasm during an earthquake, not with a wand, but with her bare hands and the memory of her brother's voice. None of them had wands. None of them had been trained. But all of them used magic the same way Elian described the first spell, raw, instinctual, and rooted in hope. The Ministry tried to label them as anomalous magical flares. But the world had seen too much to be silent. And back at Hogwarts, the fifth spire pulsed brighter with each passing day. More students joined the Echo Path, which no longer seemed like a side route, but a return to what magic had once been. Then, on the second moon after the Ministry's retreat, something shifted again. It happened during an evening lesson in the Echo Hall. Elian was guiding the new seekers through memory threading, pulling strands of personal truth into visible light, when the floor below them groaned. Not from weight, but from awakening. The ground cracked in a perfect spiral, revealing a stone slab buried beneath centuries of enchantment. Etched into it was Eliodora's crest, but instead of her full name, only a single word remained. Amaranth. Lyra crouched beside it. That wasn't her middle name. It's a plant. Hermione, summoned by the surge, knelt to examine it. No. In older languages, it means unfading. The slab shimmered as Hermione's fingers brushed the carvings. And then the symbol on the stone split open to reveal a hollow core. Inside it rested an object no one had ever seen. Not a wand. Not a book. A compass, floating in a cradle of woven silver memory. No direction was marked. No needle pointed north. It spun slowly, sometimes pausing, then shifting again, each motion gentle and deliberate. As Lyra touched it, the castle responded with a low hum. Elian's breath caught. It's not a compass for direction. He stepped forward. It's a compass for intention. Hermione gasped. It's designed to respond to why someone uses magic, not how. Ron raised an eyebrow. So what? If I pick it up thinking about a sandwich, it points to the kitchens. Elian smiled faintly. Try. Ron touched it. The compass didn't move. He blinked. I was really thinking about a sandwich. Lyra laughed. Maybe it doesn't respond to cravings. Then Elian placed his hand over it and whispered, I want to help someone remember who they are. The compass stilled, and then pointed down, into the very foundation of the castle. The stone beneath them shimmered again. Another message appeared. The last vault opens not with force, but with the honesty of becoming. Only those who wield magic for no glory, no power, no fear, but for truth alone may pass. Harry, who'd remained quiet, stepped forward. It's not just a relic, he said. It's a test. Eliodora hid something under the castle. Something only meant for those who understand magic isn't ownership. It's responsibility. Hermione's eyes glistened. This might be her true legacy. Something even she couldn't finish in her lifetime. Lyra looked to Elian. Are you ready? He nodded. We're not just walking into history anymore. We're walking into what comes next. The ground beneath the compass cracked open in slow, spiraling segments, revealing a stone staircase that glowed with soft, memory-lit runes. The temperature dropped, not with cold, but with reverence. Together, Lyra, Elian, Harry, Hermione, and Ron began their descent. And above them, in the Echo Hall, the compass slowly rose into the air and split into 5 shards of glowing silver. One for each of them. One for the path they were shaping. A path not of conquest, but of remembered purpose. The staircase spiraled downward beyond the known limits of Hogwarts, beneath the dungeons, past the Chamber of Secrets, deeper than even the foundations of the original castle. The air grew denser, quieter, as though the magic itself held its breath. Each step was lit by runes from a forgotten language, not instructions, but reflections. They glowed only when the one stepping on them held no fear of what they might discover. At the base, the passage opened into a wide circular chamber. No torches, no doors, no windows, just a silver pool at the center, still as glass, surrounded by 5 standing stones. Each stone bore no text. Instead, a single rune pulsed faintly on its surface, shaped like a sound caught in motion. Lyra felt it in her chest. Elian closed his eyes. This is it. Hermione whispered, a memory vault. Not protected by curses or creatures, but by self-recognition. Harry stepped cautiously to the edge of the silver pool. What do we do? The stones responded to his voice, lighting in sequence. Then the pool began to swirl, and from it rose 5 echoes. They weren't people. They weren't spirits. They were choices. Each formed into a humanoid silhouette, cloaked in threads of memory. Each represented a version of themselves, not past or future, but unmade paths, who they might have been if one decision had changed. One figure stepped toward Hermione. It wore ministry robes, gold-lined and proud. The Echo's eyes were sharp, unreadable. "You could have led the world in control," it said. "You would have passed every law, protected magic from misuse, controlled the future." Hermione stared at it, at the cost of silencing those who needed to be heard. The Echo faded. A second form approached Ron, a version of himself dressed in dragonskin armor, with war medals on his chest and a coldness in his gaze. "You could have been powerful, celebrated, feared." Ron shook his head. "And bitter. Alone. That's not who I want to be. Gone." Harry's Echo bore a crown, not literal, but the unmistakable weight of expectation. A symbol of the chosen one used by governments and powers to steer the world. "I didn't survive a war to become someone else's weapon," Harry said firmly. His vanished. Elian's was quiet, a reflection of himself who had never been found, who never met Lyra, never heard the name, never saw the stars under the castle. "You could have lived without the weight of becoming," the Echo said. Elian met its eyes. "I'd rather bear a truth than be protected by a lie." Then came Lyra's. Her Echo was not cloaked in grandeur. It was ordinary, a quiet Hogwarts student. No name, no burden, just books, laughter, and unremarkable days. "You could have had peace," the Echo said softly. "You could have been forgotten." Lyra's voice trembled. But the world would have forgotten itself, too. And the final echo faded. The silver pool stilled once more. Then the 5 standing stones cracked open, not breaking, but unfolding, revealing inside each a shard of memory. Lyra stepped forward and reached into hers. And suddenly her mind filled with Eleodora's voice, faint, like the memory of a lullaby. "This is the unfinished spell. Not because I failed, but because I was never meant to complete it alone." Each shard floated upward, joining above the pool. As they merged, the runes etched themselves into the air, forming a circle with no center, lines of power woven between choices and voices. Solvanale. But this time it was not a name. It was a framework. A spell without an effect, because the caster would define it. Elian read the floating threads aloud. When remembered by 5 truths, the spell becomes a seed. Not to command the world, but to invite it. Hermione's voice caught. "It's a spell that doesn't do anything until it's cast with intention." "Exactly," Elian said. "It's the future's spell. Not Eleodora's. Not ours. Theirs." The chamber trembled. From the pool a new shape rose, a blank book, bound in woven silver and starlight. No title. No lines. Just a sigil on the cover. The 5 rays of the new echo path, encircling the tree of memory. As Lyra touched it, she saw flashes, not of her own life, but of children yet to be born. One whispering a truth into the earth. One standing in front of a crowd, naming every forgotten name. One healing someone by remembering their pain. This was the final piece of Eleodora's legacy. Not a spell to cast, but a place to begin. They brought the book back to the 5th spire. And when they placed it at the heart of the Hall of Echoes, the spire chimed, not a bell, but a note. A tone that rang through every stone in Hogwarts. And outside the castle, somewhere in the world, a child looked up from a broken wand and whispered a word they didn't know. The sky shimmered, and the future answered. The world did not change overnight, but the world began to listen. The 5th path, once whispered in secret corridors, was now discussed in Wisengamot sessions, taught beside Transfiguration and Charms, and echoed in the letters of first-year students writing home. But it didn't stop at Hogwarts. Other schools responded. In Beaux Batons, a class on magical intention replaced an old curriculum about lineage pride. In Ilvermorny, a student-led circle of remembering bloomed, dedicated to bridging magic with community healing. Even Durmstrang, known for its rigid tradition, hesitated before dismissing the shift, because something deeper had begun to take root. The unfinished spell, Solvanale, was not a single moment. It was an invitation. Teachers around the world began adding blank pages to spellbooks, asking students not to memorize, but to contribute, to shape. And every act of honest, selfless magic began leaving behind trails of silver memory, patterns visible only to those who had touched the name. These weren't marks of ownership. They were seeds. Back at Hogwarts, the fifth spire had transformed. It no longer served as a place of division but of integration. Seekers walked alongside Gryffindors and Slytherins, sharing spells not of power, but of purpose. Classrooms spilled into courtyards. Lessons began with questions, not lectures. And in the Echo Hall, the Book of Becoming, bound in silver and starlight, grew one new page every time someone shaped magic with intention. Lyra watched it grow with quiet wonder. But her time at Hogwarts was drawing to a close. On the final night of the year, she stood with Elian atop the astronomy tower, the wind rushing around them as stars pulsed above. "So that's it," she said, watching the distant hills. "Hogwarts no longer needs me." Elian smiled gently. "No, it remembers because of you. But now it chooses for itself." "And what about you?" she asked, glancing sideways. "Will you stay?" He didn't answer immediately. Then he lifted his hand and the air shimmered. The 5 syllables of the unfinished spell, Solvaniel, unfolded again, but softer now, with lines of new magic forming between them. Not etched in memory, etched in hope. "I'm going with you," he said, "because the world out there hasn't heard the spell yet." The next morning they left Hogwarts, not as students but as seed-bearers. They traveled first to a village in Wales, where squib-born children had begun drawing sigils in ash on their windows. Then to a school outside Nairobi, where a 10-year-old boy helped stop a storm by singing to the wind. And then to the ruins of an old magical temple in Greece, where they planted the first stone of the Echo School, a place with no sorting hat, no house banners. Only a single question carved into the entry arch. "What will you remember into the world?" The ministry tried again to interfere. But this time they were met with teachers, students, and families who had already heard the name. Not from a decree, but from each other. Hermione, now leading a new branch of magical education and ethics, backed them publicly. Harry became a liaison between traditional magic and the Echo schools, ensuring peace. Ron, ever the unlikely diplomat, helped teach non-magical families how to nurture young magic safely. And Hogwarts? It pulsed every now and then with new spires, new halls, new dreams. No longer a castle of bloodlines, but a living story. A place where the unfinished spell continued to write itself, page by page, life by life. One day, years later, Lyra stood before a group of first-year Echo students. Her hair longer now, her eyes wiser, her voice calm. She held up a blank page from the Book of Becoming and said, "Magic isn't what you cast. It's what you choose to cast." One student raised her hand. "What if we make the wrong choice?" Lyra smiled. "Then you remember better next time." In the distance, Elian stood beneath the new archway, watching the world grow. He turned to the sky and whispered the name, not to cast it, but to thank it. Solvanail, the spell of remembering, the bridge between eras, the choice that never ends. And far, far away, where no wand had yet reached, a child with no known magic closed their eyes, placed a hand on their chest, and whispered something soft and uncertain. The wind caught it, and a flower bloomed in the snow.